over on my Facebook page, so that's even better.
I am. Okay, because it's saying preparing live on my screen. But if you guys can see it, I'm just gonna. Oh, there we go. I am. Okay,
There
there we
you
go.
are, double talking too.
Now we're doubling up. Okay. All right, mute that. Fantastic. Here we are. Welcome. It is 4:24. We're getting ready to celebrate like no other. Completely clean and sober, hangover free, remembering it the next day. It's going to be a fantastic day. I am so thrilled, so excited for all the speakers that we have coming up. I've honestly been emotional all week. Like just the amount of support and love that's been pouring into this project is so humbling. And I'm so excited. So let's kick this thing off. We've got a really fun song to get us started. If I can figure out how to work 18 different electronics at the same time.
Where's your husband when you need him?
I know. Here you go. All
Where's your
right.
husband when you need him?
Clean up pretty good, but I'll get down and dirty. Getting kisses left and right, and the night is still early. The boys will drink their beers, the girls will shoot the shots. But everybody here's asking me for what I got. They said it would suck, that it's so damn tough keeping up with all of your friends. They'll have more than enough, you'll be sober as fuck, and the night won't come to an end. But midnight struck and I'm living it up off the cuff and I'm out of my head. Finding love in a club or a bar or a pub when they said that I'd have to pretend that I ain't sober as fuck. But I'm living it up. I'm dancing, laughing, yeah, I'm having the time of my life. I'm making it up. Sober as fuck. Raise a glass to the cheers, we don't gotta hurry. They're playing my song, baby, I ain't even worried. Let them think what they want, let them watch, let them talk. I'ma dance till I drop, they be loving what I got. They said it would suck, that it's so damn tough keeping up with all of your friends. They'll have more than enough, you'll be sober as fuck, and the night won't come to an end. But midnight struck and I'm living it up off the cuff and I'm out of my head. Finding love in a club or a bar or a pub when they said that I'd have to pretend that I ain't sober as fuck. But I'm living it up. I'm dancing, laughing, yeah, I'm having the time of my life. I'm making it up. Sober as fuck. Oh man, I am sober as fuck.
Woo!
Good kickoff video.
Fire.
You're on mute, Brooke.
What a way to kick off 424. Thank you, Jamie, for our unofficial anthem.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Can you tell me about why you wrote this song, why you're on a sober journey? Give me the backstory here.
You bet. So I am 5.5 years sober, and I think I'm going to start with like one of the main reasons I had so much trouble quitting drugs and alcohol was the fear of not being fun anymore. Like, I was so terrified of it. I was like, I'm not going to want to wear these costumes. I'm not going to want to go and play the trumpet at the Flames game. I'm not going to be funny. People won't think I'm cool. And I had so much anxiety of this worry of what everybody was going to think what a sober Jamie might look like, I avoided it for years. And I mean, I put myself through hell. I would go to an event, and I mean, I was like relapsed, withdrawing, throwing up, and I would just fill my body with enough drugs and alcohol till I could make it. And it was a big stopper. But you know, eventually I looked at that fear, and I ran towards the fear, and I ran into recovery. And that's where I found myself, and I found the real authentic version of Jamie. And you know, one of those authentic points was a quiet Jamie, a soft-spoken Jamie, you know, a passionate, caring, thoughtful Jamie. And then there was still the wild Jamie, and he was there, and I was like, "Oh, you're still here, bro?" And I was so excited. But I had boundaries with him. You know, if there were days where I didn't want to be wild Jamie, well, I wasn't wild Jamie. And I would just tell people, you know, someone says, "Oh, wow, you're really quiet today." I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? I am." And I just own it. Where before, that would set me off. "Oh, I'm quiet. Go get me some drugs and alcohol. I'll be loud." And so finding this beautiful spot of authenticity and real me took away so much stress and anxiety that I put on myself, that I no longer needed the substances. And I decided to make music about this and share it. Now, when you're making a song about being sober and fun and at the club, it's hard. I actually had a first version of the song called Sober Fun, and I performed it and I've done it, but I realized it was really specified for the sober community. Where Sober as Fuck, I listen to that song and I say, that's just a guy who's going out and he's just going sober for the night. It's not saying that he struggled with alcoholism and he almost killed himself and blah, blah, blah. It's just an anthem of, hey, you can go out, you can be sober as fuck, and you can have a good time. And that's kind of what I wanted from it. And I had a beautiful team that helped me write and produce that song. And it's something that I'm really proud of, and I'm so glad that you used it. But yeah, that's the background behind that.
I love it so much. I love that you touched on, like, not everyone's coming to the sober journey the same way, right? And 424 is really about this inclusive space where you can just try out being sober for 24 hours and see, like, how much fun can you have? What new experiences can you have? How can you get out of your comfort zone? You know, make music, go to a dance, take a class, whatever it is, like, find a way to enjoy life sober. And I just absolutely love that song. We played it at our last event for Empowered to Recover. And as soon as I started planning for this, I messaged Jamie and I'm like, I need this song. It's so perfect. I love it.
You've got the sneak peek of it. I'm going to have it released in a month or so. But you're right. You know, we're kind of taking sobriety and saying, try it out, give it a test, right? I mean, how many people are out there saying, oh, why don't you try this beer? Why don't you try this drug? Well, why don't you try this sobriety? And there's so many people that will help you try it. Like, you know, get a sober buddy. That's my number one tip. If you're going to do it, get someone who's along the way, and set time limits and boundaries, you know? Set that if half an hour I'm really not comfortable in this situation, you can remove yourself from it, because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. First time going out to like a big social event sober is not easy. It's not easy for anybody, let alone people who have done it for years. So, you know, we want to make sure that that's okay. You know, it's okay to feel uncomfortable. It's okay to leave a situation because it's not for you at that point in time. But if you give it a shot, it's just like anything, it takes practice. The first time I tried to write a song sober, I lasted 5 minutes and I cried. And I just thought I didn't have it in me. But I tried the next day and I did 15 minutes, 30 minutes, to now I'm releasing good music. And it's those small steps. Another big part of my sobriety is fitness, exercise, energy, and moving your body. So when I got out of rehab, I really went to the gym and I loved it. And then I went for a run, and I remember this runner's high. And I was just like, this reminds me of a drug I used to do. And I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, moving my body makes me feel good. And I was like, okay, well, what do I got to do with that? I'm like, I got to make a song about this. So I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a song called Moving Makes Me Feel Good. And I want it to really connect with the inner child, because kids, they're always moving. They're always having fun. They're a pure definition of sober fun. And so I made this music video. I rented out an entire kids' playhouse and made this song. So Brooke's gonna play the music video, but I want everybody on camera move. Let's move and let's dance and let's see how we feel. There's a spot when I'm gonna give instructions. Clap your hands and move. See if we can all follow along, and let's all do it. Because I guarantee you, you're going to move, you're going to listen to the song, and you're going to be like, I even feel a little better than I already did. I don't know if Jay can feel any better, but let's level him up.
You got me on my hip, bro. I think y'all will feel better.
Well, I don't know if they're going to show any more than just my camera, but I hope so. And let's check out this new song. Thank you so much, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. We got these moves so fresh, so clean, front to back like the MJ lean. Come on, kings and dancing queens, feel that Russian dopamine. Moonwalking out of orbit, running man, you can't control it. Harlem Shake, I own it. Teach me how to Dougie, tag me, post it. No matter what age or where you're from, the color of your skin, old or young, we're singing songs in different tongues, living our lives, having too much fun. Wow. Hit 'em with the left, hit 'em with the right, just a couple of steps and we'll steal the lights, breaking it down in the middle of the night, turning it up, turning it up, turning it up. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. All right, boys and girls, repeat after me. 3, 4, clap 2 times. Stomp your feet. Spin like a dime and move to the beat. Now clap 3 times. Stomp your feet. Spin like a dime and move to the beat. Now everybody breathe. Let's go! Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. It makes me feel the way I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. It makes me feel the way I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should.
Amazing. Oh my gosh, that was so fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jamie, for coming and kicking off 424. Can you tell our audience, our listeners, where they can find you, how they can get connected with you and your music and your messages that you're putting out there on Instagram about mental health? Oh my gosh, it's so incredible. Definitely worth a follow.
You bet. So you can find me on Instagram and TikTok, and it's just at Jamie, JAYME _ minor, MINOR _ And basically, if you search that, you'll have Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and lots more to come. I've got so many songs coming, speaking at lots of events with Jay and Brooke, and ready to take over the world and show them sober fun on a whole nother level that they didn't even think existed.
Actually, we should mention Jamie's actually going to be in Edmonton at our next event, May 11th. And Jamie and a couple of his business partners and businesses really stepped up to make and help the Edmonton event come together. So we should all give a big round of applause for Jamie, who really kicks ass in recovery, and he knows how to have fun, and he's colorful, and I mean, I think me and you met about a year ago or something, right? And I was like, we got to do something, bro. We got to do something, right? And here we are. We're doing stuff now. And that's all about manifestation, eh? So big round of applause for Jamie. You're
Thank
doing
you, Jamie.
fantastic.
And can we get our emotional support puppets out? Anybody who has them.
Yay! Thank you so much for having me.
You're so welcome. And with that, I want to talk a bit about Jay and Empower to Recover and what we're doing here on this live. We are actually raising money for the Empower to Recover Foundation, which is an organization that's traveling Canada, bringing recovery speaker events. They're kind of like the TEDx of recovery. And I've had the pleasure of working with Jay from the ground up, helping build this movement. And I thought 424 was, it's something that actually started in 2020. And we haven't really done anything with it for a few years now. So I thought Empower to Recover was the perfect platform to partner with to get this relaunched. And I just want to share more about what you guys are up to, Jay, before we continue on with our speakers.
Yeah, Brooke, I don't know how you haven't got rid of me yet, but what's interesting is you see behind me, it says Empower to Recover Foundation. When Brooke and I first made that logo, what did it say, Brooke? Empower to Recover, and what underneath?
Canadian tour.
We're already manifesting a Canadian tour before the Canadian tour even happened. Even before the Canadian tour even happened. And it was an 8-year dream. I at a TEDx talk, and the main thing is that we love to get living experience individuals together from all walks of life. Everybody has a story, and to me personally, I think we get out of this epidemic by storytelling and by people coming together, showing love, kindness, and compassion. You're going to feel love, kindness, and compassion on the online event, but when you come to a live event, it is energy. It is through the roof. It's everything that I told Brooke, and Carl what it was going to be. And now we have this amazing opportunity to go global, and our brand together, because Sober 424 is relaunching underneath Empower to Recover, and together with Sober is a new cool. Kim, hi Kim, I love you, Kim. I haven't seen you for a long time. I had to throw that out there. For us, it's that first year, Brooke, like 32 different speakers, 3 different cities, 3 different provinces in under 7 months.
Mm-hmm.
Raised $60,056 to help put on those events from people money, not funding money, people money. And yeah, I've always worked towards dreams, and this one now is like just ridiculously growing in a way that I knew, but I had to convince some people like Brooke that it would. And
well, let's talk a bit about the impact that it's making in these communities. You're just in Timmins, which is just wild. Like the fact that it started, New Westminster, British Columbia, and then we got Calgary, you're in Kenora, you're in Timmins, and you're back to Edmonton. Like you're just ping-ponging across Canada. What was the impact in that community of you guys being there and having those speakers and that inspiration come into their town? That small community.
Well, honestly, I didn't even know if I was going to make it because I had a right hip replacement, and I'm only 8 weeks out of a right hip replacement right now, and the doctor told me I shouldn't fly on a plane. But if anybody knows me, I don't really care about my body. I care about people. So I got on a plane and went to Timmins. And Timmins is recovery hungry, meaning that they don't have a lot of recovery there. And going around and speaking to everybody, we got our biggest contribution out of Timmins to date from Kit Operations, which is a mine there of $15,000. Which when it happened, I just cried because it's like people need something more than what we have out there, and we need real life people doing this. And when I went and spoke at the Jubilee Center, and when I went and spoke at the family counseling place, and it's all these people are against everybody because they're just trying to fight and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden, somehow Empower to Recover Foundation suddenly puts everybody underneath one roof, and everybody becomes happy and full of love and all of kindness and joy. And, they're all like, I'm just get underneath the roof on April 13th. It's going to be amazing. Don't worry. Just get under. Big snowstorm. The whole thing's going off. And we sold it out, 180 people. And we did our best event to date. Big shout out to Brooke for putting the slideshow together and everything that she does, because Brooke's on the back end of it all. She wasn't at this event. And we had like Kalichi come in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who you guys are going to see later today. And we had Bobby Knuff come in from, Ottawa, that Jocelyn helped bring in, who's a recovery comedian. And we had like Greg Ryder from Strathmore, and we had Street Angel, and we had Carl Heath, and we had the mayor. The mayor introduced her sister, who's 6 years into recovery, and people are like, why do you have the mayor a part of this? I'm like, she's got an amazing story. Their family's dealing with trauma. What's the common bond we all have right now on this right now? Trauma. We all have trauma. That's the common bond that brings us together. That's the puzzle that puts every one of us together. And, I left Timmins a different guy. I left Timmins different. And that being our fourth event, also on my grandfather's 96th birthday, which Brooke put an amazing tribute video to my grandfather at that event, which was like amazing to have. Like this platform has given the ability to not only save my life, but like save all kinds of people's lives from all walks of life. And when I walked outside at 8 p.m. The sun was out and there was no snow. E2RF brought the sun out, took the snow away, and showed some love, kindness, and Timmins like Timmins needed. And now they want us to come back.
Right on. So one of the missions of this platform is to find solutions to help stop addiction before it starts, and bringing voices together to share these stories, to bring hope into these communities and really find solutions. And we're going to be hearing from one of those solutions today, like really innovative, creative things, outside of the box thinkers coming together and trying to really fight addiction and, this overdose crisis and things that are happening. Today is all about fun in sobriety. The 424 movement is all about fun and sobriety. Like no matter what your journey looks like, whether you've gone through addiction, whether you're in recovery, whether you just want to try a day, and see if you can actually have fun sober, but you don't really have a problem with alcohol. Like you're welcome here. You're supported here. We want you a part of this movement, but we have to talk a little bit about, there is a dark side to addiction that alcohol has a big part to play in. And for some people, they're here fighting for their lives. And we just want to honor that on top of just celebrating how much fun sober is today. So thank you so much, Jay. We've got Kim coming up next. Speaking of celebrating sober, she's going to talk about how to bring joy and love and light into your life in sobriety. Where's Kim? I saw her on here. Kim is here. Hi, love. So Kim's from Sober That's the New Cool, and she's been a part of this movement almost from the very beginning. I think the 2020 event, I'm not sure. I don't think you're a part of that one. That one we were trying to do an in-person event here in BC, and nowhere was letting us book a space. And it was like, why? I know this is like a universe-driven, like positive movement. We want people involved. Like this is a good thing. Why is this not happening? And then all of a sudden the world's shut down, and we're like, oh, that's why. So we brought this thing online, and Kim was involved in that, and just has been such a powerful, positive light in the sober community. So I want to pass it over to you, Kim. Tell us, how do you celebrate life sober, and tell us about Sober is the New Cool.
So thank you, number one, for what you do. My story is a bit different than most. My son got sick at the age of 13 with epilepsy. So our lives were turned upside down. Sports, everything was taken away. So one thing for sure, he was not going to be able to drink alcohol with medication. So 3-4 months went by. We kind of got the seizures under control. I said, you got to get back out into the world. And the third time after he went to his buddies, he said, come and get me, Mom. And I thought, this is crazy. What's going on? He said, Mom, I don't fit in. And this is crazy. It doesn't make sense. You don't need alcohol or drugs to have fun. as I said it. Didn't I have the biggest glass of wine in my hand? Yeah. And I thought, wow, what a hypocrite you are. And I don't know, it was like a truck hit me. And I thought, I'm going to stop. Matthew, I'm stopping for 3 months. I'm going to prove to you, you don't need alcohol to have fun. Well, that was over 11 years ago. And I've never touched another sip. Basically, we started Sober is the New Cool more for him to have a platform of how to navigate. Because everywhere I went, everybody said, what are you talking about? You don't have a problem. Just come here, have one drink in the corner. And I thought, I'm 52 at the time. I think, how is my 14-year-old kid going to get through the society the way it is right now, that you can't have fun without booze or alcohol or drugs? So Sober's the New Cool was born. I was told I was crazy. I was told I was wasting my time, my money, and nobody would listen. And haha, we're still here. And basically, we went online. My sister made the logo. It was kitchen table kind of concept. And people from around the world just sent messages. How did you do it? Where did you do it? There were people that had children that had epilepsy, and it just exploded. And, you know, I have to say connection is key. People need to feel that they matter, they're seen, they're heard, and you are there. So basically, Sober's the New Cool has merchandise, but we are not a money-making machine. We give away more than we sell. And it's basically like an armor for people. If they're in an airport, they seem to wear their hoodies because they can walk past that bar, because that could be a trigger. And, you know, Sober's the New Cool. We're all about love, light, and putting people together. No matter where you are in the world, there are people right beside you. And we have to end the stigma, the ugliness, because I don't care who you are. Everybody has someone around them that suffers from either mental illness or addiction. I would like to say today that my sweet Natty, aka Sober Badger, who lost her life a few weeks ago, was one of the biggest gifts in my life. We shared making a tattoo together, the infinity sign with a pink heart and a white heart. And I feel that she is looking down. The sun just came out. It was snowing here, believe it or not. And the sun just came out. I believe she is truly an angel, keeping me going one step after another. And, you know, she brought such joy and opened my world to so many new things. And I think being sober is one of the best gifts anyone can give themselves, just for clarity. And the people you will meet, like you and Jay, I've known you for quite some time. Jay, I think the longest. He was there at the beginning for a long, long time. And it's incredible how they're real relationships. Not that I didn't have them before, but the relationships I have found now across the world are undeniably the best. So with that, all I can say to anybody, please try 24 hours, because you deserve a great life. And I bet you're going to wake up feeling a lot better tomorrow morning.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for sharing that, Kim. And I remember Natty, and I remember how, like, just you talked about her with such high regard and just so much love in the 2021 event. And she was a part of our 2021 event as well. She made some content for Sober for 24. And what a way to honor her by just living this beautiful sober life and sharing that message. You are so loud with your love online for people in the sober community, and your messages are just so powerful. So can you just tell me a bit about how you celebrate sober? Like, what kinds of things do you do to have fun sober? What do you do with your son to have this full life without alcohol?
Well, I'll tell you, being sober, I've done things I never thought I would ever do. One, I was asked to walk in New York City's Fashion Week at the age of 62. I don't have a lot of confidence. I never thought I was pretty enough, smart enough, tall enough, skinny enough, whatever. But that was my first real sober event with 250 people. And I have never, ever in my entire 63 years on this planet felt that way. It was the best high happiness I'd ever experienced. I meet people from all over the world. We do walks. We did the first recovery walk in Montreal, Canada, that people came from everywhere. I go to New York City. I honor as many events as I can because I truly feel that we are finally starting to get some momentum. Like when my kids were little, you know, everybody drank and drove. Sorry, but that was like norm. Now, them being 28, 26, that's not happening. So I think we are finally making some momentum. And I think we have to really keep talking about this. And I've never had more fun in my life than now. I mean, it's just whether I meditate, whether I was, you know, the running, that's a super high for me with the loud music. There's so many good things. The books I've read, the people I've met, it's like it's a whole new, it's instead of living half a life, I'm living a full life. And I love it.
Oh, that's
I
beautiful.
remember, sorry, bro.
Go for it.
I remember, I got the first sweater you sent me, by the way, still. And I remember meeting you when you first started. And like that's a while ago. We've known each other like a long time. And I even got the pink hoodie still.
I know.
And yeah, Kim and I go way, way, way back. And to see how much you've grown, Kim, is like really amazing to me. But how you've still carried your message, but you've refined it and brought more people in.
Yes.
And the love, kindness, and compassion that you have for another individual is by far like one of the best I've ever seen in the world. So I know when I first met you, I fell in love with you from the start. And I still wear that hoodie. Actually, that hoodie has helped me lose weight a couple times because it's an extra large, just so you know.
Oh, that's incredible. Where can our 424 audience get connected with you, get connected with all the stuff you're doing on Instagram, or grab some Sober's new cool merch?
So the best place, honestly, is Sober is the new cool with a period in between each word. So sober dot is the new cool with a dot in between. That's the best place. I promise you, I get back to everybody. I have Sober ambassadors now all over the world. So if you're living, whether you're in London, New Zealand, Europe, the USA, we will find somebody for you to connect with, have a cup of coffee. And trust me, I mean, you're going to be really, they're all a gift. They're all a gift.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Kim.
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you so much, Kim. I just want to put it out there. If there is anybody that is watching this live and you have any questions, if you're on the Zoom with us here, please feel free to put them in the chat and we'll try and get some time to answer them. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, if you have under a year sober or aren't even sober yet, throw your questions in the comments. And if you have over a year sober, can you go in that comment section and just like start loving on those people and answering those questions? I really hope we can like build a community here and support each other, lift each other up. Like Kim was saying, through these sober spaces online, I've also got to meet so many incredible people, and we come in and out of each other's lives. Everybody's so busy and so full, but we all come back together. It's like a family, really. Like I can count on anybody I've met online just as much as I can my own family members in the sober community. We all just have such a bond. So please start getting connected. Again, if you have questions, put them in the comments. If you have over a year sobriety, answer those questions, connect with those people, lift them up. And if you're online on Zoom right now and you have questions for our speakers or anything, please put them in the chat box on Zoom and we'll try and get to you. Okay, up next, we have one of my favorite humans on the planet. I got to do a pre-recorded session with her because she could not be here today. She's busy, you know, just traveling the world, doing a one-woman show. She was recently called the Taylor Swift of one woman performers, I believe. And her show is called Ugly Cry. It's all about grief and that process. And she's been touring the world performing that. She also has a podcast, which is what we talked about on this chat. It's called Fucking Sober, the First 90 Days, where she shares a narrative style podcast. I've actually got to do some voiceover work for it. It was so much fun. She takes people in recovery and creates these stories based on somebody's actual real life story. And they create these like little plays, the audio plays that you can listen to. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's so unique. They're a Webby Award winning podcast. And let's hear from one of my favorite humans on the planet, Katie Mack, who today for 424 is celebrating by eating some pie. We'll hear more about it in the chat.
Days. And it was
Introduce you to the 424 audience and share everything that you're doing. You're a creative beast, and you've really changed the recovery podcast space. Like, you're doing something very, very unique that I don't see a lot of other podcasters doing in the sober recovery space. I would love for you to share a bit about yourself and your journey with podcasting. And then I want to get into this project that you are working on, season 3 right now, right? Yeah. Okay, let's talk about it.
So my name is Katie Mack. I go by Mac. I don't just call myself Mac because I'm not like Beyonce or Madonna. I'm not like single named status yet. But everyone who knows and loves me, including you, calls me Mac. So that's the first thing. If you want to be my friend, let's start off that way. But in 2020, I released season 1 of Fucking Sober, the first 90 days. And it was an attempt to give me something that I needed when I had started to get sober multiple times. So my history with recovery is that I'm a intravenous drug user. I always coupled everything with drinking. And I had been cleaned from kind of the heavier side of drug things since 2011. And then I tried to get sober from alcohol, and I just like couldn't do it. So, and it was just kind of crazy actually. So in 2017, I remember like standing on a platform waiting for a train, trying to listen to podcasts, and podcasts weren't nearly as cool as they are now. And I was, there was a couple of really good ones out there. I mean, Dopey is a really great example. Like, we love Dopey. I think as a community, it's like the pinnacle of like really awesome ex-drug users or drug users coming on and talking about their experiences through the sort of like tongue-in-cheek lens, which we just love. But I was listening to kind of like really positive podcasts about like, yes, you too can do it. And I was like, shut up. I couldn't listen to people who were doing it well tell me how to do it well. And I couldn't do it in the rooms, and I couldn't do it on a podcast, and I couldn't do it at all. I was so agitated all the time. That led me to start writing a narrative piece about a girl who was not doing well, but doing it anyway. And that's where Fucking Sober came in. I am an actor and a playwright, and I have lived in the world of playwriting for a very long time. I've created a handful of solo shows and 2-person shows, mostly because they're financially sound. And I would make them through the lens of a personal experience and then try to like doctor it up to make it a little bit more interesting. And that's what Fucking Sober is. So I came up sort of with this formula. I wanted it to be a narrative podcast because I grew up listening to like This American Life, and I am a theater person. And I also, of course, love this and the interview style, but I really wanted something that someone could reflect on in their own time. And so I thought podcasting was a very personal experience. It was also financially sound, and I could, I could have the listener passively have an experience, either rooting for the character or hoping the character falls down a well, and then possibly, hopefully, reflect on their own relationship with alcohol. And it sort of honors the AA. The beginner is the most important person in the room. So we talk about the first 90 days. I think in the most quiet moments, even now, I wonder if you relate with this. Somebody who's sort of in the middle space of being sober curious, maybe looking at their relationship with alcohol, I'll see this really interesting moment where someone will sort of say to me like, but like how? And like they're not being funny or like an asshole or anything, and they're being really sincere, like how, but how do you stop drinking? And I don't know if there's like a really great answer. I think obviously it's going to be personal for every person. And so my way of wanting to answer that is to show one person's experience of how. and I talk about mine. And so I wanted it to be a limited series, an 8-episode limited series, and the first 90 days. And then I wanted to move on from there. I wanted to hear more stories. The main purpose of making season 1 was so I could practice. I didn't know how to make a podcast. I didn't know how to sound design. I didn't really know how to make an 8-episode series. I didn't know how to do any of this. And the pandemic afforded me some space to really reflect on it. But the most important thing for me was to make season 1 so I could make other seasons. And so that's where this leads in. We started to write season 2 with a writer called Cynthia Wright. We have not finished that episode. At the same time, we had sort of attracted this other person named Kimberly Kearns. And sort of she had just had a couple days, maybe the first 90 days of being sober, and had found herself a lot of free time. And I basically dove in, I think really replaced her drinking with the writing. And so capitalizing on that, we ended up making a second season called Betsy. And that is Fucking Sober season 2. And that sort of addresses like mommy wine culture in white, affluent Boston suburbs. And we got a chance to recreate Fucking Sober. And for me, the coolest thing about Fucking Sober is that it really is one person's story. Again, it's fictionalized in some way. So we're sort of talking about this character that's having real life situations. And the mission is sort of steeped within the podcast, which is every single creative team member has their own story with recovery. So all the music that is underscored within the podcast is from musicians who are either in recovery or know somebody who is, like has a history with dealing with people in recovery that they love. Every single voiceover artist, the writers themselves, the associate producing team, and of course myself. And that to me underlines the mission that like we all can recover. And when we do, we're not just like in a state of blissful recovery. We are like making something, we are becoming something, we are trying to do something. And I think that's also some of the big fear of like after you first get sober, like, well, what now?
Yeah.
And that you can have another identity around being in recovery. So that leads me to we created this thing and that was really cool. And then we won this really big award. We won something called a Webby in 2021 for best limited series. And we beat out like Oprah or something. I don't know, like something crazy. A lot of podcasting now has a lot of money behind it. We are very indie, literally funded kind of AA style, passing the basket, $5, $10 donations from people who resonated with. The idea is like, if you like what you heard, please throw $5 in the virtual basket kind of vibe. And that's been the idea is that it continues to be that way. Indie, self-produced, and that we can make it the way that we want to make it. And that brings us to season 3.
Yes. I'm so excited. I just want to go back a little bit because what you do is so unique and so cool. I love how you have created this really as a collaboration with people all over the US and Canada. Hi. I was one of the voices on there. I think that is so cool.
So good.
So how was that your vision when you were first starting Fucking Sober? Was it like, I want people from everywhere to just like be a part of this? And what is it like piecing all that together? Because everyone has like different sound equipment and experience doing voiceover, I'm imagining. Like, what is that like?
Such a good question. I knew that the writing had it was more or less solid-ish, right? I was telling a story and it was cohesive, great. But the glue for me was when I was like, oh, I need other people to be a part of it. And then it was like, who are these people and how am I going to find them? And I was like, oh, it's other people in recovery because there are so many of us. And I just fucking love people in recovery. They are so resourceful. They're so funny. They're so like excited and interesting, personable, like love to share and be a part of a thing. And they're my people. Mm-hmm. And so as soon as I realized that all the voiceover artists and all the music were going to come from people who either had their own story with recovery or were in recovery themselves, again, there is no right way to recover. So sort of that across the gamut, that's when I was like, oh, I have a show now. Mm-hmm. It's sort of like, it's sort of like, I don't know, choosing, the right emblem for a business. You're like, that's it. Or like putting on the right outfit. You're like, damn, that feels good. And as soon as I knew that was going to be it was going to be harder, but that was the meat and potatoes of it. Mm-hmm. And that also man, making stuff as a creative person is lonely, and I needed to make it with people who are smarter, better looking, more talented than me. And so I got to do that. You just get to shine the light, which is very cool. And then like I got to, again, sort of the baseline belief system around paying your people is not a lot of money by any means, but sort of the idea that like, thank you for your time and energy, has been really something that has been very special to me. And then I think the thing I really rely on is, as a sound designer and producer for this whole thing, you have to have a deadline, and then you have to just take what you get and you make something with it. So if somebody has like really bad recording equipment, how can you make it work with the sound? And if you can't, then you just hope the audience forgives you. And you can like work on being perfect for forever and it still won't be. I mean, I go back and listen to like episode 1 and I can just hear all the things that I would change now because I've grown a lot. And that's the thing that's like a little risky about making something that lives in perpetuity. But I don't know, it's there and it's up and people still enjoy it and people are forgiving, I think, in a lot of ways. I don't think we make stuff to make the best thing. I think we make something. And at that moment, it was like a perfect reflection of what I needed to do at that time. And now I have no desire to lend my voice or my writing to the show. Now producing and sort of shaping the outlines of the show, encouraging writers to really, really figure out who they are as a writer, getting a strong voice, coming up with the arc of an 8-episode series, and making sure that people have the resources to do that. Man, that is such a fun use of my time. So I didn't know it was going to pivot that way. So you really, you have to hold on to it, but not too tightly, because you don't know what it's going to become. I imagine it's kind of like having a kid. Think you know what it might be like.
Yeah.
But you can't really guess. And then you just got to like roll with it.
Then as soon as you figure out one phase, you're like, oh, okay, I get this toddler. And then it grows up and you're like, wait, what? What is this thing?
I will not pretend to know what it's like to rear a human life, but I do understand that from a artistic standpoint where you're like, I thought I was going to be this thing. And I guess it's this whole other thing. That's so cool that it can like live in the world. And I don't know, in like 10 years, someone will be like, remember that awful podcast? And I'll just be like, yeah, man, I don't know. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Okay, let's get into season 3. What do we have coming for Fucking Sober?
Well, I'm so excited. I don't know if we know Chris Marshall, but in our spaces, Chris Marshall is famous. So Chris Marshall, we got this really hilarious, thoughtful person in the recovery space who has made a Sands bar in Austin, Texas. Chris has 17 years of sobriety. He is in his early 40s. I guess I maybe shouldn't out him on his actual age. I'm sure he's fine. And he owns a brick and mortar bar that is straight up a space to hang out and be that does not serve alcohol. And I think if not the first one, definitely like, staple, if you're going to like travel around the world and try to like find a Sands bar, like this is the one you want to go to. And Chris Marshall is a Black man in Austin, Texas, who started this bar. And Chris has a really interesting story that you will learn on your own when you hear this, but it really, really excessive and intense alcohol abuse at a very early age in a very compressed time. This man earned his seat, let me tell you, but really cleaned his act up. And by 23 had kicked it in. And now is a living, breathing example for all of us. 17 years later, has a family, successful, has helped hundreds of other entrepreneurs and other sober people in the sober space, let alone just by being an example as somebody who can really turn it around and figure out a way to thrive. He was born to be an example. It's impossible to not feel better after having a conversation with Chris and have his attention. And I think it's impossible for him not to be an incredibly caring person. And so, Tawny Lara, the author of Dry Humping, which is a book that came out this year about looking at your own relationship with alcohol and sex and dating, both for the sober curious and sober humans, introduced me to Chris, and Chris had heard Fucking Sober and said, man, let's do this. So we are in the process of crafting, and what Chris he's able to like pull out these stories from his life, his own life, for these stories in a way that has just been so fun. And again, talk about like, I don't know quite what it is yet, or I didn't quite know what it was yet. And then you just let someone take the reins and you will, be on your wildest dreams.
Oh, I love it. I cannot wait. I did get to meet Chris briefly through Clubhouse when we were all hanging out there, and I heard a bit of his journey starting the Sands Bar, and yeah, very inspiring human. And I don't know his story yet, so I'm so, so, so excited to hear it. And I love the way these stories come to life on Fucking Sober. Where can the 424 listeners go and check this out and hear your first 2 seasons and get connected?
Well, you can always find us on our website, fckingsoberpodcast.com. But you could probably just search us on Apple Podcast. There's an F asterisk. There's no U for those of us who haven't put it all together. CKING, Fucking Sober, should pop up. It has a shadow ban on it, which I like. I was not in the podcasting world and having that name, so you might have to do a little bit of hunting. But you can find it literally anywhere you can get your podcasts. Also, you can follow us on Instagram, FCKING90_podcast, which is slightly different than a couple of other podcasting accounts, or sorry, Instagram accounts out there. But basically, we try to keep it as like an informational spot. And places if you need to reach out to us, but it's not really, we don't really engage too much on social media, but we love when people leave responses and reviews on Apple Podcast or on Spotify. It sort of has this prompt of like, what did you like about this episode? Oh my goodness. Some of y'all have left hilarious and hyper personal things. And we just want to say thank you so much for relating to so much of Anita and Betsy's journey. And we hope that Chris's journey, and then we have 2 other seasons in the works, will resonate with you also.
Beautiful. And before I let you go, can you share with us some things that you do to celebrate sober?
When I really want to celebrate sober, I will do something really nice for myself, some healthy things like go on a walk or go on a run or something. But when I really want to celebrate, sometimes I do like a pie tour, meaning I'll pie hop. We used to bar hop, so I'm a very social person. I like to pie hop. And so a way to like get to know my neighborhood or the new city I'm in, I'm nomadic, is I will go pie hopping. And so one way that I love to explore the neighborhood and to celebrate being sober and social and out in the world is pie hopping.
I love that so much. It's actually an answer I haven't heard before. So that is brilliant.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it just also shows that we're working on a little bit of our sugar addiction. But that's it. Just lightly. You don't have to finish the pie either. You can take a couple of bites. But I'm just saying, like, Texas does their pecan pie right. I'm just saying.
Well, hopefully with the help of Chris, there's going to be Sands bars all over the place soon that we can like sober bar hop to for those of us who don't pie.
That is so, and in New York, you sort of can, which is kind of amazing. And even these days, you can pop from bar to bar. You have to sort of figure out how you feel in normal bar spaces, but
yeah,
God, thank goodness for the sort of sober movement and non-alcoholic movement. I finally feel like I can do things normally.
All right. Huge virtual round of applause.
You know what I loved is when she shared about like the stuff that she did in season 1 and how she like went back to it and went, I could change those things in season 1. But it's like you don't want to change those things in season 1 because that's what made season 3. Right. So it's like you had to go through what you had to go through to get to season 3. And like you learn from and that's just recovery, or that's just being sober. That's just being clean. Right. You're going to dip your toe into something. You're going to be, ow, that hurt. And you're not going to do that again. Right. Or you're going to go, oh, that felt great. And I'm going to continue down that path and do that because that makes me feel good. Right. Mm-hmm. Or you're going to grow and go in some other different ways. So what a brilliant human being. And by the way, what about the So bar? Never mind the So Sands bar. What about the So bar?
Yeah, the So bar is something I wanted to create when I first got sober. I actually had the idea when I was a teenager because my mom was a karaoke host and she worked in bars all the time and I was never allowed to come. So I was like, oh, they need a bar that kids could go to. And then I got sober and I wanted to create a sober bar and call it So Bar. And I've registered the business because I don't eat sugar or flour and I don't drink alcohol. There's not a lot of places for me to go. So I wanted to create
It's the
I wanted to
next
create
dream.
the Sobar Wellness Lounge, and I registered it, and it's just been sitting there ready to take flight. But actually, what ended up happening is I started a business helping sober entrepreneurs get their dreams off the ground, and Empowered Recover and Jay's other business ventures are part of that. We're part of that. The reason why we met, actually, and the reason why I've got to meet a lot of incredible people. And today I just spent my morning with an incredible business called Bevy's Booze Free Bottle Shop. And they're here in Port Coquitlam, BC, Canada. It's such a cute little store. They have a ton of non-alcoholic options. They have a ton of non-alcoholic and also sugar-free options or reduced sugar options, like things that I can actually consume. And not just that, they have like live music. They have today they are hosting a babies and bevies day where you can go and bring your kids, your toddlers, under school age children and connect with other parents that aren't drinking and have I had a no mosa this morning.
Mimosa.
No mosa. Yeah. It was a fake or mocktail mimosa and it was just so
Beautiful.
fun. Yeah, it was really, really
You know
fun.
who that reminds me of? And we'll see her in Edmonton, Carmela. Remember Carmela Pelly? You
I
know,
don't.
remember, well, you don't remember? She was, I believe she's the pioneer of mocktails.
Yeah.
She was the first lady that brought out mocktails and she's hitting the stage. But I saw the video you did. Yeah, like that lady that's doing bevies,
Yeah,
she's a
Raquel.
soul. That Raquel, like this recovery world is so full of amazing, beautiful souls. Like they're all I mean, like, look how many people we've met, Brooke, in the 3 years you and I have known each other, and we found each other on TikTok because I did something silly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I love that with Raquel's story. I don't know if the live actually uploaded or not, but I might have to go redo it with her because it was so powerful. She came into the sober space because her husband didn't like to drink. It's not like she had a problem or he had a problem. He just didn't
Hello?
like alcohol, but he didn't have a place to be and
Hello?
to like socialize. Hi, Jody.
Well, I
Hold on, let me. I love it. So it's just so cool that these spaces are opening up. So people, whether you're in recovery or you're just not wanting to drink, but you still want to consume liquids and you still want to enjoy the company of people and do karaoke or, play board games together, do a trivia night. They had a wine and art tasting where it was non-alcoholic wines, and then they had an art show at the same time. You know, really creative, fun events, paint nights and things, where it's just like the environment and the people you're with is what makes it fun. The alcohol, it really isn't fun on its own, you know? I don't know if you've ever drank alone in your basement, but you're not really having that much fun. It's the activities you're doing and the people that you're with that really bring that joy. And so I just want to give a huge shout out to Booze Free Bevies. They're actually donating a $30 gift card that we're able to give away. It'll have to be local. So if you're in the BC area and you want to win a $30 Bevies gift card, you can go to sober424.com, scroll all the way to the bottom, and then there is an application form for our giveaways. You can also enter by creating a video about how you have fun sober and tagging at sober.24 and using the hashtag sober424. And if you've registered for this event, you are already in the draw. We have prizes that are global, and then we have prizes that are local. So if you are not in BC, we will choose something that we can send to you, and that will be useful. Okay. We have a really exciting lineup for this afternoon session. We are going to be starting off sober self-care with Jen Hurst in just a moment. And then my friend and colleague, Nate Kelly, is coming to share about queer culture in sobriety, which I'm super, super excited about.
We give a shout out to Cal Tire because they made a
yeah.
huge. Actually, there's been a bunch of people. So first out of the gate, like when we did our first online event, 33 people registered, which Brooke and I thought was phenomenal. And we're 33 people. This time, 66. We hit 66. So 66 people have registered that are popping in and out. But what's more phenomenal is, and in the first event, we raised $1,000, which was phenomenal. But Cal Tire really stepped up and they actually contributed $1,000 to the Empowered to Recover Foundation. And we've now raised almost $1,400. So we've actually gone up $400 from the first online event. which all the proceeds of this helps us continue to put on these global online events that Brooke does a phenomenal job with, and also helps us put on our Canadian tour, where, you know, Jay is very ambitious going across Canada to help bring it all together. The next event's May 11th in Edmonton at the Edmonton Convention Center, with 3-time Stanley Cup champion Dave Hunter, the Edmonton Oilers, which is massively exciting. 30 plus years that dude's got recovery. So big shout out to everybody that registered and everybody that contributed what they could. We never asked for money. It's just whatever you can give. It's kind of like the basket that goes around that she talked about, the virtual basket. This platform of Empower to Recover Foundation has been completely built by the people, for the people, and with the people. And so thank you. Thank you for making dreams come true for me and Brooke, both, and all of us.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, big shout out to Cal Tire and everyone who is able to contribute anything. This event is completely free, but if you are wanting to make a donation, there is an option when you register for this event. And the day is still young. So we've got some really amazing people coming up. We got Jen Hurst, Nate Kelly, Dating Sober with Danny, and Michelle is coming to do a drink sober panel, which you do not want to miss. And also I want to give a huge shout out and so much gratitude to Michelle. She has been rocking live videos every day for the last few days, and just like several a day, connecting a bunch of people with this movement. You've done an incredible job, and I'm so grateful for you. And I can't wait to hear your drinking sober panel. And then we're going to be doing a sober moms panel with Alexis and Dana. And then that'll bring us into our next group. So let's get started with Jen. Are you here? Come on board.
Hello. I am joining from my car. I apologize for that, but there's for good reason as well. But I'm glad I get a good connection here.
I can't wait to hear the reason, but honestly, cars have pretty good sound usually. It's very dampened. There's no kids. Yeah.
I used to like go in the closet, and then I've heard people do podcasts in the closet, and then so yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's just I'm just on the go right now.
Yeah, it's great lighting too. You get that natural light coming in. So there we go.
I've been rolling down my window a little bit because the AC doesn't work in my car, and I'm in Minnesota, which is unusually hot right now. And I'm like, I'm sweating. This is a new feeling. I haven't felt this in a really long time. So I'm perspiring, but it's all good.
Okay. Please stay safe. Roll down the window if you need to.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
Okay, good.
I mean,
okay, Jen.
For us is 65 degrees. That's like a heat wave. We haven't felt that in a long time. So it's a good day. It's definitely a good day.
I am in Canada, so I don't even can't even comprehend what that would be like.
No, I'm trying to come to your country. I cannot get in right now. I'm trying to figure out a way with my history, but one day I'm going to make it there. You
know what? That's a common problem. Jay just went through that actually, trying to get
15 years, sweetheart. 15 years to get a U.S. waiver and 12K. But guess what? I'm allowed in the U.S. of A now. The U.S. of A has allowed me in.
Wow. So we didn't let you in either?
No, you didn't let me in. Here's a quick story. I was going to an event in Arizona, and I had a pardon. And I went to the Calgary airport, and they're like, sir. I'm like, oh, no. And they pulled me aside, and like basically I was in this little cell, and back then me and Ashley were together. Anyways, but I was like, look, I'm in recovery. Honestly, I'm doing well. Things are really great. And they're like, well, yeah, but we can't. 4 police officers guide me out on the U.S. side to the Canada side, and they're like, your luggage is with the OPP outside. And it was all because the pardon didn't sponge a 2004 possession of the purpose of trafficking marijuana. So they gave me a pardon that wasn't sponged. They gave me a fake pardon. Anyway, so I go outside, and the police officer's like, yeah, we found this a little weird, 2004, that marijuana. Yeah. No, I don't got any drug now for you. Anyways, they turned me around. I had to start the U.S. waiver process, which took another 3 years. But the 1 week into my hip replacement, I got the email and I got the paperwork saying that they accepted me in as a 1 year U.S. waiver. So a U.S. waiver 1 year at a time for 5 years. And then after 5 years, I get a five-year U.S. waiver. So what I can tell you is
do come true.
Process. And yeah, don't give it, but they want you to give up. That's what they want you to give up so you don't come in. And I didn't give up.
I'm coming in. I'm coming in, whether
Can't
you
wait
like
to meet
it or
you,
not.
sister.
I'm
I
gonna
can't wait to meet you.
those hoops. Yes.
Break down that barrier, that border. Okay, let's talk about self-care. I'm getting to know you through your Instagram account, and I absolutely adore you already. This is our first time actually speaking, but I just love what you're doing, and I love the positivity that you share and your journey. And today is your sober date, isn't it?
Right? 11 years today. 11, and that is why I am in my car. I don't celebrate in my car, but I have it tattooed on my wrist. But
Beautiful.
how I like to celebrate, and it's so funny that we're talking about self-care, is I'm like, there's a bunch of things I have to do today, but I'm like, I'm doing something for myself, and I am very cliche in what I like, so I'm getting a freaking pedicure. Whether if I do these in my car or whatnot, I'm gonna do that. And so I literally just ran. I still have my little flip-flops on from the place, and that's why I'm taking this in my car, because after this I go get my kids. But yeah, it's and that's why I really wanted to get involved in this event. I'm like, what is the coincidence that this whole movement happens on my soberversary, a day that is the most important day of my life? And my birthday actually comes next week, but I don't really care about my birthday. I go all out on my soberversary. So getting the massages, getting the red velvet cupcakes, taking my family out to dinner as something we did as I started with my husband 10 years ago, as a thank you for staying by me and never giving up on me. So I take him out to dinner, and now we added 2 kids. And yeah, it's the best day ever. And I'm so glad I'm able to spend it with you guys.
Oh my gosh, I love that so much.
11 years. 11 years.
Yeah.
Before we get into the self-care talk, I just want to kind of touch on like how important do you think it is to like own that date and celebrate it hard? I know some people are coming at this with a lot of different backgrounds of how they got sober, and some people aren't consistently sober. They're just trying it out, or they're just doing a couple days or whatever it is. Or they're doing it for their, mental health or physical health reasons, but didn't really have a problem with it, where they need to like give it up and pay attention to a date. But some of us do. And I am some of us.
Yeah, me too.
Like, what do you feel is important about celebrating that date and making it special?
Oh, because it was blood, sweat, and tears. The amount of work that it took and what it took from me. I mean, and it's all celebrated. And what I like to do is I was raised in AA. I don't do AA anymore, but getting those medallions. And it's just this little piece of jewelry. And it signifies so much of the inpatience, the outpatience, the shame, trying again, getting up, going again, and never freaking giving up. And always just believing that I could do it. And I had to really test it and test it and test it and try and fail and fail and fail and fail until it literally took everything from me, until I could say I was done. And it clicked for me, where I wasn't trying to moderate or make it work. I was just done. And so this date signifies that strength and that bravery and that courage and that perseverance that it took to actually choose life. Because I was literally life or death. That was where my drinking, and you wouldn't probably figure it or like think that. And so when I share my before and afters, you don't see me bedridden for days on end, because back then in 2012, 2011, it wasn't social. We had social media. It wasn't where it is today, which is so freaking cool. I love what's happening. I love the mocktails. I love people coming out. I love embracing that, because I was in the closet. I didn't share about this for 4 years. I didn't think people cared. I didn't think people wanted to know. People never asked me about it, but I wanted to talk about it because it was such a big part of my life. And the moment I came out, which was September 7th of 2017, I like to say there's 2 dates in my recovery. So today, April 24th of 2013, and also September 7th of 2017, because that was the day I came out of the sober closet, which again changed my life. I had no idea, because now I'm a coach for women. I run programs, I run groups, I run a membership, I have private clients. That one decision led me to the most amazing women on the planet. And it just led me to my purpose. I had no idea that was it. And I just gave up what other people were going to think, this fear of, oh my gosh, what are people going to think? But why hide something that saved my life, that allowed me to have 2 beautiful children, that saved my marriage, saved my life, lowered my anxiety, better sleep, all of those things that alcohol does? Why should I be like ashamed about that? I should celebrate the crap out of it. And if anybody has an issue with it, then they're not my people. And so once I did that, it was like a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. Like, now I don't have to hide anymore. Now I don't have to lie, not even lie, but it was in lying of what I wasn't saying. Now it's out there. And I just kind of grew my confidence along the way. And now it's just a thing I love to talk about. It's my job, which I never knew. I had no idea. I knew I was meant to do something great. I just had no idea that it was this. And sometimes that's where you can turn, there's this quote that's like, you can turn your mess into your message. You can turn that struggle into strength and helping others out, where I can say, hey, I've tried basically everything on the block. I've done how many inpatients? I've done outpatients. I've tried an abuse. I've done this. I've done everything. So I have some experience to let you know, this is my experience and this is what I would have done. And let me show you the way. So that is what that date signifies. Those 2 dates it is so special to me. And to other people, they can say, oh, congratulations, that's a great, and my husband gives me a hug. But for me, I celebrate the crap out of myself today because I know what it took. And it didn't come easy for me. It was very freaking hard, but I do not regret it because it brought me to this place, and I couldn't be more than happy at where I'm at today.
I love how you also mentioned how you celebrate your husband for sticking by you. I have a very, very similar story. Me and my husband have been together for 12 years and I've been sober for 7. So we had a rocky start.
And you kind of have to learn how to date again too, especially if you used to drink together. You have to relearn how to be together without it. And that also is a transition period too. As my husband's a normal drinker, he doesn't have a problem. He doesn't really care if he drinks. And so we had to kind of learn how to navigate that, which took some time as well.
Yeah, same. I remember watching my husband drink and being like, what are you doing? Like, put it in your body faster. Don't you know what happens when you drink it? You're just letting it sit there.
I remember my husband, he went to a concert and he wasn't drinking with me to support me. And I was like, doesn't that bother you to go to a concert and not drink? He's like, no, I'll just have a Dr. Pepper. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? I was just like, I don't know how you can do that. And then we just bought tickets to Imagine Dragons. So now I do it all the time and it's so much more fun. But at that point, I'm like, I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah. Did you ever have anyone ask you like, why don't you just have 1 or 2? And I'm like, why? Why would you do that?
No, I mean, when I was struggling, yes, because they didn't know. But then when I came out and they kind of, especially my close friends, knew that I was in treatment, and so they were very careful. They didn't invite me to things or anything like that. So I didn't have anybody pressure me except for maybe at work events. But that's what's so important about coming out, is that when you do so, when you stand tall and proud in this choice, then you don't get asked, right? And the more confident you are and in your response, I don't drink because I don't like the way it makes me feel, then you don't get those questions of like that peer pressure. And that is just being open about it and not caring what other people think about that choice, because it has nothing to do with you.
That's so true. Let's dive into sober self-care. I know you said you're a mom. I am too. There's a big push of this mommy wine culture. Let's relax and have a wine, and that's my self-care kind of stuff. And for a long time, I thought self-care was like numbing, watching TV, eating a pizza, like turning off the world and escaping. But it's looked a lot different for me lately. I kind of had this aha moment where I was like, oh, like the opposite of self-care is self-sabotage. And these things I'm doing are sabotaging like the person I want to be, right? So that really helped me kind of wrap my head around things I can include for self-care. But I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories around this.
Yeah, about my own self-care or the wine culture?
Let's go both.
Yeah. Well, and I think what I mean, my self-care and what I teach in my groups is going back to the basics. And I value so much especially right now, because I'm in a car, because I have to go pick up my kids, right? There's a lot of things to manage, but making sure I'm getting my basic core needs met. Sleep is number one. And I think self-care, staying sober and not drinking, is the biggest act of self-care that you can give yourself. The biggest act, because everything ripples from this one decision. Now, the second, like, how much sleep am I getting? Am I drinking water? When was the last time I ate? What do I really need right now? And focusing on just, okay, am I getting enough sleep? Am I eating? Am I drinking water? Am I staying hydrated? Connecting with other people. But one of the biggest things I do for self-care, and it'll take some time to understand what you really need. And so one question that you can ask yourself is, what do I need right now? And especially as a mother. And one of the best things that I've done as a mother and as an introvert is to schedule these weekend staycations at a hotel. Now, I started to do this because I always say, if I could just get away for just a couple days, like be completely alone, completely in solitude, where I don't have to cook for anybody. I don't have to clean up after myself. I can eat popcorn in bed. I don't have anyone's responsibility that I have to take care of except my own. And I did it during the pandemic, and how I feel after just 1 or 2 days away from my kids, as much as I love them, you cannot give your best if you don't not feel your best. And so what I get is I get to refuel my batteries of what gets me, what fuels me, what gives me energy, what makes me feel amazing and relaxed. That's being by myself. And once you can understand who you are, if that's an introvert, an extrovert, and how those things that bring you joy, and to lean into those and not be afraid to ask for those things. And if you're worried about that, try one night, and if that's too much, could you get away for a couple hours at a coffee shop? And so when I do that, I come back as a better mother, and I come back with lowered anxiety, where I just focus on myself. I move my body. I work on these projects. I read a book. I do all these things that I love. Watch Vanderpump Rules, which is my guilty pleasure, all of those things. But that has really been helpful. But even getting outside and going for walks. If you've been on my page, I'm a huge component, and I did it when I was in treatment and inpatient all the time. And I found so much therapy and to process emotions in a healthy way. Walking is one of the biggest acts, again, of self-care that you can give for your sobriety. Not only do you have physical benefits, you also have those mental benefits. But again, not being afraid to ask for that time for yourself, because when you can invest, whether it's an hour, whether that's a couple hours it's 2 days, the ROI, return on an investment of you taking a little bit of time for yourself, multiplies tenfold. And that's what my kids deserve. They do not deserve a stressed out, anxious mother, because then I'm snappy, I get angry. If I can just get 1 to 2 days completely by myself, alone, without my dogs and chickens and cats and everything, oh my God, that's who I want to be. So I understand, and I know inside when I feel triggered, when I have like a check engine light come on, and then I'm like, I think I need, and I do it a few times a year. My husband takes work trips. These are work trips for my mental health. And those have been really helpful.
I absolutely love that. I think a lot of us as parents, especially, we feel like we need to deserve rest, and we need to work and get our stuff done and make sure the kids are good and make sure the husband's good and make sure that everything in the house is good before we can rest. But I love what you're saying is like, I'm resting so I can show up as my best for these things. And I need to rest in order to do these things. I need to take that time. It's so
and
huge.
Get to bed.
Get to bed. Yeah.
Guys, is like, go to bed. 9 p.m. Nothing good happens after 9 p.m. Go to bed. This is something I struggle with. I'm like, why am I self-sabotaging? What is so good after 9 p.m.? I'm like, just get in bed and go to sleep.
I mean, Vanderpump Rules, but
I know. And you know what I do? Like, complete self-care act. I did it last night. I'm like sweating, if you guys can see, Epsom salt bath at night. And I put on Vanderpump Rules on my little iPad. 20 minutes. And it's so much fun. And then I have a little mocktail that I put next to the tub. So much fun. Another act of self-care. And that can be the woo-woo stuff, where the pedicures, the baths, all of that. But really check in with yourself. How much sleep am I getting? What are the foods that I'm eating? Or do the foods fuel me, or do they make me feel like crap? Do they give me energy or make me tired? How much water am I getting outside? All of those things really create this puzzle of feeling good in sobriety. And when you feel good, you're going to want to continue it. We change best when we feel good.
Mhm.
And so check in. What am I doing to fuel myself to feel my best?
Beautiful.
And the guys on here too, like I'm a guy that goes to Thermia. I'm a guy that gets my toes done. I'm a guy that gets the massages done. No, but there's a lot of guys that think that that's not like cool, right? But like one of the coolest things in the world is taking a day, going to Thermia, hitting a hot tub, hitting a steam tub, hitting a sweat tub, I love that stuff. I love the self-care. I love all that stuff. I even go get my nails done with my daughter at the salon, and the ladies just love, hey, it's Jay, it's a guy in here, right? Like you never see a guy in here. But it's one of the best and most therapeutic things that you can do for yourself from a love standpoint of a man. Women do it all the time because they got, they put on the makeup and everything that they do. For the man, for me, like it's one of I always get these two nails done because my grandma died of cancer and so did my grandpa, so I always have pink on each one of those. So for me, it's if you're a guy watching this or you're gonna watch the replay, do self-care. Like that's one of the most important things I'm gonna, from what Jen said. And I really like when you said you came out of the sober closet at 4 years. Right. There's a lot of us that stay in this sober closet where we're not like recovery loud. I became recovery loud at like 6 months. Right. And that's like 16 and a half years ago. Right. So once that happened, it just brought you to a new level. It brought you to this new blooming rose flower. I can tell just how you speak. I can tell in your skin. I can tell in your eyes. I can just tell like the aura of the person that you are. And for today to be your sober date, to be with us on the relaunch of Sober 424 and our second online event. I love you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
Absolutely. I wanted to be a part of it, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be. So thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Before I let you go, where can everyone get in touch with you, connect with you, and learn more about what you do?
Yeah, I like to hang out on Instagram. It's Jen Lee Hurst, so JenLeeHirst. Otherwise, I have a membership where you can check out my website at joinlighthousesobriety.com.
Incredible. Well, thank you. I will let you go grab your kids and get out of that heat. Thank you.
On the window here.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time. I'm wildly grateful and I can't wait to connect more.
Awesome.
Hopefully we'll have you back next year. Bye.
Bye. Happy 424.
Happy 424.
Happy 424.
Okay, we've got Nate up next. I cannot wait to have this chat. Nate, come off mute.
Hey, Jen, congrats on your anniversary.
Thank you. It's so good to see you.
You too.
Oh, you guys know each other. Of course you do.
Yes, I was on his podcast.
Yes, of course.
Last year, I think.
Yeah.
It was right before your anniversary last year.
Oh, there we go.
Full circle
Time
moments.
flies.
Every year, we'll just get together around this date. It's a great
Yeah.
thing.
Incredible. So I have had the pleasure of working with Nate for several years now. He was part of the last Empower to Recover online event. We've been hosting a podcast together called Unplugged, where we chat about the art of podcasting and all of the fun techie things we got, which Nate's got some new gadgets. We're going to have to get
Yeah, we have
on the mic and talk
updates
about.
to get to.
Yes, we do. But I've heard your recovery story. I've heard your business journey. I haven't heard a lot about this experience in recovery from the queer perspective and what that was like going through addiction, finding recovery, finding community in recovery in that sub community. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's accurate.
Yeah, so let's talk about it. What is it like? Like what brought you to sobriety and what has that journey been like for you?
So there, it's interesting. I didn't realize until, adding therapy to my recovery and to being in a 12-step program. It wasn't until years later and sort of diving in deeper with my therapist that my past in coming out of the closet, not the recovery closet, but as a gay man and a member of the queer community, that a lot of my past experiences were tied to this shame and eventually led to seeking substances or seeking something to relieve that shame associated with being gay. And I couldn't help but wonder if a lot of my queer brothers and sisters were experiencing the same thing. I think we can agree, all of us in this room, that addiction does not discriminate. And, I think members of the LGBTQ plus community face sort of a unique set of challenges in that most of, or a lot of that past experience can be related to shame. And, I think just bringing awareness to the journeys of my queer brothers and sisters. I have a thing that I say: awareness equals attraction. And by bringing awareness, I hope that we can attract perhaps some of those who are still in the throes of addiction or still facing mental health challenges, attract them to sort of this brighter side of life and this life of helping others and highlighting the beautiful things that we are accomplishing every day. And, this being one of them, this, 424, it's genius, first of all. And, just being able to highlight that sort of beauty in maybe the ugly side of things or the ugly journeys that we have been through, but highlighting the positive and how we can sort of turn that around to help others. And that's why I'm here today.
I love it. Well, thank you. I do think it's genius, but I
It is
feel like it was
genius.
divinely inspired. I don't normally have thoughts just pop into my head like this that aren't from something bigger than me. So, I'm really
Exactly.
happy it's been a movement that can bring people together. And like I said before we launched, like I hope that someday people don't even realize I had anything to do with it, and it's just taking on a life of its own, and everybody kind of adopts it as like a day to celebrate sobriety. Um, so you touched on like sharing stories and raising awareness, and that helps attract people into this lifestyle. It gives hope. It's like, oh, I didn't know this was possible, right? And I know you've been doing that in a huge way with the Sobriety Diaries. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you started out wanting to share the queer voices in the community, right? And then kind of opened it up so other people could
Yeah.
join in as well. I call myself a silent Q because I'm already married and I'm not going anywhere. But I'm definitely not a straight line.
Yes, I think that speaks perfectly to it, our queerness being a spectrum. Some may be on the spectrum, some may be not, and very far, in their lifestyle and in their preferences. But I think if we embrace this idea of the acceptance side of the spectrum and not necessarily considering ourselves on it or are we not on it, but the spectrum being about the acceptance of those who are, or perhaps that don't live very black and white, gay or straight, but being accepting of any, how we each identify. And yes, when I launched the Sobriety Diaries, I was fearful of only welcoming those who are in the queer community onto the podcast, because I wanted to hear stories from so many different walks of life and help those who perhaps didn't feel like they had a voice to share stories or share their message with the masses. So we do tell stories from all walks of life on the show. There are periods of time during Pride Month and other times during the year when we focus on queer stories, but, we tell stories of all kinds on the Sobriety Diaries.
Yeah, you're a beautiful soul, Nate. Like when we met, we've met a while ago, but we really met on the last online event,
The
and
first one, yeah.
yeah, you're just pure, man. Like the way you speak, the way you handle
Thank
yourself, and
you.
the way you tell the truth, and the way you wear your recovery and who you are. It's one of like the most beautiful things that a human being can do, right? And that's one of the most beautiful things about Sober 424 and the Empowered to Recover Foundation is everybody is welcome. Everybody is welcome. It doesn't matter who you are, what you're doing, what you want to do, where you've been. Um, quick funny story. There was a beer fest going on in Timmins the same day that we put on the Timmins event, and 5 people showed up from the beer fest, and they said, "Jay, are you going to let them in?" Yes, let them in and have some sandwiches. They want to do it. You know what I mean? And for that, I mean, you're doing the exact same thing with a community that needs love, kindness, and compassion. You know what I mean? And I respect that community. I love that community just as much as you love that community. And for me, I just want it to all be one. I want us all to get together. You know what I mean? And get along. And so thank you for doing what you do, Nate. It's really inspiring.
Yeah, can
Thank
you
you, Jay. And
share?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I think having that strong personal sense of self and that personal identity is the first step to be able to, put yourself out there and or help others to, attract others to the program or for others to see this sort of portrait of what things can be like. And I think it starts with yourself. So I'm glad, I guess, that I portray that. It's sometimes uh feels stronger of what I portray to other people than what I feel inside. So I'm
Mhm.
still working on that strength and that sense of self with my own recovery. So thank you for saying that.
You're welcome, brother. I love you. So if nobody else loves you,
Love you
I
too.
love you.
Thanks, Jay.
Everybody loves Nate.
I know.
I would love to hear about how you just enjoy life to the fullest, clean and sober. I know you are a lot like me in the sense that we take on a lot of projects and just want to like
Yeah.
produce some cool shit.
Yes.
So I can imagine that's part of it. But what else? Like, what do you do day to day just to like live life to the fullest and really appreciate the sober life? I know part of your story is like you had a serious medical thing that happened that was a catalyst for getting sober, right? So there's no going back, and I imagine going through something like that, you're got to be grateful of the days that you're getting.
Yes. Gosh, yes. I did. I had a stroke at the age of 32 that was directly linked to my alcoholism and just destroying my body for the better part of 2 decades. So gratitude is huge. I have to remind myself of learning to walk again at the age of 32 and not to get into the full story, but that still wasn't enough. I continued drinking for 8 months after that. And my beautiful friend Kelsey attracted me to the program in the most perfect way. And carrying that message on and sort of paying it forward is my love language to others who are still struggling. So that was what prompted the podcast. It's what drives a lot of my recovery conversations and showing up to events like this in my daily life. My sister and I have just started walking every day. I love that Jen mentioned that because it is just the most simple form of self-care. And if you find yourself in a depression, I definitely have peaks and valleys and have to pull myself out of bed some days, but it's just the most simple way to get your body moving, to get your brain moving. So that's been a big thing lately. I have a little uh, fur friend that's staring at me right now because he wants to go outside. He's kind of an asshole, so I have to cater to him sometimes. Dash, my geriatric chihuahua, he takes up a lot of my time. I'm a tech geek to the core. Brooke and I spend a lot of time talking about audio and video production, working on a few new projects that are keeping me busy right now. So yeah, a lot of what I do and what makes me happy is giving back to the recovery community, the queer community, and I'm so grateful and happy that I get to combine those here today.
So grateful for you. Thank you for being here, Nate. And can
Thank
you
you,
let
Brooke.
You're so welcome. Can you let the 424 audience know where to find you? And you have a new season that'll be coming out shortly-ish.
We
I'm sure
launched,
you've
yes.
launched a new season. Oh my gosh, amazing. Of
We launched our new season, yes, of the Sobriety Diaries. My guest today, it's so fitting. The universe just made it happen. The host of the Gay A podcast, Steve Bennett Martin, is on the show today. New episode available now. You can go to thesobrietydiaries.com. I also work with aspiring podcasters and live streamers. You can go to podcastnate.com for more information and book a call.
incredible.
Amazing.
Awesome. Thank you.
We
I'm
need
gonna
to
go.
get you
Thank
to
you guys so
Canada,
much.
Nate, at one of our live events.
I know.
Yes.
To Canada, baby.
I am ready and willing. Whenever there's a spot, I'm free.
All right, brother.
Awesome.
I'm taking you up on that.
All righty. Happy 424, everyone.
Happy 424. Thank you again, Nate. Make sure you go check out his new podcast. If you are looking for something to do today to fill your sober cup, podcasts are a really, really great way to kind of listen and experience the sober lifestyle through other people's eyes and hear their stories and just get inspired. So check out the Sobriety Diaries. A great, great listen. I've been on a few times. There's some guests that we've had on today that have been on. So yeah, keep the fun going even after we're off this live. Thank you, Nate.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, up next, we have a really fun conversation. We are talking about dating sober with Danny. This is such a huge topic in my friend group because I'm married, but a lot of my friends are sober, and this sober dating seems to be like a huge adjustment for a lot of my friends. So I can't wait for this conversation. Feel free to unmute and introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Brooke, and everybody. I'm just so honored to be here and to speak on these topics. And I think it's still a bit of a whirlwind because of my journey and, the things that you never expected to be where you were. And now here we are. And so I'm so grateful that I found you all and that Jay was kind of, I don't even know, I think through Greg Ryder connected to the community. So thank you so much. Again, my name is Danny. I live in Alberta in the mountains here. And I don't know how much to share, but a little background. I've been sober for 1 year and 5 months now. And thank you. So exciting. And yeah, dating is interesting on its own. And then when you add sobriety, it's a whole other ballgame. Is there anything else you want me to share before we dive in?
Let's just talk a little bit about what brought you to your sober journey, because I just feel like it's so important to find all of these different pathways into sobriety.
Yes, thank you. Okay, where to begin? I really think that the drinking and numbing really started. I lost my dad 20 years ago, and it was like the middle of college, and very impressionable years, and drinking and drugging was already a bit of a thing, and then compile on a major loss, it just really hit the ground running. But everybody was doing it, and I really had this disease to please, I would say, and I wanted to fit in, and that's what the people that I was hanging around with were doing. And it was interesting too how it was just so accepted in society, so I never questioned it. Though ironically, I would have really terrible experiences, in a variety of different ways, but would still keep going back to it, which is kind of funny because I feel like those are the nudges from the universe that were like, hey, pay attention, maybe this isn't actually quite aligned for you. But then fast forward almost 20 years of drinking and drugging, and I definitely started to reduce my alcohol consumption in my probably early 30s once I started to go on my I would say a bit more of a spiritual journey and getting into some coaching and development for myself. And then it was probably about 1 year that I was thinking about getting sober. And I had a few friends that had some really serious experiences on their alcohol and drug addiction journeys. And it was all kind of coming to a head, I would really say, at the beginning of 2020 and into 2020, and just seeing how it was almost like a light bulb went on. And I was really seeing how alcohol and drug abuse was intensified during that time, I would say, or at least that's what it seemed like to me. And I wasn't so much going that route completely, but I was seeing how it could be a slippery slope. Anyway, so all of these things combined from about mid 2022, about April 2022, ooh, that's ironic. I started to really think, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And really started to question it and started to chat with some of these friends that were about a year sober and started opening up to it and considering it. And then, time went by and I really started to witness how unaligned it was for me, but I still kept doing it. And then there were two instances, and ironically, one is dating related. So when I started to think about sobriety, a 3-year-long relationship had just ended as well. And the next time I sort of had a casual dating experience was in September of 2022. And I found myself wanting to have a drink or two to feel confident to go out with this guy and to have other experiences, let's say. And it was really eye-opening to me because I never felt like I needed liquid courage to connect with people. I always felt like I was quite social and I really didn't need it, which was another question of why am I doing this? But when it came down to some person that really didn't deserve a lot of like me needing, I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but essentially it just was shocking me that I needed this or thought I needed alcohol to feel more confident. And especially I think with my body and with some of those things at that point. Anyways, that ended. And then November, I found myself, I went out, I had a couple beers at a live music event. And because I wasn't drinking super frequently, a few beers got me to the point where I couldn't drive home and I had to delay driving for about 3 hours. And I was like, what am I doing? Like, why am I still, maybe a bit harsh on myself, but also really questioning how I was living my life. And then it was about 3 weeks later that I really decided that's it. I need to do things differently. I didn't go the AA route. I literally woke up one day after having a beer and a bit the night before after work and was just so sick of my own excuses and not listening to what intuitively was screaming at me, and decided that day, let's see what life's like without substances.
Wow. That's really powerful. A lot of people have that experience, especially lately. There's a lot more awareness, I think, about the effects of alcohol and what a scam it really is. That you're paying this money to poison yourself and feel shitty. So I love that. I want to dive into dating and get as many tips and tools for people as possible, because this can be a hard space to navigate sober. Even as someone married, when we got sober, like Jen was saying, our relationship changed. The way I thought about my body changed. My confidence level and certain activities changed.
Absolutely.
I was in my head so much now. And I had to relearn how to date my husband. I hadn't really experienced that sober. So let's talk about it.
For sure. First, I would love anybody that's on camera right now. Can you maybe, if you're comfortable, raise your hand if you're single currently? Okay. And anyone on the call that was no, there was one more.
Okay,
Julie, I think.
Okay, good.
And then question number 2, if you were sober, or if you were single when you first got sober, with a raise of hands, if that changes anything. Okay. And then those of us that are in relationships, probably kind of straightforward. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I don't even know where to begin. I think there's so many things that come into play. I think there's obviously that duality of we're already trying to figure out how we're going to live differently and socialize differently because we're not drinking. And then where are we going to go and hang out because the bar doesn't seem fun anymore when you're sober, especially at the beginning. So it was like that compiled with, where am I going to find aligned people to date? Because to be honest, I wasn't always much of an online dater. I loved the in-person stuff, and the bar scene was the one place that I went. So I think, and some of this might seem a bit straightforward, but it bears repeating. I think the first step on kind of sober dating is really figuring out what's really important to you. So, and maybe that's even if you're in a relationship currently, is what's important to you now that you're sober within your relationship. Because I think it's always helpful to reevaluate or evaluate what's important. What do we value? What are we wanting to call in? So that's from the traits that the person has, and then the type of activities, the way we want to feel, and all those pieces. So again, naturally, maybe something straightforward is, what are the kinds of activities that you want to start to do? And then maybe in a more organic way, looking at, okay, I'm going to use a Canmore example. We have the mountains out here. So looking at these, there's singles hiking groups, and then there's non-singles hiking groups. Getting involved in the kind of activities and social things that you want to get involved in, and exploring that. From another perspective of what's important to us, I've really flowed with, do I need the person that I'm dating to be sober or not? And I actually reached out to Jamie in DMs one time because I've seen him on social media and I see he's in a beautiful, loving relationship. And I was really curious for myself if I thought that I could be in a relationship with somebody that drank as well. And I think that's a spectrum, and it's a very individual choice and decision that we have to make for ourselves. I feel like I'm going to kind of jump all over the place, so feel free to draw me back in after. But another thing is, so I went on a couple of spurts of online dating in the summer and in the fall of 2023. And the first time I was online dating and sober, I wasn't saying anything before I went on dates. And then when I would show up, it would obviously just come to be. And if we were at a restaurant, I would just see what that, how that went down, let's say. So one of my experiences, the person was clearly into drinking, and it was a bit more of a joy in their life. So it was a pretty immediate, okay, this is not going to work for me. This is a deal breaker for the level that this person wants to consume, and I'm going to make that choice for myself. Ironically, the second time I was surprised because after a bit of conversation, finding out that the person I was out with was 7 years sober as well. And that didn't come up before. So that was kind of a nice surprise and an unknown. But there was that. And then the second time around in the fall, when I went back on a different app, I was straightforward. And if somebody was getting to the point where we were talking about meeting up, they would say, oh, we could grab a drink. And I would say, cool, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go non-alcoholic. I'm sober. And I actually felt a lot better going into the circumstances, knowing that was out there. Yeah. Okay. I'll pause there. If you have any questions or want me to go in a different direction, let me know.
I love it. Thank you so much, Danny. I love this thought. It sounds like just start being really intentional of like, what do you actually want in your life? Who do you want in your life? You know, what do you enjoy doing? What activities do you enjoy doing? And I think part of that is really trying things out, right? And just getting yourself out there. That can be the scariest part without alcohol, is just like pushing yourself past that comfort zone and allowing yourself to get messy and feel uncomfortable. I remember, you know, one time I was sober for a year. I was pregnant and my son was in the hospital early because he was premature. And I had a year without drinking, and I'd stopped drinking before I got pregnant. And then I kept it on for a little bit. And then a Halloween party happened, and I just felt so uncomfortable in my skin that I like forced myself to drink alcohol until I was drunk, because I knew that would get me out of myself, right? And that was the only tool I had for that. So this beautiful thing about sobriety, and especially with dating, because that's our mirror of where we're
100%.
Yeah. The beautiful thing is it's going to allow you that chance to heal those things, those insecurities, and really experience them for the first time, because a lot of us just drink through all of that stuff, right? So
Exactly.
what are some tips you have for someone that's just dipping their toes into the dating scene now that they've had some sobriety under the belt, they're getting to know what they like? Maybe they've tried these dating apps and they're not turning out how they thought they were going to, and they just want to find like a real connection. What were some tips you'd have for that?
Yeah, for sure. I kind of see it two ways. I actually first would really encourage dating yourself. And I know sometimes we want that external connection, the external validation, all the things that come with that. But man, if we can't date ourselves and be with ourselves and really learn more about ourselves and get comfortable in our own skin, like you're saying, a lot of patterns just continue to play out. I would say, ironically enough, I do feel like in one short-term relationship I had in the fall and winter, I migrated my, what would we call it, dependency from alcohol to a relationship. And it was like pour myself into it, forget about myself, forget about my needs, and just felt so like I was drowning in this unhealthy container. And it was a real awakening. And like you said, relationships are quite like eye-opening to our own stuff and what's being mirrored back to us. And so I know for myself now what I know I would like to do differently. And I think I would encourage everyone to do is to really, yeah, like spend that time with yourself and really check in if like you really feel ready to step back out on the dating scene. Because I think sometimes I more went that route from a loneliness perspective. And I, again, like there's some things that we can do internally first. And then otherwise, I'd love if there's like a sober dating app that we could create. I think that would be incredible. And then maybe we can find more aligned souls that way. But if that's not possible, I just think sometimes it's less about going out and looking for it and just really starting to enjoy the things that we like to do. Maybe you're not all wanting that big social external thing if you're an introvert, but I think that there's ways to find smaller groups and smaller connections and just things like that. And one other thing, I almost feel like it's a little warning, but in a funny way, is that I've had a couple of these dating experiences that have really been quite the opposite. For example, the first person I went out on a couple coffee dates with had a DUI and was kind of in this process of not being able to drive and things. And we were connecting and getting along, and it was a very respectful thing. But I thought, how ironic that I'm just sober, and this is the first type of interaction that I called in. So sometimes I think it's not for a loss, that maybe you're attracting these people in your life for a reason, and there's, you know, it's not for us to rescue people, but I think it's really neat to see the kinds of connections that are going to come to you. So just kind of having an eye out for that. And then just another scenario where, again, just being really mindful of what's most important to you in the dating world, and
You know,
really listening to the, go ahead.
What's interesting is, yeah, 4 months I started dating, right? We're talking 16 years ago. And it was with a girl in recovery, 20 years older than me. I picked her up at an AA meeting. I don't suggest doing this. But actually, it was an AA dance. And anyways, it turned into this. I got more God. I'm on a more step this. I'm this. I go to more meet, you know, so all these things. And I was like, man, I don't want to date anybody like me if I'm in recovery. I don't want to challenge that. I want to work to get, you know, so
Yes.
like that period, which was like 4 months, which they told me I needed to get a plant to keep the plant alive, which I got a cactus, and cactuses don't die unless you feed them orange juice. So don't feed a cactus orange juice because that's died. But anyways, I didn't date anybody in recovery for 12 years. I dated people out of recovery. So I got into a couple long-term relationships. I have a beautiful daughter named Destiny. A lot of the relationships I find are just great experiences of me having to work on myself more, right?
Yes.
So I just came out of a long-term relationship with a beautiful soul. We were Canada's recovery couple traveling across Canada. Brooke knows her very well. She taught me some really amazing things, and she was 5 months into recovery. Now, the problem with that is that Jay was too much into recovery. So like the force of Jay and everything that came along with that, we're still best friends today, which is amazing. I'm best friends with all my exes except for my second fiance. But at the end of the day, it's like they're all, I love how you talk about relationships, because relationships are one of the biggest things in recovery, right? Like you need to have that with yourself first, or you're not going to love another human being. It's very difficult to go out and love somebody else if you don't even know how to love yourself. So you'll just find yourself bouncing from a relationship to relationship, and then within 6, 5, 4, 3, whatever the case may be, when it comes to the time schedule, right? It's like, well, how come, right? And then you find something work, red flags come up, you fell in love.
Exactly.
You're moving into the house and you're like blending this family together, and it's day 4 and it's like, what is going on, right? But I think the biggest takeaway out of everything you said is if you're not dating yourself and you're not in a relationship with yourself, you should probably take a look in the mirror. If you're
100%.
not dating yourself and you don't love yourself, it is, it's hard to be honest, right? Because the first you got to be honest with is yourself.
Yeah.
If you can't be honest with yourself, you're going to bullshit whoever you're with. You're going to manipulate the situation. You're going to get what you want, and you're not going to think about the person, and that other person is going to get hurt. And while that other person is getting hurt, you're hurting yourself internally, and you don't even know until the relationship breaks, and you're like, why do I feel like a bag of shit? Well, it's not like, why do I feel like a bag of shit? I just went out and hurt somebody as well. So at the end of the day, you know, I think, you know, if I could do anything differently in 16 years, this is one thing I'd do differently, Brooke, and you might be proud of this. I would love myself from day one of recovery and not get myself into any other dating relationship besides with J. Adam Dale Barnard.
Mm.
All I would do, I would get myself in a relationship with Jay, because lonely isn't lonely. What does lonely mean? It means I don't want to get to know myself because I'm scared of who I am. It's driven by fear, false evidence appearing real. I would take that full entire 6 months to a year to really love Jay. And then once Jay really loves Jay, then Jay can go out and love a Danny, or go out and love a Sandy, or go out and love a Brooke, or whatever the case may be. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like that's my biggest takeaway in 16 years, because you know, I've gone through a couple of fiancés, a couple of relationships. At the end of the day, they've all been amazing experiences, because they've really
Yeah.
and they've taught them, and they all still reach out for help and stuff like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean? And we have a great co-parenting relationship, and our daughter comes first. But at the end of the day, I wasn't loving myself, so how could I love somebody else?
I feel like this
Can I-
is such a huge topic. We could literally go on forever, but we have to keep moving because we got a ton of
Totally.
speakers. I just wanted to make sure that anyone that wants to connect with you and further this conversation and
yeah.
keep going, can get in contact with you. So how can our audience connect with you?
Yeah, so on Instagram, I'm at Danny Rayaume. I'll put it maybe in the chat too, but DANIREAUME. And then I also sort of recently started TikTok at The Confident Female. And I'm really wanting to put even more out there with sobriety, dating, like all the things, and a couple other things that come into my world, and just really speak on that space. So I'd say those are the two best places. And I'd love to continue the conversation anywhere you want to find me. Yeah.
Beautiful. And again, if you are watching this and you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. Our speakers are here and can answer in the chat as well. And maybe if we have time, we can leave some time for questions at the end. Okay, we're going to switch up the order a little bit, and I'm going to get Alexis Nicole to come on here next. We are going to continue this like parenting talk we started with Jen. And dive into co-parenting relationships in recovery, and what that looks like. I feel like this is a common thing in the recovery and sobriety space. A lot of us have had relationships ruined or created through substances or alcohol that have fallen apart. I know I have had a few of them in my life, and I have had to co-parent with one of them, a high school sweetheart. And yeah, it's tough. It is really tough. I know we talked about that mirror, Danielle, and I think, you know, as much as our partners are our mirrors, our exes are our mirrors as well to help us know where we're at. Nicole, would you like to come on? Or sorry, Alexis, would you like to come on and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Alexis, and no, I'm an addict. I'm an alcoholic. I'm sober.
Yeah.
What to say? I don't know. My sobriety date is August the 5th, 2012. And my journey really started when I was like 17. I'm now 41, so I do not have, you know, there's been some ups and downs and all arounds in between there, but yeah, I'm coming up on 12 years.
I love it. Can we just touch a little bit on what brought you into sobriety? And congratulations, 12 years is huge.
I mean, I was 17, addicted to meth. Like, that's really what it was. It was like I was a kid and I was in high school, and my parents said you need to get clean or ship out. And that was when I first got I first came in, and then yeah, it's like hard being really young and being, you know, new, clean, and and then yeah, I came back in when I was 29. I had had 2 kids. I had one kid at 21, one kid at 23. I was in a relationship with someone who was also sober. I decided I didn't want to be sober, convinced him it was a good idea that I drank. Turns out he didn't think it was that good of an idea, and we got divorced. And then yeah, I don't know. I came back in at 29 and I've stayed. So.
What is that journey like? So you're back in recovery now, divorced. You have to navigate co-parenting and all that kind of stuff. Let's talk about it. Dive into it. What are some of the early challenges you faced in navigating sobriety and a divorce.
Yeah, so I was loaded the first time that I got divorced. And I say first time because I also got into a relationship when I was really new. And I was about 6 months clean, and we got married 6 weeks after we started dating, which is like good way to fill the void of being sober and not have anything to mask your feelings is another person. And then when he relapsed, and he was 4 years clean when we got together, what fixes that? More babies. So yeah, I got married sober and then divorced sober within 3, and had 2 more kids within 3 years. So at 3 years clean, I was a mom of 4 and 33 years old. So pretty crazy. And yeah, in the beginning, like I had a lot of unhealed stuff. It wasn't about him. That's the thing. I blamed him a lot. I think that's what happens, right? It's you, it's because of you, it's all your fault. If you didn't love me enough, you didn't do this enough, you didn't do that enough. And the reality is that like I was triggering him, he was triggering me. And so my worth that I didn't have for myself was dependent on someone else. And then I felt a loss of control. So I don't have any control over the time that when he has the kids. So I just wanted to control that. And my own lack of control in my own life came out with him. And so we hated each other. We were screaming at each other in the courthouse, and they're like in the hallways, and people are staring at us, and sheriffs are in between us. Like, it was nuts. And now, today, he's my best friend. And we co-parent really effectively. He's the first person I call when I'm going through something. I'm the first person he calls. And really, I don't trust anyone else really with my kids than this guy. I chose him for a reason to have some kids with. And so I had to get to a point where like I had to let go. Yeah.
How did you get to that point? What are some of the things that happened that helped transition you from that really like toxic, unhealed stuff going on to being able to be best friends with your co-parent?
Yeah, I think both of us had to do a lot of work, and it's like not just one person, but when we're in a relationship, when one person changes, the dynamic of the relationship changes. So he was really still stuck in like his shit, and that's none of my problem. That's not my problem. That's not my deal. That's not my issue, right? He's going to do what he's going to do. But it was really like unmanageability. My life is unmanageable. I can't control what's going on here anymore, and I can't live like this anymore. So I have to do something different so that I'm not living like this anymore, because I was angry. I was sending 50 million text messages about the McDonald's that he fed the kids. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So and then I would be like, I have to feed them 5 avocados to like counteract the McDonald's, and like, can't you just be and he wasn't parenting the way that I wanted him to parent. Once I realized that as long as my kids have a higher power just like I do. So I've always been taken care of. So if I know that I'm always taken care of, then I know that my kids are always going to be taken care of, because there isn't a separation between those. Number 2, whatever happens in this house is none of my fucking business. Whatever happens in my house is none of his business, unless there's like really bad neglect. And I'm not talking McDonald's and like, you know what I mean? I'm talking like severe, like, you know, child protective services stuff. Like if that's happening and there's a using happen and my kids are unsafe, then yeah, that's my issue as a protective parent to go in and navigate that. But even at that point, it's like, take them, bring them to me. You're going to figure out I can't control that. Once I got to that point where it doesn't matter what he drives, doesn't matter what he does, doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if my 6-year-old is in the front seat without a car seat. That pissed me off so bad that she was in the front seat driving to school for 15 minutes with a seatbelt. I had to fix, you know what I mean? None of my business. She's fine. It's fine. I trust that like God or higher power or source or universe or whatever is out there is guiding it. And so once that happened, I was able to let go and really just be nice and
Mm.
and show up as supportive. And how can I help the situation? Okay, you don't have insurance on your car. Can I, you bounce the payment. Can I help you for a month? And then you get me back? Like, oh, you have work at 5 o'clock, but that's outside of our parenting guidelines. Or you can't pick the kids up from school. Like today's an early dismissal. It's at 2 o'clock. He's working. It's his week. I'm getting the kids for him.
Mm.
I'm going to Hawaii next week. He's taking the kids. I went to Malta for a month. I was like, hey, can I take the kids for 2 weeks on this end? You take them for a month and I take them, for another 2 weeks. Yeah, sure. No problem. Like, it's just, and we put each other first beyond anyone. So if it's like, when we're talking about like co-parenting and dating and stuff like that, I don't give a fuck. Like, you can do whatever you're going to do. Phil comes first. My ex-husband comes first and my kids come first. If you can't get down with that, then this isn't the right relationship for you.
I love that so much. So 424 is really about how we find joy sober, live sober. What do you guys do as a family? I know you've taken some trips and done some things together with your ex-husband, with your kids. Like, you're still a family even though you're not married anymore. And I just love that. Can you talk about some of the activities you've done all together?
So like, even like, I don't even know if I have a picture, but like, even like family Christmas photos, I have two ex-husbands, right? My first two are like my second ex-husband's kids. Like, he just treats them like his, even though he was only there for a couple years. So like, family photos every year are like my 4 kids, me, and Phil. And then now like my older two's boyfriends and girlfriends and whatever. So like, everything we do as a family. When we go to soccer, like, I don't know, you just show up with each other, right? Like, there's times when he comes over here and we do Easter and I'm like, oh my God, that is why I'm not married to you. Like, right? Like, there are moments when that happens and I'm like, oh, but like, I have a choice in what I do. I don't know. We go camping, we go to the beach, and then when shit, and the other thing is I have to learn when to get out of there, right? I have to know when to leave that, because there's still stuff there. And sometimes if it's getting to the point, like, it's like, okay, exit while it's still good, right? Like, end the, I don't know, the bike ride at Stanley Park on a Sunday while it's still good. Like, you don't have to drag it out and have it be an all day thing, right?
That's the most beautiful thing, because I co-parent as well with Julie, and on the wall over on this side here, Destiny has a whole bunch of pictures, and there's a picture of me and her mom at Christmas, and there's a picture, right? And I'm glad you're here talking about this, because co-parenting is one of the toughest things to do. Never mind sober, but just in real life. Julie and I are best friends today. And the same thing, we do Christmases together. I go to the school. Like tonight, Destiny is with her mom and she has swimming lessons. Daddy's going to go to swimming lessons and watch Destiny with Destiny's mom. You know what I mean? And I also I can exit myself at any point. Sorry, it's getting a little too heavy. Jack in the box, I'm out of here. Right? Like, so, and at that point, we don't argue. There isn't like, why did you leave? Why you an asshole? Nothing. It's just we both have this common bond that if it gets too much, thank you for the day. I appreciate the family time. This was wonderful. It was about our daughter and us kind of rebonding in this co-parenting thing to show that our daughter is like loved from both angles. And it's, co-parenting is one of the most beautiful things in the world, because when you see your daughter smile, I mean, there's nothing more I could ever ask for that. You know what I mean? And I came from a family that was broke. My dad was married 5 times, mom 3 times. Like, I was set up for no success when it came to relationships, just from that standpoint. Right. So good. Hey, I'm proud of you. And I'm glad that you shared about this stuff. I'm glad you're doing that stuff. It's refreshing to hear from people like you and me that it's possible to have a co-parenting relationship, and love is possible still with the ex of your kids. Because I love Julie.
Yeah. Fair. I love them. But like, would I be hanging out with them if I didn't have kids? There's no fucking way.
No.
No, that's a hard no. But but do I have enough love for my kids to like show them love? Right? And so it really, like you said, it comes down to like our kids and what are we willing to do today for our kids. And like, I know this isn't like a 12-step fellowship and there's multiple things, but like, when it comes down to like unity, that like that the common purpose, what's the common purpose of our family, and what's the unity of our family, and how can we keep that, and how can we thrive together?
Mhm.
Like, got to be intentional.
I think that's the most important thing with any relationship. It's like Danny touched on it as well, is just finding what do you want this relationship to look like and act intentionally instead of reacting out of our programming. So that is huge. Thank you so much, Alexis, for coming and sharing. I'm so, so grateful. I just adore you and everything you're doing. And I know you're launching a new project that's going to help get recovery more accessible. Do you want to share a bit on that before we let you go?
Yeah, real quick. My handle for TikTok and for Instagram. Instagram, I'm not super active, but I am very active on TikTok. Is Alexis Nicole Official. It's right there on my photo. And then I also have I have a link tree on both of those, so you can go and follow it. We have I'm the executive director of Recovery Kids, which is a foundation that I started in 2013, which provides toys to parents who are in residential treatment services at Christmas to give their kids so that they feel like they can stay into treatment, don't feel like they have to leave. They can just stay. And out of that, we've developed an online virtual recovery treatment program. It's accessible we have a women's division, we have a youth, we have a men's, and we have a LGBTQ. And so it's an 8-week virtual recovery treatment program. There are people, it's not a replacement for inpatient treatment, but it is somewhere that you can come in a transitional point, or if you can't access because you have kids or because you have whatever, you can come on and do it. And so it's making treatment accessible for everybody.
Incredible. Thank you again, and happy 424. I am so grateful for you showing up here. And enjoy the rest of your day. That was such a powerful message.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Brooke.
Okay. Michelle, where are you at? Sober Virgo woman.
Right here.
Hey!
Hi.
I gotta just gush over you for a second because you've been absolutely phenomenal in helping get this message out into the world and getting people excited about 424. Your lives, I haven't even got to watch all of them yet because you've just been going. Like,
I know.
I don't even. Plus, you're a teacher and you got other things going on. So I just cannot tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, 424 is really like how I've been feeling since I got sober. And I just want to scream it from the rooftops. And when I saw that you were doing this movement, I was like, I need to be on board. Absolutely. And then obviously with time management, I was like, you know what, I'll do lives for you. How about that? And I'd never done them before. So I figured it out. And I just literally made up like, hey, this is what 424 is. I would love to feature you because I also am going to come out with a podcast in the next month. So, and my website is coming. So I said, you know what, this is great practice. I have no problem talking to people. So I just messaged a whole bunch of people that are in the sober community, and it was really, really cool. And especially I had just gone to the Sober City Summit over the weekend in New York City. So I got to meet other people too. And one of the Sober New Yorker, Melissa, the Sober New Yorker, I literally just met her last weekend. And everybody's so sweet. Everybody's all over the place with their journey. And that's what's always so beautiful about it, right? That's what's so amazing about 424. No matter where you are, you're welcome here, no matter who you are, especially as a special education teacher. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter what you believe in or what you're drinking or not drinking, we want you here.
Yes, absolutely. And let's talk about that because we are here to talk about drinking sober. And I know you love a good mocktail. You literally
love a good
travel
mocktail
all over the place for this stuff. And, I see you traveling and just meeting all these people and really embracing the sober life and all it has to offer. What is your favorite mocktail? What do you like to drink sober?
Oh my gosh, everything. So I would say right now, Curious Elixirs and Recess. That would be my two big drinks right now. So this is Recess. And look how pretty the can is. This is the strawberry rose.
Ooh,
you could pour it. I know. You could pour it in a glass with strawberry ice cream. You could turn it into a dessert. I also love I also love Curious Elixirs. So Curious Elixirs, they just had this contest. So I don't know if you know about it, but what they did was they had a contest for 100 people nationwide. And on May 15th, we're going to do a toast at 9 p.m. So they chose 100 people nationwide, and I was one of the people that were chosen. So it's very exciting because I'm starting, thank you. So I'm starting to do non-alcoholic events as well, because I go to them all the time and I'm like, wait a minute, like I need to bring this to me and in the Hudson Valley. So that's what I'm working on now. And so anyway, so I won the contest. So I'm going to have a big party on May 15th. I'm not sure if anybody else is involved with the Curious Elixirs contest or won, or I do know a couple people I've talked to on Instagram are. So it's really cool. So I'm partnering with my friend that owns a hair salon, and we're going to do mini facials and blowouts and mocktails, and I'm going to bring in a couple people from the restaurants in our local restaurants and introduce the mocktails to them as well. And I mean, in the beginning of sobriety, I like when I was struggling for a very long time before I found community, I just didn't resonate with AA. And so I would get a Shirley Temple or like a dirty Rusty O'Doul's from the cooler, you know, and that's it. Like, that's what I thought there was. And then when in the beginning of 2020, that's when I started learning about all of these mocktails. That's when Athletic came out, and Mingle and Groovy, GRUVI, and I was a Prosecco girl, so I was all on that Groovy because it was just like a Prosecco and like no Secco. And then it just got bigger and bigger and better, and there are so many great companies now, and they're so sweet and so complimentary and giving and so supportive. And I do events as well. So I go as a vendor for sobriety coaching, and I share my mocktails with them as well. And that's really what entices people, because usually if you see the word sobriety or transformation, you're probably going to run the F the other way. And at least I would have. And by pulling people in with the mocktails and like the pretty bottles, you know, and they also, and Spirit Water, which I cannot believe you guys are working together with a giveaway. Oh my gosh, I like could cry because I found them, I connected you, like it makes me want to cry. Like, is Christian so sweet?
So sweet. I really believe that too. Like, I don't know what it is about the sober space, but they're the nicest business owners I've ever met in my life. Like, everybody
Seriously.
is ridiculously sweet, and they're always like supporting you, commenting on things like up in your stories and DMs, and just like loving on you. And it's so cool to see. You don't get that in a lot of other business spaces.
Yes. Well, a fabulous coach taught me one time that if you promote each other, that's the biggest thing. Like, how can I promote you? How can you promote me? And that's the biggest thing that is, I use that a lot because that's extremely important.
I love it. Let's talk about
Yeah.
how you have a booze-free blast. Like, you're traveling, you're going to events, you're doing mocktails. What else do you got?
I do hot yoga. I also run. You also know that I'm a teacher. So, and don't get me wrong, like I love teaching and it is a passion of mine, but sobriety is feeding a different part of me. It really is. And that's why I just can't stop going to these events. And I live a couple hours north of New York City. So I just was going to events in New York City originally. And then I started becoming a vendor. So I go to different markets and festivals, and I'm a vendor. So just like with other people, like selling their product, I'm selling my product as a coach. And then what's so beautiful is that when I started doing it, I was like, let me try Albany because it's an hour north. And I was like, maybe it's just New York City that people are feeling this way. No, I went up to Albany. I did the New York Women's Expo, and people were like, a sobriety coach? What? Like, you're celebrating sobriety? I'm like, yes, exactly. We need to celebrate sobriety. Like, absolutely. Like, we know how alcohol is glamorized by society. I want to glamorize sobriety because it is freaking amazing. And one thing I wanted to tell you was that you said, what do you want to do today? Like, you were asking people, what are you going to do on 4/24, right? And I was like, nothing different. because I love my life. Like I always loved my life, but now I love it even more. And I never, ever, 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 ever thought I would be the person to say that. And K Mac, oh my God, she's so freaking amazing, right? Mac.
Yes.
I met her at an alcohol-free magazine event in November. And oh my God, like we just connected and we're just chatting and gabbing. And I've been following her. And so I listened to her Getting Sober podcast on the way home. That's like my thing when I drive home at night, like, cause it's usually like 11, 12 o'clock at night. And I listen to her podcast and that's what gets me through my drive. But the other reason I was bringing her up was because she was going to eat pie. So I made Ghirardelli brownies. I've already eaten them. So I was like, what am I going to do? Like, I guess I should probably do a little something different. So I've been like craving brownies for the past couple weeks. So I'm like, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. But just being here and like being part of this space, like it's so freaking amazing. And I just love this 424 movement. And we're going to have to talk more about like what we're going to do next year, because I 100% want to be involved. I'm so excited, like for the people that got involved. Like, it's so exciting because this is exactly what we want people to know about, because it's not resentment. It's not shame. It's beautiful, open community. Like someone said earlier, like in the beginning, it's kind of scary. Like, why are you being so nice to me? Right. But because we've all been there. We've all been in that shit show. We've all rolled down that hill. We've all done that stupid thing. And now we know that, and we're learning, right? And it's okay. And again, if you're still drinking, it's okay. Like you're going to just try it for 24 hours and we're here for you. And the community is huge and we promise, and we're here with open arms and we love you.
Oh my gosh. I adore you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I know I watched your videos. You are.
Oh, you did? Thanks.
Oh yeah, I was watching.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I'm not that busy of a guy. I'm busy, but I'm not that busy. But I was watching your videos and I'm like, man, we need to get this girl to Canada to speak. Never mind.
Yeah.
You got to be a vendor at one of the live events. And I was like, this girl's going all in. And I'm like, so yeah. Hey, big kudos to you for what you're doing and how you do it, and really shining the light on, you know, the whole mocktail scene. I mean, the mocktail scene came out, like I brought up, like Carmela Pelli. I'm telling you, Carmela Pelli was the mocktail queen back in the day, and now it's come so much farther forward for people, and it's so beautiful to see. Like people that are drinking are going to mocktails now. They're not even drinking. They're going to mocktails because they know it's fun. So hey, I love you. You keep being you, girl. You're doing awesome, and thanks for being here.
That's really kind of you. Thank you. That means a lot. It does, because there's just something about it. Ever since last year, like July, August, like I just can't stop.
Yes.
I can't stop. And I don't know. I mean, honestly, I teach middle school this year. And if I was in elementary teaching my own classroom still, I would not, I really just wouldn't have the ability to do this. And I'm just making the time. I was literally like, okay, I have my lunch break. I'm running in. I'm going to go sit in the car like Jen was doing. Like, I'm going to sit in the car. I'm going to do this. And, you know, you do what you got to do, because, you know, I felt so alone for so long. Like I was in AA and like just struggling with myself and like hated AA. And I was like, I can't do this for the rest of my life. And like, for like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years, like I was struggling and like didn't want AA, but like couldn't do it on my own, but then would get mad at myself. And then like every 1 to 3 months, if not more, like it would just be a complete shit show for whatever reason. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna drink today. And then I literally couldn't go through, God, I couldn't get past like a week forever until I found a community. And Mocktails was a game changer. And now I have 4 promo codes with different companies. And like, I won that contest. I won the Mocktail Mom contest for the summer summit. So I got all the bidders, like, and I buy fun glassware, like the Fancy Pants glassware. This means to me, this is again, a game changer. Like when I go to restaurants, sometimes I'm a little brat, but I mean, I know what I want. I'm 43. Because I'll say, like, can you know, most of the time they have a mocktail menu, right? Yeah. But if they don't, I ask them to make me something. And then I kindly say, can you please not put it in a pint glass? Because this, I don't know, all the ice and it just ruins the drink. So, but I'm like, I literally will say, like, can I have a seltzer in a wine glass? And for some people, I also know, like, that's not going to work for them. That's triggering, and that's okay too. Right?
Yeah.
Like I know a lot of people won't do that, and then that's okay. That doesn't work for you. But for me, that I call them jewels in my jewelry box instead of tools in my toolbox.
Ah.
And the jewels in my jewelry box are mocktails, podcasts, and Quitlet. Like those are the 3 things that have helped me tremendously. And now I'm a sobriety coach as well. Like there's your accountability right there.
Well, and what's beautiful, you just said it. It's beautiful, right? And that's what Empowered to Recover is. It doesn't matter how you're recovering. Your recovery is you. You don't have to do it
right.
any certain way. However you get your recovery is your recovery. Own it.
Yeah.
Just like you're doing right now. You're owning your recovery. You're sharing it with 26 people that are online right now, and who knows how many people across the world are watching. But you're owning your recovery. That gives me goosebumps because not every foot fits the same shoe, and not every recovery is the same. So good for you. Keep it up.
And listen, I'm loud and proud now, but I was not loud and proud in the beginning. I was like, I'm disgusting. I'm a dirtbag. Like I'm a loser. Like I felt those awful, awful things. And I think one of the big things that also was helpful was in the beginning of my sobriety, I went to a restaurant to order food that I don't normally go to, and you had to order at the bar. And somebody had this big, tall, like blue drink. And I was like, what is that? Because I was such a like cocktail girl. And I was like, what is that? And the woman was like, oh, it's like vodka and like something else. Right. And I was like, oh my God. And she goes, well, why don't you just order it? And I'm like, no, I'm not drinking right now. I was like, so, and she goes, oh my God, how did you do it? Like, so she was amazed by me. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I'm like a celebrity. So then I started telling people that I was sober. And then I just got excited about it because I get excited about little things anyway. And then it just got like, that's what happened. It just got like bigger and bigger like that. And then like, I met other people in the sobriety community. And then like this, I was like, oh my God, like I need to be president of this. Like, it's just because, but I know other people.
Yes, please.
So it's exciting.
Oh
I know.
my
I
gosh.
just
You that she wants to be the president. Sign her up.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, I'm so beyond
thank
grateful
you
again.
so much.
Can you let our audience know where they can come connect with you, learn more about all of the
Sure.
amazing things you're doing, and just
Sure.
celebrate with you?
Sure. So I'm so very, very lucky. So I am Sober Virgo Woman at Gmail. I'm Sober Virgo Woman on TikTok. I'm Sober Virgo Woman on YouTube, and I'm sobervirgowoman.com, which is coming out in the next couple weeks. So I am Sober Virgo Woman everywhere. And I think eventually I'm going to be Sober Glam because I'm going to glamorize
nice.
sobriety.
I love it. All right. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, everybody. And I'll be back in like an hour. I actually have to go tutor. So
Okay, awesome.
thank you so much. Oh, and I want to say one more thing. Cheers to you. Cheers to me. Here's to being alcohol free.
Yeah.
So good. Cheers. I got emotional
Cheers.
support water. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
All right.
Thank you so much.
We've got a really cool guest coming up next. Controlled Chaos, Shanna. She is actually hosting a live event for 424 happening. Come on up here, Shanna. Let's talk.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing so good. Are you getting excited?
I'm getting so excited, but I don't know if I want to follow up after Michelle. That's my girl, but oh my goodness, so much excitement all the time. She's amazing.
She really is. She's helped push this movement further than I could have even imagined. Everything's happened really last minute. I wasn't even sure if this was going to be a thing. Like I honestly get emotional thinking about it because it's just so powerful how many people have come together to really make this happen and adopt this movement. I want to talk, want you to share actually with our audience. What do you do? Controlled Chaos Coaching. What is that? Let's learn about you.
You fucking dick. Coaching really fucking prick. Ooh. Because I had just struggled with alcohol so long. I got pregnant at like 16 years old. I was started on ADD medication like at 11 years old, and that kind of started the ball rolling. And then it went into alcohol, and I just struggled for so many years that I felt super hopeless in the whole thing. And by the end, I had 3 children. I was in bed most of the time, throwing up in, Walmart bags. I was bad, and I was in liver failure. And I really was at the point where I just felt so hopeless, and I thought there was like no one out there like me. And I had been in AA for forever, like almost 2 decades. And I love AA. I still love AA to this day. The steps and all of that are a big part of my recovery, but that just wasn't enough for me. So I was working at a treatment center for a long time, and they had put me in treatment. I ended up still relapsing after that. So I sucked it up and moved back to my hometown at like 35 years old. And I was like, oh, like, what am I doing? I'm, going back here with these kids, and I'm not going to be able to get sober here either. And I ended up hearing about the Vivitrol shot, and I don't know how, working in treatment for so long, I had never really heard of that, but they just didn't really believe in medication like that. So I ended up taking the Vivitrol shot, and that was almost 3 years ago now. And I have been completely sober and clean since then. So me starting the coaching, I started coaching, and I called it Controlled Chaos because my life has always been this chaos with, I have 3 girls, there's me, I've always had dogs, and it's always just been this chaos. And I finally kind of got it under control, and I got my life to where I want it, and to where I'm just super happy. And even that, like the times that I had little spurts of sobriety throughout the years, I had such bad anxiety and depression that I was like, who wants to be sober? So like whether I was sober or I was drunk, I felt at some points like I don't want to live like that at all, like either way, right? And when I finally got some medication and was doing the 12 steps and doing a little therapy, I finally gave myself enough time sober for the first time since I was 11 years old that I realized I really don't have super bad depression or anxiety. I really just had never let myself, my natural chemicals, your dopamine, all that stuff, never had a chance to even survive, right? Because I had always been using. So it was such a surprise to me, that after like 6 months of sobriety, like I started going places with my kids, like to the park, like going out and to the beach. And I had lived in Texas for 10 years, and I had never even been to the ocean and we like lived there at South Padre Island for almost 10 years, and we had never even been to the ocean because I was just so sick and so depressed and so wrapped up in my alcoholism. So me starting Controlled Chaos was really about reaching women and mothers who are going through this. And I also have a podcast called Controlled Chaos, and just showing people that that it really is possible, right? You could think, I've tried this, I've tried everything. And after like 20 years of trying to get sober, it was one thing that I had to add to my toolbox. And I've been sober since then. It can be that small, right? Like when you find support and you find, whether it's me as a coach or going to rehab and finding the right person there, but the support and somebody actually believing in you and being like, hey, this isn't the end for you. Like there's so many other things you could try. Just because you tried this one way and it hasn't worked, for instance, AA doesn't work for everybody, or, something else might work for somebody. In my case, I loved AA, but it wasn't the end all be all for me. I needed something to actually help more with the cravings because I could never make it past a certain point. I would always get to like 3 weeks or 2 months and it would be done. I'd start all over again. And that was another thing, like counting the days, and then I would relapse and I would be like, oh, I'm such a horrible person. I'm this, I'm that. And the truth is like, you think that sober time doesn't count, but it really does. And after a while, I started to look back and it was like, I have way more time sober than I do drunk, finally. And I just kept adding on, little things. And finally, I'm to a point where almost 3 years in, I'm like, I look around and I can't even believe this is my life. Like, I'm so happy. And I didn't even know that was possible. So that's kind of where I came up with my thing, is just like, I want to show people it's possible.
Oh my gosh, I love that so
Beautiful.
much.
Beautiful.
Tell us about the live event that's happening today in a few hours.
Yes. So we have this women's group in my town, and I was like, hey, like, what would you guys think about doing a sober event? It's kind of like 420, but for sober people. And I was so surprised. Like, a bunch of ladies were like, oh my God, there's nothing like that around here. I'm so excited. And so we're going to a place that's actually like a bar and food and whatever. It's called Lake Superior Smokehouse. So they have like a big barbecue. They're going to do us some mocktails, special drinks, and we get the back room with like a stage and stuff. And we're just bunch of people there. They're going to kind of tell some of our sobriety stories. And there's some people that are interested in sobriety, but not quite sober yet coming. So that's super exciting. And we got little coins like you get, when you're 30 days or whatever, when you're in AA, but they're just ones that have like little cute sayings on them. So we got one for everybody. And it's just going to be a party celebrating, like, we can have fun sober too. And that's so amazing.
Oh my gosh. Honestly, it's everything that this movement is about. And I'm just so grateful for you for putting that on. And I hope my prayer and wish and vision for this whole movement is that more people will just adopt it in their cities and their towns, and that we can promote worldwide events happening on April 24th where people can just go and see if they would enjoy this sober life. Like, it isn't for everybody, but I think it's for most people if they give it a shot.
Well, I just didn't realize, like, even, as an alcoholic, obviously it's affecting your brain and how you function throughout the day. But even like some of my friends or like my sister would drink every, maybe like twice a week or whatever. And it's like, other people are starting to see that it affects how they feel throughout the week. And like, that's really cool that it's like, okay, maybe it's not just us, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it is everybody. And this event has really actually affected my life in a great way, because I was really only telling people online about my sobriety and about coaching and all of that stuff. And like, to reach out in my hometown, and there's so many people, I just wasn't even aware, and I wouldn't have done that without you. So thank you for that too.
Gosh. Oh, that just warmed my heart. So I am gonna cry today at some point. I can feel it.
That's what's so beautiful, Brooke, right? Is like this whole entire ride. But like, to hear somebody that's across the pond from us doing something for her people and the people that are wanting to get it, and you got a beautiful story. You're doing you should be really, really, really proud of yourself. You know what I mean? For how you carry yourself and talk, and where you are at in your recovery, and, the assistance that you had. Because it's, I'm going to go right back to the same thing again. Not everybody's recovery is the same, and we got to take the stigma, barriers, and stress down about that. Some people do need assistance. Some people aren't ready. Some people do take the AA. Some people take the coaching route. There's all these different ways in the ARN network that you can get help. And the more tools you got in your toolbox, the longer you
More
live.
jewels in your jewel box.
I love that.
That was so good. Oh my gosh, this day's been so inspiring. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing. Can you please let everyone know where to connect with you and just like get connected with this event even that's happening tonight?
Yes. So my name is Shayna Epps. You can look me up everywhere like that, but also at Controlled Chaos Coaching. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, whatever. So you can find me anywhere, and I love to talk. So anybody can message me anytime. And as far as the event, we're meeting tonight at 6 o'clock.
And that's at The smokehouse?
Yep, at Lake Superior Smokehouse in
Lake
Marquette.
Superior. Amazing. Thank you so much for coming on. That was an incredible chat. And I can't wait to connect with you more. I feel like next year is going to just 10x. Like I said, we put a lot of this together last minute this year, but even still, the amount of people that just want to be involved and connected with this has absolutely blown my mind. And I can't wait to see what we can do next year.
We got to make it huge.
Huge, like massive. I'm coming out to the smokehouse next year.
Right? Huge. So much.
You're going on a plane to the smokehouse. I'd like to see.
Yeah, I probably not. But
I think I'm in Canada.
Right. Amazing. Thank you so much again for being here. I am thrilled to introduce our next speaker. He has been a part of the Empower to Recover platform at the very, very first event, sharing his story about his journey losing his wife to suicide and then trying to keep his sobriety through that and then medical issues. It's such a devastating story, but then so much hope and resilience has come out of it. And I can't wait for him to share more. Scott, can you please come on camera?
Hi, Brooke.
Hey! Oh my gosh, you're by the painting. Tell us about the
Yeah.
painting, first of all. Before we even get into your sobriety story, we got to gush over your daughter a bit.
Yeah, my daughters painted that painting. That's where we laid their mother to rest on the river there. And this is my older daughter. She's an amazing artist. She's a tattoo artist here in the Lower Mainland, Vancouver area. This is my second daughter, and she's doing great, going to school and working. And I'm very, very proud of both of them. Yeah, so
That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
And that piece
Yeah.
of art actually became the cover for your first book.
That's right. Yeah. The first book called Daily Dad, Picking Up the Pieces. And thanks to you, Brooke, you helped me put that together and load it up onto Amazon. And you helped me, do some branding and get my website going. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Let's talk about this. Okay, so Daily Dad really goes through your whole story, and we don't have time to go through all of it today,
Yeah.
obviously, but I highly
Right.
recommend anybody who wants to know
Yeah.
like everything about Scott's journey through this, please go grab yourself a copy. Daily Dad, Picking Up the
Mm.
Pieces on Amazon, like you said. But let's talk about just kind of getting through all of these really, really difficult life moments without picking up a drug or a drink. Like, what has helped you?
Well, I've been in a 12-step program for 25 years. I've been clean and sober for 25 years. And at about 19 years sobriety, nothing could have prepared me for the event that happened. I call it the event. Unfortunately, my wife had taken her life. Due to a mental illness that had creeped into our family, it was kind of like the frog in the pot of boiling water, or the water heats up slowly, and you don't realize how it has creeped into your family and how deeply it affects your family. And for us, it was completely and totally unexpected, and it was utterly and completely and totally gutted us as a family. And at the time, my wife and I, we deeply loved each other. We cared about one another, but we were separated at the time, and it actually came to an absolute shock to us. And I found that for myself, facing such a catastrophe in my life and a seemingly hopeless situation, I found that the situation was so overwhelming that my own mind or my own ego or my own self could not comprehend or could not handle the situation. So at that time, I couldn't imagine, feeling joy in my life. And so how did I, and my daughters were extremely traumatized as a result of what happened. And how could I help them and guide them through this very difficult time so that we could live in a life, we can go from surviving to thriving, so that we can live in a joy of, bring ourselves to a place of peace and serenity and love and joy. So, and I found that we embarked on a very intense, inner journey, and I found that it was very beautiful, and it was very at the same time very terrifying, and yeah, I mean, today my daughters and I are doing very, very well. I'm still sober, coming up to 25 years sobriety, and my daughters are doing very well. And in the last 5 years, I found love again. I found a beautiful woman, 100 kilometers from me, and we ended up getting married, and now I'm a newlywed at in middle age. So and experiencing all of those joy of being a newlywed in middle age. So yeah, it's wonderful.
I love that so much. Your
Yeah.
wife is incredible. Also, if anyone
Yes,
wants
she
the
is.
most
Yeah.
amazing Reiki you've ever received in your life, get in touch with
Yeah.
Scott's wife.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
I want to touch on this a bit, this Finding Love again, because your new book that's going to be coming out really is about relationships and like getting ready to be in a relationship again, and really kind of breaking it down, and there's so much
Mhm.
powerful wisdom in. I've gotten a sneak peek behind the scenes of his book, by the way.
Yeah.
There's just so many like powerful messages in there. Do you want to share a little bit about that, like rebuilding relationships after something so hard has happened? What are some
Mhm.
tips you have?
Well, first, it all comes down to my own state of being, and the perception and that I have of myself. How I view myself is how I'm going to reflect that to the world. Um, at the time, I immediately after losing my wife, the mother of my children, I always felt I had this big red W on my forehead, widow, standing for widow. Now here I was, a middle-aged man who hadn't been in the dating scene for 20 years. Now here I was feeling that I was damaged goods, that I had this emotional baggage, and here I was, this recovering alcoholic and drug addict. Here I was. These are all of the stories that I told myself as to what I thought I was, and but it wasn't the truth. But really, I wasn't what I thought I was. It really wasn't what I think it is, and that was the hardest thing, was to overcome that and to start to reflect on the inside and really find out who I really am. What is the totality of Scott? And yes, I am those things, but there's no getting around it. And I have to accept that. But what else am I? What is the other parts of myself that I am? And it was quite a journey, and it was quite a wonderful discovery in that process of exploration, I guess you would call it. And it was so rather than remaining narrow, having narrow focused attention on those previous things that I talked about, I started to turn my face to the light. I started to turn my face to my higher self, my better self. To start turning my face to that. No, I'm a loving, kind, strong, courageous person. And those are the things that I want to focus on. I'm clean, I'm sober, I'm a good father, I'm a good colleague. I'm a man of character and substance. I'm a man of service. I'm out helping other people. I am, and focusing that narrow focused attention on those parts of myself. And so as a result, I became that magnet. In my book, I describe it that it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, right? I have a choice. So I can go through all of the pieces of straw in a big pile of hay, and that's going to take me forever, and I'm going to go through a lot of straw, to find that one needle.
Mm.
Or I can become a magnet, and I can run that magnet over that pile and draw out a few needles, and I'm able to have discernment and to be able to pick the right person for myself. So is to look within yourself so that you become that magnet that attracts the type of person that you are. Ultimately, that person is a mirror. Somebody else mentioned earlier, they are a mirror. They are our mirrors, right? So it's to really try to completely and totally surrender, let go of all perceptions, thoughts, ideas, beliefs, positions about ourselves, and to start to rebuild ourselves from a different perspective and become that magnet. So, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Scott and I had some great, he was a part of the first event that we did. Brooke introduced me to Scott, and Scott and I have had some great conversations over the last, I guess, year, Scott?
Yeah.
Also, if you do want to hear Scott's story, it is up on our podcast. We do have a podcast called the Empowered and Recover Podcast. Also, I do believe it's up on our YouTube channel too, as well. You'll see Scott at the first event that we did, so you'll hear a little bit more of his story. But how he told the story in New West was beautiful. He sat down and read it like a book. He was like telling his story through storytelling, and you can tell he's in a chair beside a picture. Like that's who he is. But he's just this calm, cool cat that just 25 years is massive in the recovery world. I'm grateful you came into my life. I know you're going to come to Port Hardy, BC on September 28th. So I look forward to seeing you there, Scott.
Well, I look forward to Port Hardy. Yeah, one of my friends, he is from the island. He's from Port Hardy, and he says, if we go up, we should go fishing, Jay, if you're going to be there.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, I want to talk about fishing. Don't even get,
we don't have time.
We don't have time. We don't have time.
Oh my God, Scott, thank you so much for being here and being a part of
I love you,
everything.
Scott.
You are such a light.
Thank you so much.
I'm
I
grateful.
I must say, I really appreciate the opportunity and seeing all these lovely, shiny, beautiful, happy people. And God is reflected in our eyes, and I see it in all of your eyes. So have a wonderful day, everybody. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thanks, Scott.
You too, Scott.
Yeah.
We'll see you again real soon. I know that. Go check out devoteddad.ca, Devoted Dad on Instagram and his website, and check it out. He's got a lot of cool, awesome things coming up, and a new book that's going to be released soon-ish. Awesome. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we've got Shadney coming up next to talk about dating sober. Yeah, I know. A lot of love, a lot of sober dating coming up. And I think this is just such an important topic that we really got to dissect and hear lots of perspectives on, because we're all in different phases of it. Some of us are married forever. Some of us are newly single. Some of us have been single for a long time. Like, how are you doing this sober? It's such an important question. And what are some of the challenges you faced, and how are we getting through this? Shadney, are you here?
Yep, I am here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Hi, welcome.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for asking me to be here today. And, I didn't realize what a journey it was going to be for me to date in sobriety, because I definitely didn't really have a whole lot of hope for myself when I was, just starting to think about getting sober, right? Like, alcohol was the love of my life. And it helped me through many tough moments. It was what I went through when I had a bad day, what I went through when I had a good day. And I really, really couldn't imagine life without it, right? And it got to the point where, I couldn't stop drinking, even though I really, really wanted to. And, so if you feel that way, you're not alone in that. I definitely didn't put the drugs and alcohol down and became, automatically this fun person who was like super excited to go out and hang out with a big group of people. Like, absolutely not. Like, when you remove drugs and alcohol from me, I feel very locked up. It feels like I am serving time on the outside. There's a lot of terror that I hold within me. I don't like making eye contact with people. There's all this guilt and shame that I don't know what to do with. And so, dating was, just the thought of it didn't even cross my mind. In the beginning, I was just like, I just need to save my life right now. Right. And, I got some sobriety under my belt. And it was through a 12-step program. That's the only thing that worked for me. I had tried different ways of getting sober and keeping myself sober. But I didn't realize that, doing the things for myself was like a lifetime. It was one day at a time, but for a continuous way of living. And so when I did some work on myself, I put myself out there and, I started dating. And, the problem with that was I didn't really know myself. I didn't have a whole lot of coping mechanisms, and I didn't know what to do if I was filled with fear. I didn't even know that I was filled with fear. It was just something that would like naturally come up for me, right? I didn't know what to do if I was angry. And so all of these things became the other person's problem. It was like, oh, I don't feel good, so it must be you. It must be something that you're doing, or it must be something that you're not doing. And so not being able to navigate through that because I hadn't spent enough time alone, I did end up picking up a drink over it eventually. It was too much. It was way too much to deal with, and I was doing it on my own. I wasn't asking for any help from my support system. I wasn't doing the things that, I was doing in the very beginning of sobriety. And so that very much taught me that, I have to take this thing seriously. I have to put, my recovery first, or else without it, I have nothing. And I'm not useful to anything or anybody, right? So when I came back after my relapse, I waited a year just to spend that time with myself, just to learn, how to be a friend. It was like very humbling that I thought alcohol and drugs were like my only problem. But really, when that's removed, it's like, I've never been intentional about being a good friend, about being there for somebody, about inconveniencing myself, right? Like my drinking and like my quote dating life in addiction was whoever was available at the end of the day when the bar was closing, right? And I didn't remember a whole lot of people's names. I didn't remember a whole lot of conversations. It didn't matter. The only time I was able to be honest and vulnerable with somebody was at 4 a.m. when we had done a lot of drugs. And I was able to do that because I knew I wasn't going to see these people again. Right. And if I saw them again, like, relatively sober, just walking into a bar, I would walk the other way because it's like, oh, you know too much about me. I can't do this. Right. That emotional unavailability was like a really big thing for me. So, when I came back, I got a year and a day sober. I was like, all right, like, let's get out there. And, it was terrifying. It really, really was. I remember that I got on dating apps and, when the conversation was casual, I was fine. But when it came time to meet up, my head got really, really busy. And all these things would come up like, oh my God, are they going to like my hair? Am I too, am I skinny enough to be dating? What am I going to talk about? Like, I don't know anything other than recovery. Like, it just felt so suffocating that, from my past experiences, I knew I had to step away from it. I was like, it doesn't matter that it has worked for people after a year of sobriety. These are not the right motives to go into dating. And like, that's the big thing. Like, we can do anything in sobriety as long as we check our motives, right? So when I'm filled in complete fear, I'm showing up to that dinner date unconsciously thinking, please validate me, please like me. I hope I don't say anything wrong. I'm rethinking, overthinking everything I'm saying. And it takes away from that authentic self, right? Like, people can't get to know us and love us if we are not able to show up as ourselves. And so I didn't end up seeing that guy that I was talking to on the dating app, and I threw myself harder into my own recovery. I was like, okay, I'm going to nourish the friendships in my life. I'm going to nourish the people that I'm helping, and I need to grow more. And then, God had other plans. So, I ended up having a couple of surgeries back to back, which like really didn't allow me to be dating or to, be doing anything with another person. And that, really, it like scared me. I was like, I don't want to die a sober virgin. And when I wasn't able to like go out and like do all the things, I was like, well, now I want to do it more than ever. And so, when I went through all of the surgeries and the tube inside of me was removed and all of that, I really don't recommend getting kidney stones. That was like a really tough time through recovery. But when all of that ended, I was like, I need to rip this Band-Aid. I need to put myself out there, face my fear, and I got this. And it ended up that in the very beginning, all I could handle was casual. And that is absolutely okay as long as I was being honest with the other person involved, right? Like by no means did I get out there and knew what like a relationship consisted of. Like I very, very far from that. And I kept things kind of casual, and just kind of kept it fun. No serious talk. Didn't really know what that looked like. And then, my first heartbreak happened in recovery that I really didn't see coming. And these things are really important to talk about because, for me, it wasn't just rainbows and butterflies. I didn't, meet the love of my life. And now we're in a long-term relationship. It has been a lot of character building. And, this person came into my life to teach me that I can be extremely addicted to another person and extremely attached to another person without having any real feelings towards them. And like that was not my vocabulary out there in drinking. But I, when I'm sober and I'm getting to know people and spending a lot of time with them in like an intimate way, a bond is going to form whether I want it to or not. And that's why it's like so important to ask myself questions of like, do I have the right motives here? Are we compatible with each other? Like, do we have good intentions for each other? And I absolutely did not do any of those things in my first relationships. I had no idea what that was like, but the heartbreak was so bad for me after I left that relationship. And this quote really stuck with me, and it's like, if you don't address your childhood traumas, your romantic relationships will. And that really put me into therapy. I was like, I need help. Like, I'm not okay. I've been crying for like 6 months. Why did this happen when I broke up with him? Like, it just like, I could not make sense of what was going on with me. And like, having spent some time in therapy, is that this breakup brought my childhood wounds to the surface for me to heal, right? This person was a messenger of where I needed to work on myself. And the feelings were, I'm not good enough. I'm never going to find anybody for myself. I'm never going to live up to, the normal standards of relationships. And before I forget, it's like, it's really important to like surround ourselves with people who are going through the same things as we are. I have a lot of friends who are sober and in recovery who are in long-term relationships. And like, sometimes that can feel very lonely. I also had to make sure that I intentionally had friends who are also in the dating game and in the beginning stages of like going through what I'm going through, so that I have somebody to talk to about it. And it feels a little less lonely in that sense. So that started, 13 months of extensive therapy, which it wasn't easy to take a look at my childhood. And I was kind of forced to feel the things that I had suppressed over many, many years, right? And I had to look at all of my daddy issues and everything that was unresolved in that area, and my mommy issues, everything that was unresolved there. And, I grew up in a home where my parents did do their best, but there wasn't a whole lot of love and acceptance. even in childhood. And so, I learned that I unconsciously am attracted to the same partner who is not very loving or caring or accepting of myself, because that's what I'm used to, right? So like if home wasn't a safe place, then if somebody feels like home, that's usually a red flag for me. Like that's not what we want anymore, right? We don't want to put ourselves in the same situations just because they're familiar. And going towards a healthy partnership was very unfamiliar, and it was terrifying to allow myself to be seen and cared for and loved and validated. Those were all new feelings for me. And since then I've been able to go into relationships a lot more intentionally, right? And as somebody who is selfish and self-centered to the core, I'm conditioned to have a hard time considering others, right? That is like my basic level of understanding, unless I do some work around it. So for me, that has to be a one day at a time in relationships as well. Was I looking at my phone the entire time when my partner was talking to me, right? Like, did I make an attempt to make him feel seen, heard, valued? Was I honest with him today about how I feel, even if those feelings are negative towards the relationship, right? There has been a lot of growth in this area, and currently I'm not actively dating. I am actually working through and healing from a relationship that ended 8 months ago, and there is a grieving process with that. There's work for me that I need to do in order to become emotionally available for the next person. And again, these are not terms that I ever had in my vocabulary before. It was like, oh, okay, he's probably the asshole, he's a problem, we're going to jump into somebody else and then ruin their life and carry all that baggage. And it's like just this vicious cycle. And this time, I have a lot more self-awareness where I'm like, I am working through my own feelings. I don't have space for somebody else's, right? Because it actually is a lot of work to hold space for my own needs and feelings and somebody else's. It is not like an overnight matter that I've just been able to master it, especially when I'm still grieving somebody else. It's not fair to bring somebody new into that mess, right? I've done that over and over again, and it's selfish. And when the day comes that I'm ready to go back out there, I know that I can trust myself to get through really hard heartbreaks, right? That has helped me build trust in my sobriety and myself. It has been a huge character development. And with practice, I don't have as much fear of dating, right? Because I know that I can handle it, and I know that I have the tools because I've spent the time to accumulate those tools. So I feel like I can go on for a very long time. So I'm gonna pass it on to Brooke or whoever to see if there's anything that I missed or.
No, that was incredible. Thank you so much, Shadane. That was a powerful, powerful message. And we got some comments in the chat here just really relating and resonating with what you're saying. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you for coming and sharing that. It's such a big topic. I'm glad we've had different perspectives and really have been able to dissect this. If we have time at the end, I'm going to go back and I'm going to write down, touch on some things that you mentioned, because I could say so much about it. But anyways, Olivia, thank you so much. And we've got a really incredible guest coming up next. The owner of the brand ODAT Apparel, Jeremy, is here to share about what he is creating. I'm so stoked. He's graciously offered us a free t-shirt giveaway as well. So we're going to be doing that on Monday. Please register for this event or use the hashtag Sober424 to get entered into that contest. Jeremy, come on up.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing so good. How are you?
I'm good. This is the first time we've actually chatted, so it's really nice to meet you, Brooke, and thank you for putting this on. It's been really lovely to hear everyone speaking so far today.
I know it is the first time we've actually got to like meet face to face, but I feel like I know you and you're like one of the sweetest people. I'll tell you, like the day I cut my bangs, he was in my DMs like, are you okay? Because I'd mentioned that bangs are a cry for help.
Yeah. Well, you never know, you see something like that pop up on your feed, just like someone you see often, and then all of a sudden it's like bangs are a cry for help. And I was like, oh no, are you okay? But so I'm glad you're good. But yeah, so my name's Jeremy, and I founded Odat Apparel on my 1 year sobriety anniversary. Our focus is, thank you. Our focus is on resilience, recovery, and personal growth. My sober date is July 27th, 2022. So the brand itself is about 9 months old, as I'm a year and 9 months, I believe, sober. And yeah, I guess I'll go into a little bit about why I created the brand. And in some, I actually had the idea while I was in rehab. This is not the first time that I had tried to get sober. And I got to a place in my life where I was in a really bad relapse after moving back to the US from living abroad. And it was, the kind of relapse that was like very, very close to death. And it was everything in my life was getting very dark. And I feel like I'm going to overshare because that's what I do when I'm speaking about my time, but I'll talk about it a little bit. My wife was pregnant at the time. I have a 2-year-old son who I have a wonderful relationship with. He just turned 2. But as you will tell, I'm not quite 2 years sober yet. So there was a lot of overlaps. That was very difficult for everyone in my family. And while I was in rehab, I don't have a background in fashion or apparel. I have a background in branding and in business for, branding for corporate brands. And so when I was looking at, I was just kind of, my head's returning, and I really wanted a different career path when I was coming out, because I needed to find something else that kind of reinvigorated me and gave me a new perspective. And I really wanted to also give back to the sober community, because there was so much given to me. Even when I had gotten sober before then, there was so much that was given to me. And my relapse is a very classic convincing myself I can have just one drink, and I did, and then it didn't go very well, and it was months and months and months of a progressive disease that brought me pretty low. So while I was in rehab, I was thinking about business and had always toyed with the idea of starting an apparel brand. And so when I was doing my research on the recovery space and what is currently offered, I didn't find anything that I personally wanted to wear. I wanted something that was a little bit more subdued, something that would be able to start a conversation, but wasn't as so loud in your face that it just says like, hey, everyone, I've been through it. I've been through it all, and hear me roar or whatever. And I do believe in recovering out loud, but not every single person I come across on the streets needs to know my whole story. So I wanted to create a brand that was a bit more subdued and a little more subtle, and would be as a conversation starter, so that other people would either understand what ODAT stands for, or they can have a conversation with people that they're meeting on in life. So when I was doing my research, I found a lot of drop shipping and print on demand, and a lot of like the same thing kind of copy and pasted throughout the market, and it just isn't something that I wanted to wear. So I just dove into apparel and closed my old agency. I had a branding agency with a partner on the West Coast, and have just been really focusing on this full time. So I knew nothing about embroidery or printing or sourcing materials, and I'm very proud with where the brand has come to today. And the thing that really makes it amazing for me is over the holidays we were getting a lot of gift cards, and the notes that we would receive from people buying the gift cards was incredible. It was for their son who's sober that they're proud of, or their dad that's sober, or their mom. And the notes that they were providing was like, we are so proud of you, here's a gift card XYZ. And those things like are what keep me going, because as someone who still considers myself pretty fairly newly sober, not every day is easy, not every day is pretty. And sometimes I have really, really hard days, and seeing a message like that, or knowing that I had helped someone just for today, remind them that all they have is today, is what my mission was really all about. And so yeah, so that's the company in a nutshell. We have a really wonderful garment. I'll go talk about the garment itself. It's 100% organic cotton. The embroidery and printing is all done here in our studio in the US. and we are currently shipping worldwide. So it was an honor to be able to talk today, and to also offer a giveaway. So I don't have the exact giveaway because I make everything still per order. As a growing brand, we don't carry copious amounts of stock. We make everything to order, but I have one that is going out tomorrow morning in a different color. But this is the shirt that we are looking at giving away. We are doing either this color or in vintage white. And on the front, it has ODAT and a script. It's called a script tee. And that is embroidered. And then on the back, we have a very long, I can't even see my screen, but we have a very long print on the back. This is the vintage black version, says 1 day at a time. And right now we're offering vintage black and vintage white. This is what our vintage white looks like. It's like an off-white. And this is a new design we actually just recently released, which is 10 to the power of 3, which is 1,000. So this is 1 is too many and 1,000 is never enough. So those are, so we're excited. We're excited to provide the giveaway on Monday, as Brooke mentioned. And I feel like I'll just keep blabbering, so I'll pause for a moment now.
I loved it, Jeremy. You're so incredible. I love the subtleness of the work you do too. Like the messages there, if you're in recovery, if you're sober, you get it, but it's not like overly obvious. I have some like recover like a mother shirts and stuff that I absolutely love, but then I don't want to wear it to work, you know?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And that's really, that's why I founded the brand, because I wanted my closet to be full of things that could start a conversation, but that I could wear anywhere. And it's really funny though, my closet, I was telling this story recently to someone. I haven't yet like made myself until very recently one of my own items. So my closet is full of everything that I messed up on. So if I messed up on something and I couldn't send it, I was like, okay, I'll take this and this will be mine, and I'll wear this and hopefully, whatever. But yeah, I just recently got to a place where I was like, I'm gonna just actually make myself something today. And so I did, and I've been wearing it constantly, and I'm really, really proud of that aspect of it. It's been cool.
I love it. Well, I've actually seen
what did he say? A
people-
year and 9 months? You're in recovery?
Yeah,
Dude, you're doing some great things, man. Be proud of yourself for what you're bringing to the recovery. I've never met you, so this is the first time you and I have met.
Yeah.
I would love for you to be a part of our everybody. Just come to the live events. But keep doing what you're doing, man. That is so cool that you're in such young recovery and you put a brand together. Good on you, and a nice subtle brand too. So I'm proud of you.
Thank
It's
you. I
incredible.
appreciate
It's
that.
actually made its way out here to Vancouver. I've seen people wearing the ODAT hoodies.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, we're actually, I won't say who, but we are working on some collaborations within the sobriety space I'm really excited about as well. So more of that will be coming soon.
Incredible. Before we let you go, can you let us know like a couple of things you do to have fun sober?
What do I do to have fun sober? Well, honestly, I really enjoy doing this brand. But I have a wonderful wife who's been extremely supportive. I have a 2-year-old son who just, before I jumped on here, I actually like drove to go home for a little bit and just spend some time with him. So working for myself and being able to spend time with my family is very, very important. I enjoy bike riding. I enjoy going to the gym. I enjoy, reading when I can, if I have time. And I love traveling. My wife and I are big travelers, not so much now that we have a 2-year-old, but we did take him to Iceland, which was awesome. And yeah, I don't know, you can do anything sober. And I'll actually touch on that for 1 second. When my wife did a lot of traveling, I actually originally started to get sober while we were living in Japan. And again, that's not my sober date. So that was, before my time sober now. But looking back at a lot of the places I've been able to go and to travel and the people I've gotten to meet, I don't regret it because I had a great time because it works while it works and then it doesn't. And when I was traveling, though, there was a lot of time I don't remember, and I thought about that too. Like if I go somewhere else and I'm not drinking, is it going to be the same? And it took time to realize that it's going to be better, and being present and in the moment and living day by day. There's such beauty in the most simple aspects of my life. And so I'm really excited for what the future holds as a sober person and continuing to help spread the message of sobriety. So
Incredible. Thank you so much for being here and for the giveaway. For our audience, where can they come and find you and connect with all you're doing?
Yes, our website is odatapparel.com, ODAAT apparel.com. All of our socials are at Odat Apparel. We are pretty active on Instagram and not so much on TikTok right now, but possibly again in the future. But really through our website and through Instagram is where you'll see most of it. And then if you sign up for our newsletter, I send an email out once a week, just giving updates on new blog posts, new design releases, and collaborations, partnerships, things like that. So
Incredible. Thank you again so much, Jeremy. And yeah, I look forward to connecting again and collaborating more. I would love to see the 424 be taken on by a bunch of different apparel brands and everybody make something unique, to share for the day. I think that'd be so cool.
that'd be awesome. Well, let's keep talking. I think that'd be great.
Absolutely. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your 424. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Let's keep this going. Taylor, are you in the house?
Taylor. Our good friends at ARC.
Jay, do you want to take over for a second?
Where's Taylor? There's Taylor.
Is he here? Okay, perfect.
So ARC, I've had the great privilege, actually Empowered to Recover Foundation has had the great privilege with ARC to really showcase the work that these individuals are doing. And Taylor is one of the individuals that has gone through the ARC program, and now he's, a lived experienced person there. And he was on our first online event, correct?
Oh yeah.
Now you're going to come to Edmonton and be live on the big stage too, eh? So
yeah.
I'm proud that we've been able to foster this relationship with Sierra and you and Kyra and you and the rest of what you do, brother. Just crack it out and let us know about ARC and yourself.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks again for having me. I feel like a seasoned veteran. No, I'm just kidding. I guess I'll start off with, how I even came to have anything to do with ARC. I was a young man. My parents had gone through, counseling, seen psychologists, seen, everything that was available at the time. And this was about 14 years ago, right? And eventually we ended up at the doors of ARC. Yeah. And my substance use was so advanced at that point that my parents actually had no other option. And the way they looked at it was that ARC was the last kind of stop on the block. And what ARC is and kind of what I'm here to talk about is it's a 12-step based program that specifically helps, adolescents from age 12 to 22. We work on so we obviously do the 12 steps. We go through that, and it's a long-term program that lasts anywhere from 8 to 12 months. Longest I've seen is a lot longer than 12 months. The longest I've seen is 16 months. And the reason for that stuff is that, how many kids do you know that actually, and of course there's the one, I know Street Angel, and she's pretty young too, and which is cool, right? But any young kid that comes into that program is, they're stuck, right? They don't want to be sober, but they don't have any other options, One huge thing that I was wanting to talk about today is, not just my experience, but my experience working with youth. I've been at ARC for 5 years now. I started there when I think I was 26, and I started from the bottom and kind of worked my way up. And, it's been, in terms of program wise, it's been one of the most rewarding places, I've ever had the ability to work at, but it's been also the most difficult place. And, I know this is Sober 24. Everybody's all happy, but I want to talk about the reality. I want to talk about the reality of youth that are addicted. And fact of the matter is, last year we buried 3 individuals in a short period of time, the youngest being 16 years old, and throughout my time at ARC in the last 14 years, I've probably buried 30 plus kids, you know, and the oldest being 24 years old. And why I'm here is I want to get this, you know, this stigma, this that youth can't be addicted, youth can't have problems. And I want parents to know that there is hope and there is a place. And you know, the reason why we work differently is that we've been there. Like all of the staff at ARC are people who have gone through the program at another time in their life. And a lot, like right now, there's a lot of young kids that have been out for, you know, a year, 2 years that are working at ARC. And that's why we, you know, I truly believe that's why we make the difference, because we've been there. And, you know, we work on the, you know, the principle that you can't con a con, right? And, you know, we, like I said, I'm truly blessed to be able to be there and to be able to like carry this message and even to do it on here, right? Yeah, ARC is, you know, some of the statistics and stuff is like we do have a very good, we have very high succession rate kind of thing. Like I think at least 75% of the kids that go through stay sober over long periods of time. And you know, it's tricky though. Like how many kids do you know are going to get out of a long-term program and go, you know, how do you fit in with other teenagers? You know, what happens when I turn 18? I can't drink anymore, right? And I think that's where we run into the most problems, because and I'll speak from experience on that. Is when I got out of ARC, I was sober for a year and I turned 18 and I was like, well, you know, my friends are doing it. Like I'm 18. I'm too young to be an alcoholic. I'm too young to have problems with this stuff. So I'm going to try it. It took me a week, you know, a week before I blew my foot off and I was right back where I started. And I think my main message is I don't know who's watching or how many people are watching this, but I really want to get the word out that like the Alberta Adolescent Recovery Center is truly the place that saved my life, and I owe a lot to it, even though I didn't stay sober after completing the program. If it wasn't for that place and it wasn't for the guy that runs the place, you know, I wouldn't be where I am today. And, you know, I have countless blessings, right? And this is going to sound dark, but a few of those kids that we lost last year were people that I had helped. And, you know, even the fact that I had some sort of role in those kids' lives at such an early age, even though it ended early, I consider that a blessing, because I truly believe that they were some of the most incredible kids I've ever had the opportunity to work for or work with. And yeah, so I don't have a huge ramble like last time. Not all over the place. I'm just extremely grateful today. And, you know, that was kind of I wanted to do a little tribute to that kid, especially because he was so meaningful to a lot of us at ARC. And yeah, we definitely had to pick ourselves up after that. But I just want to get this message across.
What's important about this for me is the fact that with Empowered to Recover and Sober 424, we are sharing about the youth. We are sharing about real people with real stories. And that's something really proud to me, because I have a daughter that's 8 years old that knows all about this stuff. And when I was at ARC and came and saw you and met you, I had the opportunity to sit there for an evening. And what I got goosebumps right now. What I saw there was something absolutely amazing. And, you know, I will support ARC until the day I can't take another breath, for the phenomenal work that you guys do, but for the phenomenal staff that you guys have there. Like, you all work hard for those youth and those families of the youth, right? So it's a two-bag thing there, and phenomenal work you guys do. I mean, I'm grateful that Kyra and you are coming to Edmonton, and you get to actually get on a real stage and really get to be you. But, you know, for you to be part of Sober 4, what do you do for fun? I know you got a beautiful kid and you got a wife and all that. What do you do for fun?
That is my fun, man, watching that kid grow.
Yeah.
Like that's been the biggest blessing, because like I honestly, like, I think back to like 16-year-old me, 17-year-old me struggling with addiction. And if you would have asked me if I could see my life past 25, I'd say, nope, not at all. I'm 31 in a couple of weeks here, and I got a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, or a 1-year-old, almost 1-year-old daughter. And that is my fun, man. Just watching
Yeah,
them grow.
I see your pictures, bro. You're happy, and
Yeah.
it's amazing. To see you grow and get to know you, and also have this relationship that we have formed with ARC, and I will always support you guys, and you guys can always share on our platform. So big shout out to you. You got anything to say, Brooke? Yeah, I think you met them in Calgary, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying not to get choked up. It's hard to talk after that. It was so powerful, Taylor. Thank you. And it is unfortunately a reality of addiction, and this platform, like I'm really glad you came here to honor that. It's a really, really important message. And we've actually got a speaker coming up next that has some solutions. And that's a really, really important part of the conversation is what can we do? How can we help make a difference so that we don't have to keep missing these people that, we lose, especially the young people. Young males are getting it the worst. We're losing more young males than anybody to this disease. So, yeah, I'm just so grateful for your message, Taylor.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, moving swiftly along here. I guess Dino's up next, eh?
Yeah.
Dino. Now this guy. This guy just came into my life like a couple days ago. And this guy's got a powerful story. Goes way back to 1997, Bug Ban, and guy hit it big, and then his life fell apart. But now he's got some amazing new technology. He's a spokesperson for Opiate. And Dino, thanks for taking the time. Thanks for reaching out to Empower to Recover and being a part of the Sober 424 today. Take it away, my friend. I love that you're a part of this.
Hey, it's my pleasure, brother. And by the way, congratulations for today and for everything that you guys do. I mean, this is just an amazing event, by the way. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. A lot, you can't say enough about the people who post and the people who podcast on all platforms. And I just want to take a moment to say that, most of them, they're posting feel-good messages. They're posting, things about recovery. Sometimes they'll get you, sometimes they won't, but we're kind of like collectively like the Red Roof Inn commercial, we'll leave the light on. And when you're ready, you know where to go. And if it wasn't for all of these outlets, I think we'd be lost. It would be a sad day.
Yeah, you're right. And you want to get into a little bit about your story and I think you should touch a little bit on the past. I mean, you hit it big kind of overnight, and then what just fell on your lap, and kind of how you're basically you're kind of like me, rebirth, rebuild, rebrand, right? It's kind of like it came into our lives for a reason, me and you, for some reason. You know what I'm saying?
Everything. Let's just reboot. Is really the name. But before I forget, I mean, if people, I would love if people could take the time later on to check out the website. It's opiaid.ai, opiaid.ai. I'll forget later, and I'm just going to be really mad at myself. So there, I got it out of the way. Okay, so I am Dino Miliotis, and I am a recovering everything. It's the best way to put it. And I think, everything started back in 1996. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had a business. My first business was when I was 16, next business 19. And I mean, just totally driven, money driven, material driven, the thing. But I caught lightning in a bottle in 1996, and I'm the guy who invented Bug Ban, which is the insect repelling wristband that's infused with all these natural fragrances, and it keeps mosquitoes and biting bugs away. And you want to talk about a home run that I didn't expect. I mean, in 18 months after that, I was in 63 countries. I single-handedly sold over 32 million wristbands. So this wasn't like a base hit or a bunt. This was a home run. Okay. I'm about 30-ish years old. And, you know, obviously this doesn't happen every day, but, you know, all of a sudden I get invited to be in People magazine and on Oprah Winfrey's show. And I'm on all the cable networks and the local networks. And, you know, I was like, I don't think celebrity, but at that time it sure felt good, right? But with all that immediate fame and fortune, you know, I wasn't used to it. I didn't know how to talk to people. I didn't know what to say. You know, I'm a college dropout. All I wanted to do was just, you know, be an entrepreneur. So, you know, I sought bravery in a bottle and popping pills and doing whatever. And, you know, the first time you take a drink, the first time you do a drug, I was just like, wow, you know, that gave me confidence. That made me feel really good. You know, I was hitting all the talking points. I was doing, you know, but you're only fooling yourself. But so you're looking at somebody who began their addiction in 1996, and it didn't get better. It got progressively worse. You ready? Until 2020. So I'm carrying around an addiction for almost a quarter century before I walked into the doors of rehab, which was July 7th, 2020. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's not a long time by comparison to, you know, much respect to the people 10, 20, 30 years sober, clean and sober. But you know what? Every day above ground is a really good day. So, you know, we all should pat ourselves on the back. But, you know, so between that time, one of the things that I can honestly say took me such a long time to just, you know, just get it through my head that I have a problem is because I was successful, right? And I was a train wreck inside, but outwardly, you know, at least I thought, you know, I was successful. People wanted to meet me. People wanted to do business with me. And I'm just like, well, I don't have a problem. Why would people want to meet me if I have a problem? So I was like the last guy in the room to know until I lost the respect of my family, my friends, my associates, myself. And I'm sitting in this bloated mansion and I got all these exotic cars in the garage and I'm just alone, nobody with me, and I'm crying. And I'm just like, I have all this and I have nothing, right? And that was my moment. That was my moment where I knew that there's just no way that I could just fix myself. I needed help. And by the way, rehab to me was like, I'm never going into rehab. There's just no way. But guess what? You know, I did it. So I did mine in a nice little place in Lake Arrowhead, California. And I left my ego at the door and I just really, really wanted to get better. And I told myself, this is going to be the first and last time that I'm going to enter these doors. And you know what? If ever I'm going to like soak something up like a sponge, I'm going to listen to counselors. I'm going to watch peers. I'm going to do everything I'm supposed to because I'm done. And I didn't do it for anybody. I didn't do it to get my wife back or to win respect or I for once, I did it just for me. I didn't know what was going to happen afterwards. I knew I didn't want to go back to what I was doing. I mean, I literally walked into rehab. I walked away from $1 billion a year business that I created. Just walked away. No big deal, right? I mean, so when I got out clean and sober, I was raring to go. I was slightly terrified. I mean, uncertain, all of the emotions that I'd like to think I'm not the only one who feels when they get out. But when I got out, you know, extra surprised, it was smack dab in the middle of a COVID lockdown. The pandemic's here. The whole world stopped turning. Okay. Good luck, Dino. Have a good time, right? So, you know, they gave me some counselors and some therapists to get in touch with, obviously, so that I continue my treatment. They call it medically assisted treatment, right? Behavioral health counseling, some medication. So I took all the information with me and I went to COVID lockdown. I was in a house by myself, isolation. Every day was the same. It was like Groundhog Day, right? And for extra fun, they had the binge watching TV. You ever watch 456 episodes of Law and Order? I did. I should be an honorary lawyer right now, okay? And I didn't feel bad about it because here's the thing. I'm like, well, I'm not a loser. I can't be lazy because the whole world stopped. So everybody's doing it. So it's okay, you know, but it kind of wears on your mind, isolation and being fresh out of recovery. You know, it's not a good thing, right? Moreover, you know, I was having these regular Zoom casts with therapists, and I'm not knocking therapists. I'm just going to tell you about my personal experience. But, you know, so I'm sitting and speaking to them, and they're just like, did you use today? No. Did you use yesterday? No. When was the last time you used? Right before I went into rehab. On a scale of 1 to 10, pick the smiley face or the frowny face that you feel. I'm like, I don't know. I'm anxious. I'm terrified. What's tomorrow? What am I going to do with the rest of my life? I mean, these are questions. Well, it sounds like you have some baseline anxiety. So I'm going to prescribe this medication. You also might have some baseline depression, and take this pill, but it's not going to work for about 3 months. Take this pill only if you have to. Take this. I mean, it's like the Matrix. Take the red pill or the blue. You know, it's very confusing. So, you know, long story short, COVID's still going on. I'm still in isolation, and now I'm taking maybe like, I don't know, 12 different types of medication. Taking it as prescribed, but 12 different types. I was fine. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't using, but I would stare at a TV with nothing on it. Okay. I would lay in my bed and just wish I'd either sleep or die. I didn't want to get up. I didn't want to take a shower. I didn't want to interact. I didn't want to do anything. It was like Night of the Living Dead, dude. I mean, seriously, it was just like, I can't do this anymore, you know, and you're thinking about the past, of course, and I'm thinking about all my success and how I was Mr. Big Time and driving around my fancy cars. And, you know, I would even take fancy cars to a regular car wash. And then I remember these kids would like run up and be like, Mister, what do you do for a living? I'm like, well, let me tell you, kid, you know, let me give you some business advice. You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous. But, you know, you go back and you're starting to think and reminisce about like, God, I thought this would be better, but I'm feeling horrible, right? So I threw my medication out. I threw it out because in my head, I'd rather use and drink than go through this zombie-like state. And I'm just talking about me now, right? And as soon as I threw them out, I was looking around to see what was open, liquor store that was open, maybe an old dealer on my old phone that I could, you know, hit up and, you know, score something, you know, and I'm crying because I got out of rehab. I'm supposed to be good. I'm supposed to be, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I just don't get it, right? And this is the, you know, I haven't told you this before, but you know, I wasn't really exactly a praying man for many, many years. Okay. And at that one moment, my weak moment, I just said, you know, please, God, help me. You know, I'm ready to follow you. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I can't do it. I'm giving myself to you. Okay. I'm still crying. I'm still jonesing. I'm still anxious. And I'm still thinking about the drugs I'm going to score and the bottle of vodka that I'm going to buy. And all of a sudden, I get a text. Dude, I chilled up right now. All of a sudden, I get a text message from a car wash kid, a kid that I met at a car wash years earlier. One of those kids that I gave sound business advice to. Just out of the blue, text message from this kid. And he says, hi. I don't know what you're doing these days or where you are, but it would be an honor if you're in town to take you to lunch. Just want to let you know I've been following the principles of success you once gave me, and I got promoted twice. Thank you.
Wow.
Dude, okay? I
got shivers.
This is not like Charlton Heston in the movie The 10 Commandments, okay? God text messages, okay, in this modern world. This was a message. This was a sign, okay? And I was just like, whoa, are you kidding me right now? So I just stopped what I was thinking, stopped what I was doing, and I decided that, you know what? If I could inspire that kid and other kids that I have all the years that I didn't even pay attention to, then I must have something. I must have a gift, and I need to use it, right? So I started writing my story. I started writing a book, and I'm thinking to myself, well, it's gonna, help entrepreneurs, because my rags to riches story and what I went through. But I also in the story was very, very clear in talking about my addiction and all the horrible things that I went through and everything. And the book was published. It took me 12, 15-hour days. It took me 8 months to write. I don't even know how to write a book, by the way. But I just figured, you know what? I was compelled to do this. So I write the book, publish it, and all of a sudden something wonderful happened. I start getting an outpouring of support from the sober and recovery community. It was just and stupid me. Oh, there are sober recovery communities. Oh, they're online. They're on Facebook. Wow, this is pretty cool. Because you got to remember, as a business guy, I've had my head buried in the sand for so long. I never paid attention to the outside world. All of a sudden, this beautiful community of sober soldiers, they're everywhere. And I start talking to them. And I start talking to them morning, noon, and night. And, shocker, the more I would talk to them and help them, the more I felt good about me and empowered. Go figure, right? See, I'm always the last guy in the room to catch out on that one. But so I did that for a couple of years. And in my head, I just kept going back to the time, how frustrated I was that the health professionals just didn't understand. They weren't listening to what I was saying. They just kept giving me different types of things. It was almost like a guessing game on what my ailment was, because they kept asking, how do you feel? And I'm like, I don't know. Well, what are you feeling? What are you experiencing right now? I'm like, I don't know. I just want to drink. I just want to use, right? So that was always in the back of my mind. But I met some great people, great community. And all of a sudden, one of the people that I met, he reached out and said, hey, I think there's somebody that you need to meet. I'm like, who? Well, it's this person. I used to work with them, and they're working on something in recovery. I think you guys need to meet because you have a lot in common. I'm like, okay. So I met the founder of Opiate. And when we sat down, it only took me 5-10 minutes in conversation for me to understand I wanted to be in this thing like big time. Because if this technology that Opiate was working on existed when I was going through my rehabilitation in that first initial 2-3 months in the recovery process, oh my God, it would have saved. Look, I could have been a statistic. I could have relapsed like so many other people relapse. Okay, that's no joke. Relapse rates in the mid 90s. I mean, that should scare everybody. But for me, I know that had I not had divine intervention, if I didn't get that text message from that car wash kid, I would have used hard, like really hard. And who knows what could have happened? It could have gone the other way. But I was given a second chance. I'm still standing. And it wasn't to squander it and go back into the business community and sell another widget. It was to do something with my talent. And it's to inspire and instill hope in others in recovery, and to give hope to the hopeless, because all of us feel hopeless at times. And I got to tell you guys, you're stronger than you think. So here's how Opiate works. And just give you a little bit, you can check it out on the website. But Opiate is a data science company that first and foremost, they love their neighbors in recovery. The thing that impressed me, they don't even call us addicts. They call us neighbors. And it's true love for neighbors. I mean, what they want is for neighbors to come home at night. We're losing too many people just in the opioid epidemic, the overdose deaths. It's one person dies every 4 minutes. And if you just let that sink in for a second, that's pretty scary. Every 4 minutes. Okay. How can we help? So this technology actually has the ability to distinguish and measure withdrawal from anxiety. You ready? It measures withdrawal. It can distinguish withdrawal from anxiety. So basically, when somebody was saying, pick a smiley face or a frowny face, how do you feel? What are you feeling? And you can't articulate to the health professional how you're feeling, because that's the last thing. Like being articulate is the last thing on your mind when you're going through your struggles. Okay, you're just like, I don't know. But through basically, it'll take already existing files on patient data, electronic files, and it combines it. You see this? This is an OP8 powered smartwatch. Okay, so it takes biometric readings from the smartwatch, the electronic file on you, and it combines a proprietary algorithm, the machine learning part. And what it'll do, it'll shoot back real-time decision-making options to the health professional. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means, as an example, that I think in recovery, a lot of times the tendency is that everybody's treated the same, right? I mean, you and I are different size and shape, okay? You may be able to drink me under the table, but we're both given 2 aspirin and call me in the morning. You know what I mean? It's not proportionate to size and weight and height and, you know, the stresses of life and so forth. It's very, very important. The other thing is that when I went into rehab, I went into rehab for certain types of drugs and alcohol. There was other people that got into rehab that they were just out of their minds, you know, addicted on fentanyl. Okay. One guy died 4 times. He was telling me these stories. He died 4 times. And the first thing that he could think of when he came back to life is not like, oh, thank God I'm back and I have a second chance, was feeling his sock for his stash to find out if the paramedics took it or not. This is the world we're in. I mean, people have to understand. And from an outsider looking in, when we talk about recovery, you can't possibly understand what we go through. And so I will ask everybody in recovery not to be so hard on the people that aren't experienced in it themselves. They want to help, they want to love, they just don't know how. Okay, you ever hear the thing, well, just stop, or just slow down. Why don't you just quit? Yeah, easier said than done. Mm-hmm. So back to the story with this guy in rehab, John, the fentanyl guy. You know, it took a real long time to get him out of his shell, but I was just really committed to get him out of his shell. And he started participating in group meetings, and he started interacting and talking. I thought he turned the corner, you see, but, you know, after like the 10th day, I looked in group and he wasn't around. And sorry. And I asked where John was, and they said he didn't make it. And that's when I first realized that we were treated the same. Had we been treated maybe differently, John would have still been with us, and people like John. I can't say enough about the technology, but I just want to make everybody aware that it's here. The future is here. You're going to see and read a lot about this technology. It's powering health facilities and sober living facilities and recovery centers all over the world. And I just want to make my people, brothers and sisters in recovery, aware of this technology. 1, because so you know that there's something out there, there's hope. 2, that if you can't find anything and maybe we can help bring somebody home, go to the website, contact me. You know, we'll direct you to places that are using our technology. But I am so excited about this. I can't even tell you.
Me too.
I was holding back tears on that one there, Brooke. And there's something here. And this is why, you know, God, I'm not going to take a lot of time here because we got to move on. But God brought Dino into Empowered to Recover's life, Brooke's life, Sober 24. God brought that. right? I got a message from you saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing?" And right away, I knew right away. You say 5 to 10 minutes. Right away, the minute I talked to you, I knew in 5 minutes. Game changer. Johnny can come home now. Game changer. Brother, I love you. Thank you for sharing that. Brooke, do you got anything to say to that amazing man over there that's just trying to change the world too?
I'm just so excited about this being available, and it's gonna change the game for sure. And your message was so, so powerful. We're getting a lot of feedback. So thank you. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here. I'm really excited to
Thank you,
meet you.
guys.
You will
Thank
see
you.
Dino in
Likewise.
Canada at our live events, possibly in Saskatoon at the end of August, and for the rest of them. So Dino is going to come along on the live events across Canada, and then he's going to help me get in the US. Thanks, Dino.
That's right. Okay, guys, love what you do. God bless you both, and have a great rest of your show.
Thank
love
you
you.
so
Love you,
much.
brother.
Bye-bye.
All right. We've got Deanne coming up next to have a recovery chat. I absolutely adore this human. I got to know him earlier in my recovery, but then also through a program called Hilarapy, where he's sharing his journey using humor to help heal. And it's so good. Thank you so much for being here, Deanne.
Thank you, Brooke, for having me. Hope you guys can hear me properly.
Yes, we can. Why don't you share your recovery journey with us? I'd love to hear what that was like for you and what brought you into sobriety and how you enjoy life now that you're sober.
Oh man, well, thank you so much for holding this and organizing all this. Such amazing speakers. I've only been on for the last hour or so, some at work and then just in between meetings, but I couldn't miss this and super grateful for this. Dino's message, holy smokes, I gotta connect with Dino. That's the reason why I'm studying what I'm studying, right? To try to make some changes in the opioid crisis. But yeah, no, my story goes back to teenagehood, just always using drugs and then switching to alcohol, back to drugs, and trying everything possible to stop, right? And then come 2018, I ended up in a treatment center. I was there for about 3 days, picked up some dope, and then gave some to my roommate, right? And I thought I could get away with it. I was still sick. Went to a meeting with the house guys, and then came back, and my roommate was overdosed, and he passed away, and I got kicked out, right? And that was like the shock that I needed to get willing enough, right? Get desperate enough to get into recovery and actually do what I was meant to do. And yeah, it was a God shot because I ended up coming in, and that's where I met you, Brooke, right? I started going to the meetings locally, and they planted a seed of recovery, and it was such a blessing because Brooke and I shared that home group for a while, and that's where I truly got welcomed into long-term recovery, and you guys taught me a lot, right? And through that process, yeah, I made the mistake of getting into recovery. I mean, into a relationship in early recovery, right? And then putting a ring on her finger and having like step group love and all that kind of stuff. Got distracted, but by the grace of God, I took a 1 year cake and then ended up relapsing thereafter, right? And going back out. And I was that guy looking for the dope, coming to after like a relapse, right? And after an overdose, looking in my sock, looking for the leftover dope, but they had taken it, right? And thank God they did. And being in the back of that ambulance, holy smokes, I was shaking with so much guilt and shame. I'm like, holy, like, how did this happen? I told myself, I told my loved ones I would never, ever do that ever again. How did I end up picking up, right? And just shaking with so much guilt and shame and hypothermia because I was out for a couple of hours, actually. Like I said, only by the grace of God that I'm still here. I am still breathing and no physical ailments, no brain damage, not a vegetable. And, I just remember good friends in recovery telling me, acceptance is the answer to all your problems, right? Nothing in God's world happens by mistake. And it was just like, I remember laying in the back of that ambulance. And I was like, God, if you're there, grant me with acceptance, remove this guilt and shame, right? I use that like a offset of the fear prayer from the big book. And literally all that shaking and hypothermic, like guilt and shame, literally just dissipated. It was like a blanket of calm and serenity just like going over me, and I just stopped shaking. And I was like, you know what, something in the back of my head said it's gonna be okay. And the next day, even though there was a a high amount of mental obsession, I wanted to go pick up, but instead, I was guided to a meeting and put my hand and said I'm coming back. And yeah, that just changed up everything. I can only imagine where I'd be if I went the other direction, right? But yeah, I had amazing people in my path that showed me what to do right off the bat. And now, a couple years later, coming up to almost 5 years this summer, right? By the grace of God, my sobriety date is July 12th, 2019. And that was like the day after that overdose, right? And I never had to go back and use ever again because the love and the welcoming, non-judgmental mindset and atmosphere that I got received back with, right? And it was so amazing. I now, just to quickly sum it up, I got married last year, got a beautiful place, and I'm in school full time right now for psychiatric nursing, right? Like that's what Dino was talking about, right? Like we want to try to figure out how to get people off the pharmacological methods, right? And try to switch over to holistic wellness, spiritual, biopsychosocial, and spiritual methods of helping people get off like opiates, right? Getting off like meth, getting off crack, because all of that was my stakes in a sense, right? Like I was a garbage can towards the end of my addiction, but we want to try to help other brothers and sisters come out of that, and in a different way. I don't know how we're gonna do that. I'm just following the guidance that's been, provided. But the guy that used to use in the hospital bathroom, right, sticking needles in his arms. Now I'm on the other side administering medication, right, to our patients in the hospital. It just like it blows my mind. Like I was at the hospital this past weekend for one of my clinical shifts for school, and I was like almost about to break down in tears because I was so grateful, right? Like these guys are trusting me with their medication. Man, if it was back in the day, I'd be pumping it in my own arm, right? And they go, you don't need that hydromorph. I'll take that home, right? That would have been my mentality back then. But like I said, I'm so grateful to be walking this path and to have these opportunities to even share like a glimmer of what you can get, right? Last night we were in this jail meeting with some of our friends, like behind bars, right? We take a meeting down into a men's prison in the local area, and one of the guys that came, he was kind of sharing his experience of how he wanted to end his life, sticking like the worst things he could in the needle and putting it in his arm, and like saying that he could feel himself dying, right? Like he just wanted to end his life, end his pain. And by the grace of God, he's like sitting in front of me right now, a couple months clean, and he said, I guess God didn't want me to go, right? And he had so much hope in his eyes in this meeting last night. And he's like, I can't wait to get out. I want to do the steps properly, right? I want to change my life. And I was like, wow, like there is so much hope out there. And we just want to spread that, right? In a non-pharmacological way. You don't need to do it all the chemistry and all the medication, right? No, like it's not a bad thing to be on it. I'm not trying to trying to bash it, like the medical community or anything like that, or anyone that is on any medication, by all means, right? We're just trying to figure out a way to try to do it in a holistic approach, right? And not make any mistakes.
New technology, man. That's it. The new technology. It's the new technology. Awesome story. I'm grateful. I don't think I've ever met you, so nice to meet you. I'd love to connect and make this thing happen. I don't mean to rush along here, but we still got about 5 to go. And who's up next? Okay, thank you very much, Janad. Do you say, is that how I say it? Jan. Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, I'm not good at names. Brooke will tell you this. I can't even speak people's names. But
Thank you, guys.
I love you.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you for coming, and awesome. Right on. Okay, we've got Travis coming up next, and then we're gonna switch up the
We can go to Scott. Do you want to go to Angel after Travis?
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna go Angel, and then we're gonna have Kalichi on. We're gonna get Recovery Mike, and then we
Skylar's gonna
are
close, or do you want to do Skylar after?
mm, let's do Skylar after Kalichi.
Or do Kalichi Skylar or Skylar Kalichi. That'll work. Okay.
Skylar Kalichi. Okay.
Travis, this is our good friend Travis. Brooke and I had the honor of watching this young fella go through an amazing program that Brooke and I and the rest of the team, Robert Ware, who's on here, I think he still is, also Sabrina and Ashley, called Hype Recovery Coaching, which is one of the things that we do. Hi, Robert. And Travis was one of the first people to go through the program. And Travis today is still in recovery because he went through the program and reached out and did it a different way. Travis, let her go for 10 minutes. Let's hear all about you and what you're doing today and life beyond recovery. And
hey guys, thanks for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here for the second time. I was on the February one. It was amazing. My name's Travis. I am in long-term recovery, making long-term decisions based on my outcome in my life. My sobriety date is 2/5/2021. I've had tried this before, but the difference between trying it before and trying it now is that before I did it my way and it didn't work. Left to my own devices, I picked up. And coming to Hype Recovery and doing this program, which is the Journey to 30 and the Journey to 90. I don't know if that program's still going on, but I'll tell you, it has taught me how to believe in myself. It's taught me a big thing that I didn't know before was staying out of my way. You know, I was in my way for 35 years. That's how long I was addicted to being in my way. I was addicted to drinking, drugs, porn, gambling, sex addiction. I mean, it's an endless cycle. But today, you know, Life Beyond Recovery is not just a brand. Life Beyond Recovery is a way of life, right? And so when Life Beyond Recovery was born, I was already living it, right? It's the life beyond just staying clean and sober. And when that hit me, it was like, wow, you know, because I was the type of guy that I get hype off of your recovery. And I would think that was just enough to stay clean and sober. And lo and behold, it's about working on yourself, right? So for 30 days, I had to look in the mirror and tell myself that I loved myself. Not looking at the physical person, but the person internal, right? I had to look at my inner self and tell myself that I love myself. And after I did that, I started believing in myself. And once I started believing in myself, I created this flourish of discovering, right? Now I'm discovering who Travis is, right? And believe me, it wasn't easy, right? I sat in an apartment. I had gotten out of a toxic relationship, which was only giving me the same results because I kept going back to the same thing, looking for a different result. And so I sat in an apartment and I had to sit with self and I had to look at myself, right? And it wasn't easy because I had struggled with codependency and impulsive decision making, right? So I had called Jay, which was my coach. I had to call him 8 or 9 times a day. And I asked him, I said, this just doesn't feel right. He says, sit there, just keep sitting there and keep working on yourself. So I did that. And I did that over and over and over and over again, right? And so I had struggled with that fixed mindset and that growth mindset because having a relationship with alcohol and drugs, I also built a relationship with my old ways of thinking and thoughts, right? So I continually listened to the fixed mindset that said, this program is not going to work for you. And I had to switch that up. So I had to change the narrative, right? And I believe that by changing the words that I speak to myself will ultimately give me the life that I want. So when I changed the fixed mindset to, this program's not going to work, I had to switch that up quick to, with practice and perseverance, this program's going to work. And I did that constantly, right? So I built that mindset up of that this program is going to work. See, for me, it's not about counting the days, counting the months, counting the years. It's about making the day count, owning the day instead of the day owning me. And so, and I'm on fire right now. So it's the consistency, right? It's that consistency. It's that no days off, right? Because that's what I do in my recovery. I take no days off. The minute I take a day off, then I'm going to be left vulnerable to my own devices again. See, I gotta focus constantly, and that's where life beyond recovery is life beyond just staying close. It's discovering, it's recovering, discovering, exploring, living, not just existing. And I did a lot of that. I just existed in my life. Today I live a life beyond recovery. And for me, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I hear a lot of success and congratulations to that. And at a point in this program through Hype Recovery, I had looked at that and it had gotten me down. And I had to reach out to Coach Jay, and I was like, man, I just can't watch the stuff that you share with me. And he said, listen, you're right where you're supposed to be. And it just hit me. So that whole self-doubt and all that fear and all those things that I allowed my mind to rent a space in my head, today I'm aware of that. And awareness is huge in recovery because it gives me the ability to identify, apply, and stay consistent.
Woo!
And that's all I got.
Yes.
Wow, dog! You gotta think. I'm only gonna take 2 minutes here because he just wrapped it up. He's on fire. You gotta think. When I met Travis, I was doing a live on TikTok. Travis calls me. Travis is sitting dark in his truck and he won't put his video camera on. Now look at the guy. I remember the guy reaching out to me at Christmas time. He said, Coach, what is going on with me? I said, you tell me what's going on with you and I'll give you the answer. I gave him the answer, and you know what? This is why you see Travis where Travis is today. You asked if Hype Recovery Coaching is still going. Absolutely, it's still going. It's in the ARN network, and we're going to talk about that at a live event. But Travis, I love you. You work the program. You are you. Life Beyond Recovery. I said, Travis, I got a brand for you, baby. I've been saying this for like 15 years. It's all yours, baby. Life Beyond Recovery. And now you've taken that and made it your own. I love you, Travis. You know that. You reach out all the time. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for being a part of the second one. We're getting you to Canada next too as well. Big love.
I love you.
Up next, are we just going to keep rolling here? Because I'm on a roll here there, Brookski.
Definitely. Do we want to do Angel next?
Yeah, up next, we got the most talented and most beautiful young lady that I've ever met in my life, including Brooke. Maybe you want to introduce her instead of me this time.
Sure. I met Angel through the Empower to Recover platform, and she's just such a light in the recovery community. She's a youth in recovery. She's graduating and, standing up on stage speaking and just beaming and really sharing a message of hope. So I'm so excited for her to be here. Let's hear from Angel.
Angel, my little girl.
Hi.
Hey. How's your 424 so far?
Pretty good. I got home from school and my sister sat on my lap so long that my knees went numb, but I love my family, so I just let my knees go numb. I'm getting the feeling back just now.
Oh, good. I love it. Well, let's hear a bit of your story and what you're doing to just enjoy life as a youth in recovery.
Oh, I don't want to take up too much time, so I'm gonna try to compact this. But I like to start from the beginning of all the trauma I endured that led me to this, and then the life after. So I'm gonna start by just talking. Sorry, I'm nervous. So when I was growing up, I grew up in a town. Well, it's a village, a town. I qualified in a town. Probably wasn't of 200 people. There were definitely more horses than people. And that wasn't a joke. That was a serious, probably a fact. And what went along with living in this smaller town is I grew up seeing everybody that I was around drink all the time. You drank when you were happy, when you were sad, when you were celebrating, when you were mourning. on the days that ended with Y. And that was just what I saw. And I saw addiction and alcohol addiction, drug addiction, and all that as something super normal growing up. And I also grew up with major anxiety, and what I found out about a year later was ADHD. So I wasn't actually just abnormal. There was a label to it. I wasn't just kind of the weird kid. I found out later. But I grew up with all these different things that kind of led me to be afraid of being around people. I always used to say loner, but like it wasn't as much my choice as I had all these feelings where I couldn't be around people. I didn't have many friends. I was anxious even around my family. And then I got into drinking and drugging and a couple other things, and my life got a little bit better because I found out that if you drink just enough, you can talk to people. So I started doing that, and I made a lot of friends. And then things got really dark and twisted very quickly because I wasn't like normal teenagers. I didn't just have a couple beers on Saturday and enjoyed my time. So when I had realized that what was going on with me was not okay, I immediately admitted myself. Well, not immediately. I realized, stayed a little bit delusional, and then as soon as it got really, really dark and twisted, I then admitted myself to the psych ward, and that was June 12th, 2023. I'm really bad with dates. I know I'm about to be 2 years sober, so that's the comparison. That was the last the day after my last drink. So that's if anybody wants to tell me how long ago that was or what that date was. But that day I went into the psych ward, and I heard it here. I can't remember if it was Travis or who said it, but something along the lines of I went in and I kind of just went in with the mentality of like, I'm gonna do this. Like for the first time in my mind, I'm open-minded. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just I'm not even gonna figure it out on my own. I'm just gonna pray, figure it out, and try to get out. Because if anyone here's ever been in a psych ward, it was not really a Holiday Inn 5-star experience. It was more of a get me out of here. There's bars on the window. But I needed that in order to really finally have a moment where I prayed and I said, "Okay, God, I know I haven't really. The only times I've ever prayed to you were to ask for things, and in return I told you I'd go to church, and I never did. But this time I'm just saying help." And after that, I am now in June 12th of this year, I will be 2 years sober. I will be 18 June 16th, and I will be graduating June 20th. I got a busy June. But 3 things I never thought that would happen. I'm becoming an adult, and I never saw that coming. I never saw making it into high school or past high school. And 2 years sober, just saying it out loud, I feel like I'm not the same person. Talking about life once I got clean, I could go on for about 30 minutes, but I think you guys would start playing that timer sound. But nowadays, I got sober and I suddenly was able to sit in meetings and talk to people, and then I'd go out for a smoke and then I'd talk to more people, and now I don't stop talking, and I go to Empower to Recover events, and I try to make it to every single human being, whether you want to talk to me or not. I'm going to make a concerted effort. And I grew up with super bad anxiety, and so such bad anxiety when I was a kid that it manifested into physical illnesses. I had stomach aches, I would throw up. These were all really good excuses at school, so I used them, and I didn't really look into what the other stuff was. I was like, I'm ill, let me stay home. Because along with anxiety, school wasn't a strong suit. But all these things, and now I just did an event, and I spoke in front of, I don't know the number, but I know when you're standing on stage, it looks like a crap ton of people. It felt like a crap ton of people. But it's been so much different, and I can have fun sober now. I've been to dances sober. I've been to all different kinds of events. I go on trips sober. I do all kinds of things, and not to some people that's, well, you do these things so well, I do these things, I enjoy myself and I feel good. And I have made so many friends in recovery that these are connections I never thought actually possible. I was never able to actually connect with people because I was praying you wouldn't figure out how much I hated myself, so I wouldn't really talk to you. And now I've made such deep connections that I made connections with Jay and Brooke, and now I do these, despite the fact that I kind of am shaking. Just to keep it real with everybody, I am still shaking, and I'm in front of a laptop. But I could
you
just
are you are beautiful. You are, you know, you show up. You show up every single time. You've shown up since September. You go out on stage when you didn't know what you're going to do at 17 years old. 17 years old. You know, she brands herself as Street Angel. She's been a part of the Kenora event, the Calgary event, the Timmins event, 2 online events. This is a girl that's at 17 years old that's out there empowering youth. I have a hard time not crying every time you speak. And I really, really do, because I love you, like, for who you are and what you bring, and the amount of help. Like, you're just a beautiful angel. I don't even know how to put it. What do you think, Brooke? Like, I mean,
Yeah, you're so inspirational, Angel, and I'm right there with you on the ADHD and anxiety train. I have a panic attack almost daily, it feels like. But this is the cool thing about recovery, is you just push yourself past your comfort zone and show up here anyway and share anyway, and you get to have these incredible experiences and meet new people and then have unlimited support available to you. Yeah, I'm always going to be your biggest fans.
I love you guys.
we love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you for doing that. So we got who's coming up next, Brooke? Are we going to
Skylar?
Skylar Ray.
Yes.
Skylar Ray. Skylar Ray. Where are you, Skylar Ray? I believe Skylar Ray is right there. There he is.
Welcome.
Do you know Skylar, Brooke?
No.
Oh, well, me and Skylar actually met through TJ, and he was supposed to be a part of the first event that we were ever going to do. Then all of a sudden, our Instagram accounts just didn't talk to each other because we got too busy, and he became a big hip hop artist and doing all these things with Kalichi, and he forgot who Empower to Recover was. But we reeled we reeled him back in. We reeled him back in. No, I'm just kidding. I'm grateful that we reconnected again, bro. I am massively grateful. And just like really happy that you're able to do this, and you know, tell them a little bit about you, tell them about the verse, and you know what to do, my man.
Absolutely. So my name is Skylar Ray. I'm a hip hop artist in long-term recovery. I want to say thank you guys for having me on here. It's a beautiful opportunity. I'm completely grateful. You know, it's been cool to be able to listen to everybody's stories and kind of just hear their perspective on addiction, or where they come from, or maybe what has benefited them on their path, right? Because the way I look at it, recovery isn't just one stop or just one direct way. It's about figuring out what works for you, right? And that's your program. And so it's been an amazing journey. I have a little over 5 years clean. You know, I do music for a living. Thank you. And it's really cool because one of our tours, we do the Road to Recovery tour, and we actually travel and tour rehabs around the country. We get a chance, we get in there. It's just me and my fiance. I get in there, I speak. And then we both perform songs, and we get a chance to meet all the patients and things like that. It's a beautiful journey. We're getting ready to kick off our third tour, our third year of doing it. Over the last 2 years, we have been able to do over 60 sober events across the country, and meet thousands and thousands of addicts in recovery. So it's been amazing. So I wanted just to hop on here real quick and tell anybody who's watching or listening, you know, I'm big about dreams, right? That's what keeps me going, right? I got clean and sober to give myself my best opportunity to go live those dreams I had as a little kid that drugs took away from me. And so the reason for that is that I have this song that we did called Hold Me Down, and I like sharing this story because I'm not the most confident person. I struggle with confidence and believing in myself and things like that. So if anybody's listening, I got this story. Look, so I have a song called Hold Me Down, and it was actually made from scratch within like a 5-hour Facebook live session, right? And I always tell this story because the song almost never happened. My buddy flew in from the East Coast. His name is King Handsome. We call him Whoa because it stands for winning over everything, right? And so he was here. This was during the COVID time, and he flew in for a show, and we wanted to record something. So, but we didn't know what we were going to record yet. And so we're on Facebook Live, and I'm like, hey, this is my buddy Whoa. You know, we got the show tomorrow. Make sure you guys come out. And, you know, we're kind of just introducing them. People are hopping on Facebook Live like they do. And Kayla, my other half, Kayla Mulcahy, he walks in the room and she's kind of like humming something under. And I'm like, what is that? And she's like, oh, I just thought of it. And I was like, well, go record it, right? And mind you, we're on Facebook Live the entire time. Kayla goes in there, records this piece. She's in and out within like 5 minutes, right? Just all-star status. My buddy's in and out. He goes in there, records his verse. He knocks it out in like 10 minutes. So mind you, these two people in and out, right? We wrote the verses. I'm such a private person. I record in private. I have my own studio for a reason because I lack the confidence and I feel rushed. I feel busy. I don't believe in myself like it's going to be good. I don't like people around me. I want to do everything in private. So here comes my opportunity to record this song, right? And we're still on Facebook Live. And everybody's seen how fast they were in and out. And I tell this story because I was embarrassed. I was not at the same level as my peers at that given moment. And so I went in there and took about 10 minutes at most. I was in there for an hour and a half trying to knock out one verse, right? And I was so embarrassed because people were logging off Facebook, coming on. You know, if you're not good at something, the internet will let you know real fast, right? And so we're there and and people are like, dang, he's still going. Like I done, you know, put the kids to bed, ran to the store, came back, cooked dinner for my man, hopped in the shower, hopped on Facebook, and he's still on the same verse, right? And people are making all these jokes and it's so embarrassing. And I wanted to quit. I had a lump in my throat. I wanted to cry. You know, I'm thankful I'm behind a curtain and all I'm thinking of is excuses of how to get out of this. Right? Like this is really embarrassing. I'm seeing the comments roll up on Facebook as I'm in there. Don't ask me why I've had them going in there, right? And you know, I was trying to be interactive and it was really hurting. It was a blow to my ego. Just knowing that I wasn't at the same level as my peers. But you know what? I stuck with it. Thankfully, only because I was too much of a coward to actually say like, hey, let's go back and do it later, which I don't know if that turns out to be strength, right? And so I stuck with it. We recorded this song. Within about, we shot the video the next day. We dropped the video and it did over 1 million plays less than a month, right? It is still to this day my fastest growing song and video by a long shot, right? It kind of just took off, but it shows that, you know, no matter what, even if you're not at the same level as your peers, you know, just go after those dreams. If you love something, do it. If you believe in something, do it. I know a lot of us are in recovery and we're getting clean and we're trying to figure out which way we want to go, right? Because we're like, oh, some of us in our 30s, our 40s, our late 20s, and there's people who are really cooking in these career pathways or hobbies or passions, you know, at a young age. And it can be really intimidating to be where we're at in life and realize we're not as good as we want to be, but it's important to stick with it, right? So that's the story behind Hold Me Down. I always tell that story. I love that story. I usually tell it before we perform it, right? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to spit this a cappella, right? Since I don't have the beat, I'm going to kind of break it down a little different. So the verse right here, everything that I do is for the addict that lost their dreams to addiction or incarceration. Some of the best people I met may never be getting out. I've done my fair share of a little over 5 years incarcerated due to addiction. But this verse right here is called Hold Me Down. It is off our song Hold Me Down featuring King Handsome and Kayla Mulcahy. But here it goes. It goes like this. Held down for the ages, I'm thumbing through the pages. This is for my brother and those locked in the cages. Situation done phased us, how time could amaze us. Heal the pain through the phases. Lost a lot of people and I could still see the faces. So we put them on shirts, the name on a bracelet. Got friends still in the streets and I pray that they make it. Addiction is that's word to the taking. My woe flew to Portland. This is history in the making. I had to make some for all the nights I had nothing. Started from the bottom, now look at me running. I worked my butt off for everything I got coming. Toward the country on parole, I'ma keep it 100. Kept the ear to the streets, put my voice on a beat. Logo on the T, trademark LLC. Named it after a place that I used to sleep. Doorway ENT. So check it out. So that whole thing right there, it kind of sums it up, right? Held down for the ages, I'm thumbing through the pages. This is for my brother and those locked in the cages. This is for everybody who's been locked up, all the people that we lost, all those kids that are growing up without a mother and father. That's what that's about, right? Situation done phased us, how time could amaze us, held the pain through the phases, lost a lot of people, and I could still see their faces, right? Because we think about constantly all that guilt and all that sorrow and all that weight of addiction is down on us. You know, we may have made it out, but a lot of our friends and peers didn't make it out. And so it's like we can still see their faces. We think about it. Even though it's most important to do it for ourselves, right? We still think about the others that didn't make it, and that kind of propels us forward, right? So we put them on shirts, name on a bracelet, got friends still in the streets, and I pray that I make it. Addiction is that's word to the taking. My woe flew to Portland. This is history in the making. I had to make something for all the nights I had nothing. Started from the bottom, now look at me running. I worked my butt off for everything I got coming. Toward the country on parole, I'ma keep it 100. Kept the ear to the streets, put my voice on a beat. Logo on the T, trademark LLC. Named it after a place that I used to sleep. Doorway ENT. And the important part about that is when I got out of prison, I had a dream, I had a vision. I've had these dreams since 11 years old. I've always done music, but drugs took me away from them, right? So when I got out, I was hell-bent to make it possible, to make it reality. And that's why I worked my butt off, right? I even, because I was doing everything right, paying fees, I did it sober, I was passing UAs, I was able to travel the entire country on parole. Right? She just gave me like a month or two out on a work visa. Just, you know, text her a couple pictures, text her where I'm at. I'd go do it at Landmark. So it was obvious, right? But on top of that, right, it's important. You know, a lot of people, and I'm almost done, I'll wrap it up, but it's very important that a lot of people are worried about getting out and pleasing others, right? People, places, and things. This is where we go wrong. It's important to put yourself first. If you got a lady, if you got kids, you still have to put yourself first. I'm not saying you don't care for them. I'm not saying you don't love them, but if you don't, you do not give them the best version of yourself. And that is vital to, you know, that you owe it to them to have the best version, right? The best version of their papa, their best version of their mother, everything like that. So, you know, also at the same time, you know, we have to keep distance from our friends. It's important that we can love them, but sometimes we have to love them from a distance if they're not better in themselves. And that's why I said I kept the ear to the street, put my voice on a beat, right? Because I followed my dreams. Logo on the T, trademark LLC. I named it after a place that I used to sleep, Doorway ENT. The name of my company is Doorway Entertainment. I named it after that because that's where I used to sleep, on the sidewalks, under bridges, all of that. So I appreciate you guys having me on here. Once again, my name is Skylar Ray. Jay, I appreciate you. Hey, the 424 movement is beautiful. I've been watching all day. I'm excited for you guys. This is amazing. You know, I'm going to get the waiver for the Canada. I'll be on out. Thank you very much. I hope you guys are ready for Kalichi. Let's go and get him, baby. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Yes. Let her rip.
That's
Rosie.
incredible.
What do you think about my man Skylar?
That was beyond. I am so, so grateful for you to be here. And your energy is just so infectious. You've been, you know, hyping up our group chat for speakers all week. You're so talented. Like, I can't wait to just go and binge everything that you create. Thank you so much for being here and sharing that with the 424 audience.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Love
it.
you. I love you, brother. I love you. I love
Hey,
you.
love you too, Jay.
Love you, man. I love you, man.
Thank
Okay,
you,
next up, you're gonna introduce Mike, and then we're gonna close it out with Kalich.
Yeah, we're Recovery Mike. I'm so excited to have you back on the platform. Recovery Mike was part of our 2021 424 movement. He came and shared, and he is always such an inspiration in the sober recovery space. I'm so excited to have him here. Why don't you hop on here, Mike? Hop on your mic,
Hey,
Mike.
how are you? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going?
Okay, good. Doing well. I'm blessed. How are you? It's good to be back
Good.
again this year.
Yeah. How's your 424 so far?
Good. Working most of the day. So quick shout out to any of the patients that I work with at the Treatment Center, Recovery Centers of America out in Devon, Pennsylvania. We streamed some of the events today, earlier in the day, and hopefully some of them are tuning in now. So what's up, guys?
Incredible.
So yeah, thanks for having me again. Super blessed to be here. Again, it's been a while since I think any of us really caught up, Jay, and also with you, Brooke. So it's always good to see
Man, how you doing, my man? My
Good, man. Good.
Yeah.
All right, tell us about what you're up to here. Like you are just traveling, speaking, empowering, serving, everything you can give into the recovery world, you're giving it. And I know I've seen you go in and out of the hospital and have some like struggles, and you're just like getting through it. One of the topics you put it down as something you want to talk about is embracing that struggle. So let's get into it. I want to hear how you get through the struggle and what you're doing to just
Mhm.
like thrive in this recovery journey.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, life is a struggle, right? No matter what. If it's not a struggle, then you're not living probably, you're just kind of existing. So, I'm kind of a product of the struggle. My whole life was a struggle, just starting as, not even a teenager and being a full blown alcoholic addict, doing anything to get outside of myself. And it's been challenging, and, God willing, I'll wake up June 19th this year will be 10 years of recovery. So I finally hit that 10 mark, which, I'm looking forward to, but it's just another day for me. Right. So, I have to make sure that, I treat it just like I do any other day. But yeah, being in the struggle, my turning point for me, and some of you guys know, but people watching probably don't, was in 2014, was just living a terrible lifestyle, just doing all the wrong things. After 20 years of addiction, alcoholism, jails, institutions, overdoses, suicide attempts, you name it. I was actually struck from behind with a hammer in the side of the head, fractured my cranium, shattered it, I should say. And so they had to remove pieces of my skull out of my brain and replace the left side of my head with titanium, close it with 30 staples. And I woke up as John Doe in the ICU in Frankfurt Tarzell Hospital in Philly. And didn't know who I was, didn't know how I got there, didn't know anything. And so for me, my early stage of recovery was where my discovery is kind of what I call it, just because I had to figure out who I was all over again, let alone try to fight some of these demons that, were present in my life with the drugs and the alcohol and, other behaviors and stuff like that. And just the mindset and perspective I had on everything. So, I was able to do that, just hanging on by faith. And, it taught me a lot about myself and who I ultimately am. And, I didn't come this far to just come this far. I didn't get clean and sober to just be average and kind of skate by and crawl to a 9 to 5 I hate. And, none of that. I know God has so much more in store for me and everyone else listening and everyone else in this room. And my goal is to, the purpose of my life was really, the meaning of my life really is to find my purpose. And I finally did. And now the purpose of my life is to give that away. So I try to do whatever I can, whenever I can to, be a voice for the ones that suffer in silence, and be a voice for people who may feel the need to be anonymous and things like that. I am not, that, I recover out loud proudly. I don't even, I'm not, even when I introduce myself, and I'll say something that might ruffle a few feathers also, but even when I identify myself as I'm Mike and I'm sober and safe, like that's what I am today. I evolved as the years went on, and I started to realize the words that I say after the words I am are very powerful words. The most powerful words in the universe are the ones that we tell ourselves. So me saying I am this, I am that, but I'm no longer that. So for me, where I'm at, and everybody has their own path of recovery and how they choose to do things. And this is mine. So I know what I am, and I know what I'm not no more, and I know what I never will be again. And I ultimately know, hopefully, what God has planned for me. And I try my best to just follow His will. I'm just out here trusting God. That's it at this point.
Yeah, let's talk. Oh, go ahead, Jay.
I don't even know what, I remember when I told you we're going to do Empower to Recover a while ago. Like, do you remember when I said this first to you? So it's kind of like surreal to see this with all of us on here right now again. So I love you, brother. I'm glad that we reconnected again. You take it away, Brooke. I'm going to tear up. I've seen you for a while.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, I'm so excited to share you with this new audience too, and just get them connected with you and everything you're doing. You share such inspirational content. You've got a book out as well. What else is going on in Mike's world? You got a baby, a wife.
So much is going on. Have another child. So that's combined. That's our 6th. Oldest being 21, and our youngest he's 13 months now. Wide range there. But yeah, things are good. So I do work in an inpatient facility as a group facilitator coach. So facilitating groups, doing one-on-ones with patients, things like that, trying to help them grow in different areas of their life and their recovery and spirituality, especially, is what I try to utilize most. I'm a life coach also as well. I'm a certified life coach and a motivational speaker. So, I get to speak places and work with people one-on-one. And yeah, so I did. So Brooke helped me a lot actually with when I self-published a couple years ago. It's almost 2 years exactly, or maybe a little bit over. So I was actually in the attempts of starting to write my second book, and I prayed on it for a long time, and finally I think God said to me, I think you really need to go back and revisit the first one, and maybe make some I think there's some things you need to add in there that need to be added. So I did that. So I listened, and I went back in and I edited a lot of stuff and added stuff and updated stuff, and then decided to submit it to some different publishers, Christian-based publishers, and a couple of them picked it up. So ended up coming up with a publishing and distribution deal with Christian Faith Publishing. So the new book, the 2.0, I guess, would be, so it's going to be called The Long Road Home, Journey Out of the Darkness. And that's going to be probably within the next 3 to 4 months. It should hit a bookshelf. So it'll be globally, internationally distributed, Barnes and Nobles, Amazon, Walmart, everywhere. And the audio book will be available, the ebook will be available, paperback, hardcover, all of that. So just waiting to get everything finalized, and then we'll have a press release, and and then it'll be out there. So I encourage you to look for it then, and just stay tuned. You can find me on any socials. Facebook and TikTok and Instagram is at Official Recovery Mike, and then YouTube as well, Next Level Movement LLC. That's my speaking and coaching company, and also you can just use my name, Mike Gleam, Gliem, on Facebook also. So I have 2 different pages on there.
Right.
So
on.
yeah, that's where things are at. Yeah. And there's been struggles, obviously, right? Like over the past, couple years, and, I end up in a hospital and get spinal fusion surgery a year ago, last April, and bounce back from that though. So, every time I go through a struggle, I guess just to kind of get to the meat of it with embracing the struggle really is, when we go through a struggle in our life, it's for a reason. Pain comes with a purpose, and it's growing pains, right? I think that's what the idea of that term should really be. When we're growing, it's painful, it's uncomfortable, but it's necessary. If we're not going through pain, if we're not struggling, then we're probably not moving. We're staying stagnant. We're not doing anything. So it's just constantly stepping outside my comfort zone, doing new things, believing in myself for once, which was really the game changer at the end of the day when I actually finally decided to believe in myself. But knowing that in that season, it's just that, it's a season, and this too shall pass. It will pass, whether good or bad. There's nothing that is permanent. So, knowing in that it's more of a refining period, a pruning period, a grooming period. And there's a lesson to be learned in that pain, in that suffering, in that struggle. And you just have to look for it. You just have to look for it and not focus so much on the negatives of why me, why is this happening? Why not me, right? Like, why not me? Look what happened to, my Savior, my Lord Jesus Christ. So, why can I expect to be able to get through life with no pain? It's just not a thing. So I embrace it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mike. I think the power of literature is so undervalued. Like being able to hear from other people's stories and really just immerse yourself in that. Hello.
Until you grew a third hand.
I got third hand, yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Mike. That is so powerful. Please send us all the information when your book comes out so we can push it out on all of the different platforms. Between me and Jay, we've got a bunch of stuff going on.
Thanks, brother. I love you, and I'm grateful to hear that everything that you dreamed of is coming true. I think me and you had a talk, and I just said keep following your dreams, and everything's going to open up for you. And hey, look at it. It's opening for you, right? So, big love to you. Next up is our good friend. I think he fell off.
Thank you guys for having me. I
Thank
appreciate
you
God
for
bless you
coming.
all.
Thank you for loving us. Thank you for being there. Thank you for never leaving us. I don't know what else to say for that one.
Amazing.
Let me
Do we need some time? Because I've got 2 video guests. I can put one on.
let me just see. He might just pop on now.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
I
we've
can
got
say a couple words too, Brooke.
Yeah, absolutely, Santa.
Well, there you go, Santa. Yeah, let Santa cut her loose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Santa Papa John, and I'm so proud of this whole organization. I've caught a little bit in between 9 meetings today. It's been an absolutely crazy bonkers. I just got off Australia, so then I got on with you guys, and the stories I heard. Angel, Jay, I heard Angel for the first time, and that is so powerful, and I'm very proud of her and everybody on this stage. I'm part of this board of directors, ladies and gentlemen, and I am very proud to be on part of this board of directors. This movement, if you haven't figured this out by now, ladies and gentlemen, this rocket ship is the locomotive going across the prairies full bore. And there is a lot of steam and a lot of energy and a lot of positive, good feelings happening about this movement, ladies and gentlemen. So we're sharing, we're caring, and we love everybody that's on here. Thank you all for the support that we've seen. It's been absolutely amazing for the little bit of time that I've spent on here, and I'm proud of Jay and Brooke for holding down the fort all day today. You've made some people tell some incredible stories that maybe they weren't in their comfort zone, but you encouraged with positive encouragement, and you loved every one of them, which is so important for this movement, that we love all the people that are coming to this movement, because we need to share and we care. And I'm spreading the word down on the state side, just like Mike and the other people are. I'm from Minnesota, and I'm originally from Jay's Kenora. And yeah, Jay and I have a history of going way back, but we won't get into that, Jay.
You mean you're from the North Pole, Santa?
Well, that too.
I just saw my good friend Kalichi hop back on. So thanks a lot, Santa, for hopping on and being a part of the board of directors and believing in the Empower to Recover Foundation. And so we're going to move into Kalichi. Kalichi and I have known each other for a bit now. Are you there, brother?
He's being nervous.
There he is.
Can you see me, hear me?
I can hear you, and that's okay if we don't see you, because that's okay. I know it's been a long day, but
let me see if I.
In the fact of a long day, we still have 19 people holding on, and we've been going since I've been on here since 12 Central. So
absolutely awesome.
Is at one point I did see a high end of people on here, which is massively exciting, and all different stories from all walks of life, from all different genres, all everything. And we're gonna close it out with Kalichi. Kalichi was in Timmins with us. I'd worked with trying to get Kalichi to Canada many times through Mike. Mike really hooked us up. And I just wasn't able to pull it off until Timmins, and Kalichi came to Timmins, and I'm sure he'll tell you what he saw in Timmins was nothing short of a miracle. And what he did in Timmins for the Timmins people was nothing short of a miracle, and we continue to work together. Brother, I love you. If you can get your camera on and your voice on, you can close us out. You can hit her up for 15, 20 minutes, and thanks a lot for jumping on or jumping. There he is. There he is. There he is.
How about that?
Yeah, there he is. Hey, I love you, okay, brother. Just you do your thing.
My phone was right in front of my heater, so not even 5 minutes ago, when your iPhone gets to the point where it gets too hot, the temperature needs to cool down. So I'm sitting here watching my stepson play flag football. My fiance and my daughter in the car in front of me. I'm just sitting here. I didn't know if my camera was on or not, but I'm sitting here eating donuts and eating cheese curls. And then as soon as my phone got too hot, I had to hold it out the window and place it against the car because it's freezing right now where I'm at. So look at this. I made it.
And that's how you have fun in recovery.
Absolutely.
Okay, what did you, so we got you to
So,
Canada in Timmins. What did you see in Timmins when you came to Timmins?
I mean, I've seen a lot of people that need help, but also in the same breath, I've seen an event that took place that was absolutely amazing. Even as bringing as far as, spreading awareness, and, and you had such an eclectic, group of people that all came to basically share on either the city of, or them share their own experience. And nothing. I just think it was a very glorious day. And Timmins was very dark, and it was had a lot of potholes, and it actually was a blizzard while I was there. But besides that, I hope and pray that we made, a positive impact on the community, even if it was for a short moment.
Bro, it was snowing, and when we left, we brought the sun out, and the snow was gone. That's what we did.
Yeah.
That's what we did. Go ahead, cut it up, and tell your story for a little bit, or whatever you want to do for 15. And I see our good girl Jocelyn over there in the corner too. Jocelyn, hi, we love you, Jocelyn. Yeah, let her rip there, Kalich.
Yeah, just, I mean, a quick backstory. My name is Chaz Smith, also known as Kalichi, and I am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I was driving here, so like at 5 p.m. So I caught some people earlier. I caught the tail end of Skylar, and I caught all the mics. And and I am a person that is in long-term recovery, and I've had numerous clean dates over the years, and I will be coming up on 9 years this June 7th, if I'm willing, and it's been truly a wild ride, ups and downs, a roller coaster, but through it all, held on and stayed in position, and kept building on this relationship with God, and kept building, relationships with my support group and the people that surround me, and it's only because of, the willingness that I applied, even from day one, that I'm able to be where I am today. And I was a very horrible drug addict and alcoholic, and my entire life revolved around drugs and drinking. I cared about nothing or no one. I didn't even care about consequences. I was just, like I said, just a very not good person. And hitting a point where rock bottom, in so many words, was just such a blessing to me, to really open my eyes to see the damage that I was causing to others, to see the damage that I was causing to myself, my future, my self-esteem, my everything, was enough to compel me to at least, start making these endeavors to want to get clean and change my life. And like I said, I didn't like just wake up one day at the age of 23 and been clean ever since. Like, I'm 41 now. Over the course of the last, 18, 19 years, I fell numerous times along the way. But one thing that I never did was give up. And I always talk about this, but like, even during my actual relapses, I still refused to give up. I knew there was this place that I called home, because I felt so welcome at. I knew that there was this place that I would be accepted regardless of what I was doing, and regardless of what I've done in my past or whatever. So that's what I always would go back to. And I would always go back to this group of people that genuinely just wanted to see me do well. And through the course of my life, when I would self-will and I would relapse, and I would take my will back, and I would use, and I would destroy it, and I would self-sabotage, and I would do this and I would do that, I always knew that if I was lucky enough to make it through my relapses and make it through the overdoses, that like, if I was fortunate and blessed enough to make it through that relapse, that I could find, myself again, in so many words. And and since I got clean of June 7th, 2015, life has far exceeded my expectations. And we hear it shared so abundantly, on whether it's online or in meetings or whatever. But like, if I truly was to make like this short-term, list of like what I wanted when I first got clean, I would have nowhere near even been in the ballpark. I've witnessed things that have happened for not only myself, for the lives around me, that I never would have believed was possible. And like I said, like, every day has not been perfect, but my life just continuously grows better, to the point where in the past I used to be so scared to relapse strictly out of consequences. But today it's like I stay clean because I really want to see where my future can take me. And I really want to see, what can happen to my life and the lives of those around me simply by just, attempting to do the next right thing and, and staying clean and like trying to live right, practice spiritual principles. I mean, all these things that were instilled in me in the beginning, things that still remain applicable today, and I utilize them, on a daily, not only daily, but moment to moment basis. And whenever I'm facing turmoil or any type of adversity or any type of obstacle challenge, you know what I mean? It's almost like I've been here before. You know what I mean? I might not be in the physical, I might not have dealt with it, but I wreck these emotions. So that's when I utilize what I've learned, and I truly believe that I can get through anything clean.
Woo! Dog! Woo! Brooke, this is the first time you, no, you saw Kalichi come on but this is the first time you've heard him actually.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. The last time you were just kind of talking about how you're going to be in Timmins. This is the first time I got to hear some of your story and your inspiration. And thank you. Thank you so much for coming, for being a part of this movement, and your video supporting us and the 424 movement. Your work getting that word out. I'm just so grateful. What a powerful message. This has been such an inspiring day.
Woo! It has been a very inspiring day. Thanks for taking the time, Kalichi. I know you're with your family there, so you probably got to jump, but you always make time, and you've always made time for me, and I really, really, really appreciate you like a brother.
And I appreciate you too.
Thank you for doing this for us and for Brooke.
Means a lot to me.
This is Brooke's dream too, so this is really a nice clincher in my heart to see her relaunch something like this. So, because Brooke does a lot of work for a lot of other people, so for Brooke to actually get this up and going again it's really special to me. And for you to close us out is even more special for me. And for everybody that spoke today, I can't even. We had 66 people register, which is double from the last online event. We raised $1,500. So thank you for everybody that helped us raise money. Cal Tire for giving the biggest contribution of $1,000 to this online event and being a major partner with us, with Todd Baker. And, just thank you for everybody that believes in the people. Because guess what? We're all people in here. And guess what? We all have trauma, and that's the common bond. And the most beautiful thing about E2R and E2RF and Sober 424 is we're bringing together people again from all walks of life. And we saw all kinds of different stories today, all kinds of amazing people. And this beautiful thing is global. We were all across the world today, baby. We just weren't in Timmins. We were across the world today, baby. That's what's really awesome about this, right? So, Brooke, you close us out. This is your baby, and thank you for not giving up on me, Brooke, because I know I'm a hard case sometimes. But look where we're at today, girl.
Thank you so much, Jay. Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. The last time we did Sober 424 was in 2021. I'm so grateful for 2024. We get to relaunch this movement. And I hope my vision for this is that everyone's going to adopt it and use it and do their own events, do your own live event like this if you want to, or host an event in your community. We've got a couple of really cool things happening. They're all on the Sober 424 website. So go check that out and attend an event in your local area where you don't have to feel like you're missing out. You can go be sober and have a blast. I do want to make sure we had some taped interviews that we did ahead of time for people that couldn't be here. So I'm going to play those to close us out. And I'm beyond grateful for everyone who showed up. Like, I've been emotional all day. This is so huge and so amazing. You guys are all incredible.
Also, I guess we should drop our next live events. Events are in Edmonton, May 11th. So E2RF is heading to Edmonton, May 11th. We are 60% sold out. Our girl Jocelyn's over there is going to be the host. She's taking your spot, Brookski. And she's flying in from Ottawa. She's doing some great things with Unbroken Recovery. And I'm just really grateful that her sister, the mayor of Timmins, introduced us together because she's a real powerhouse female in recovery as well. And then we're going to head to Saskatoon. Then we're into Port Hardy. Then we're into T-Bay. And then Jocelyn's going to make Ottawa happen at the end of the year. So all I got to say is recovery is possible. And if you are struggling, this platform, Brooke's platform, everybody on here would help you in a heartbeat. So thank you for coming today, and thank you for sharing your stories, and thank you for always showing your love for people.
Amazing. Okay, so this is a chat I had with my friend Sarah Kay. Actually, this is really, really cool because she is the first interview I ever did in my life. Was an interview with her on a Facebook Live where we sat in my kitchen, which is where I'm sitting now, but I've turned it into a podcast studio. And so it's a real full circle moment. I'm so excited to share this amazing human with you. And she has a very powerful message. So thank you again for joining the 424 movement. Head over to sober424.com, head over to empoweredtorecover.com and make a donation if you can to help support getting these events live in person in cities across Canada, maybe someday in the States as well.
Woo, Brooke,
Yeah.
now you're talking. Now you're talking.
I didn't say I'd be there. I said
You said the States.
Sarah. Oh my gosh, this is such a full circle moment.
It really is.
My very first time interviewing anybody on the planet was Miss Sarah Kay.
Right here.
Yes, still on YouTube actually. Meth to Marathons.
It's this one. Meth addicted to marathon runner.
That's the one.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. She took me to my first Tony Robbins. I wanted to say concert, but that's not the right word.
No,
It feels
seminar.
like it.
Seminar.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember leaving there. We are just like, we're gonna change the fucking world.
We can do it.
No, 7.5 years later.
Still where we're at. No, we've changed a lot.
Yeah, I would say so, and then some. And you're like a world traveler,
I
a
wouldn't get carried
marathon
away.
runner.
I went to Mexico, but it technically counts as being international.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Isn't it another continent, or are they-
It's still on the same continent.
Oh.
It's just one country over.
I feel like okay, fine.
It still counts.
It does.
It does. I got a stamp
Oh
on
my
my
gosh.
passport, so I was like, yes.
Yeah, like you were running marathons in Toronto the year we met. And now you're still running. You just finished the Sun Run.
Yes, that was yesterday.
Incredible. And you traveled to Mexico. You've been speaking.
Yeah.
Like all of the dreams that I remember you dreaming
Yeah.
7 years ago, they're coming true. So let's
Yeah.
talk about it. Let's talk
Okay.
about your story first of all. Like what brought you to your knees so that you wanted to get sober? Wait, let's rephrase that.
I was about to say, well, being on my knees is partially what got me there. So, yes.
But why did you think I need to get sober? What was the driving force?
Well, I knew that I was headed nowhere.
Mm.
Like it was just at the end of it, it was just me drinking alone with my cat in my house for a good. That I thought about it. It was a good 6 years that it was literally just me alone in my house, and I had the job to do so. So it was literally just meeting me. It was me, the dealer, and my alcohol connection at the liquor store, which I thought was my friend, but it turns out they're just friendly with everybody. So for one point, it was just like, this is all my life is ever going to amount to. And so I remember I was calling my mom, screaming and yelling at her all the time because I was angry and blaming her for my life being that way.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Good 2 o'clock in the morning phone calls. And then I remember waking up one day and being like, I can't keep going on like this, and just decided to change. Like just having a feeling in my stomach of being like, why don't you just try for today to not drink and use? After like, I think I was using 9 months straight. And then I got that 24 hours and I went to bed crying that night. And that was the day that started all the change that I got. Like I had like 860 days. I became a marathon runner and all those changes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what was.
Yeah, well, let's go there because obviously, like I know your story and I know that wasn't like your last attempt at getting sober, right? So, but through that, like you really never gave up on yourself. Yeah, there was slips, there was things that happened in between, but you still had this like light inside you and this like desire for something better in your life. And I could see that in you even when you didn't want to talk to me.
When I didn't want to talk to anybody.
Yes.
That's a better way to put it. It wasn't just you narrowed out.
You know, and I can't figure that out either.
Yeah.
You know, I just know that I'm lucky. Like, and I have to say luck because I can't figure it out, or you can attest it to being God, the universe, whatever it is, but
Yeah.
something loved me enough to let me keep going. Right. And like, I mean, I would love to say that when I came our first interview that was it and I got sober and I stayed sober since then, but that is absolutely not my story. And I don't ever want to be the person that says, oh, and it was just like this and it was that. No, it was hard and it was challenging. And I went through a lot of things and I slipped a couple of times. As somebody who went on a sort of round the clock drinker and a round the clock user for a good 20 years, I went from that to in the last 7 years to using and drinking only 15 times. So I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
But every time I slipped and fell, I got back up right away because it was like, I know that beautiful life is there. I just don't understand why I can't keep it and why I don't want it and what's going on. So I kept going back. And then every time I was a little resentful at first. So I stayed away from people until I kind of understood what was going on. And if I really wanted to like be a part of all of it.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it was watching a lot of my friends like you change and grow. I was like, well, how come all these people can get all this, but I can't? Like, what's wrong with me? And it wasn't anything wrong with me. I just wasn't willing.
Okay, so you think that's like, it's just like the becoming willing piece, right? So for you, so what is that thing that makes you become willing? What do you think is like the catalyst for that? Because I love how you mentioned like watching other people do it and being like, okay, what the hell? Like that bitch is getting sober. Like her life is changing. Like I could do this.
It's the beautiful part too of
Yeah.
watching other people's lives slowly improve.
Yeah.
And you're on the sideline and you're miserable and you're like, what the heck? And like, honestly, I was like sitting there because like my life was getting better. You
Yeah.
can't go from being somebody who's a blackout drunk for like 20 years and then you do stop drinking and your life will gradually get better.
Yeah.
But I was missing that like spiritual connection and that component. I was like, how come everybody's getting this God stuff, but I can't? God, whatever you want to call it, whatever doesn't offend you. But like for me, I was like, well, why can't I get it? Like I know something loved me enough to pull me out of this, but what's going on? And so then I was like, well, maybe it's because I'm not doing this. Or maybe it's because I'm not. And I knew all the things that I wasn't doing, but I didn't want to like tell somebody.
Right.
Because then they'd make me actually do the work and change.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that just sounds really uncomfortable. Because I could do all the other stuff to make myself look good.
Yeah.
But I couldn't actually do the stuff on the inside to make myself feel good. And that's a big difference because they're two completely different things.
Oh my gosh, that just gave me a whole aha moment.
It happens. It happens. Yeah.
I've bought a brand new car in sobriety even because I was like, oh, people who have new cars have clean cars.
I can, yep, I can tell you that's inaccurate.
No, I have the messiest new car of anybody I know. It doesn't change anything. Like getting the outside stuff, I have to learn how to freaking clean my car.
It's the same, but here's the thing: it's the same thing as because I go through the same thing too. I have to say, but it's the same thing as like when our insides are messy, our outsides are generally messy too.
Yeah,
I have a messy home. It's because my head's messy, and it's like, but I'm noticing the more that I'm running and stuff, my brain's compartmentalizing. So I'm like, oh, when I get up in the morning, I'll just slowly clean stuff up, and I'm like, who is this person? Like, why am I naturally cleaning? But it's because things are starting to sort out upstairs and in my heart, so everything else is starting to fall into place.
Oh, I love that.
So instead of worrying about it, I'm having faith that it's all going to fall together sooner or later.
Yeah.
But you know, this is just new, so.
Yeah. More to be revealed. Okay, so you talked about running a little bit. I really want to get into this because like what a cool thing to add into your life. I know I've heard you speak a few times. You talk about how you used to run from the cons. And now you're like running and the sun run and doing marathons, like traveling to run. So what inspired you to start this journey of like moving your body, getting outside, start running?
The funny thing is, okay, so I always talk about the time, like I always go back to the time in 2017 when I did become a marathon runner and I did all that stuff. And it's because somebody told me that I could, what makes you think you can do that? I can't even do that. And I was like, well, that right there.
Yeah.
Right? And then I kept going because I always tell about this moment of like, I didn't want to be like Al Bundy, like from Married to Children, where he used to be like, oh, I took 3 touchdowns in high school. And I didn't want to be that person. So I kept going. Now in 2019, I got back from Toronto after my last full marathon and I just stopped running completely. And I got depressed. We all went through COVID. We all did that. I relapsed in COVID and all that stuff. And then I stopped running and I stopped taking care of my body. I started destroying my body with food. And over the last like like year really, right before I went to Mexico,
Mhm.
I was like, okay, I need to start doing something. Like if I'm preparing myself to go on this beautiful vacation, I want to treat myself kind and like, look good in a swimsuit. I'm not gonna, that was a little superficial of me, but like I'm like I'm gonna go out there. I don't want to
Yeah.
be banging, okay? And so then I was like, well, I got to start doing nice things for my body.
Mm.
And so I started going to the gym in the morning. And I also did this too. It wasn't just for that as well. It was my mental health. Because
Yeah.
I'd had a turn at work. I lashed out on somebody, and that's not like me. And it caught my attention to be like, wow, this isn't what I was taught to do.
Yeah.
And I'm headed down a dark road. So I started to be like, okay, well, what can I do to get better without involving recovery? But it's funny how they all went hand in hand.
Yeah.
And then so I started to go back to the gym, and I was already working with my sponsor at the time. And then it just kind of, the way things fell into place, I started just working out. And I was doing the weights, and I was doing all this stuff, and I was tanning, and I was all this great stuff. It was amazing. 5 o'clock in the morning, you can go for a tan. Yeah. Anyways, pretended I was in Mexico.
Yeah.
And then there's another funny story about that when I was drinking, but that's besides the point. Tanning beds. And anyways, and then I ended up falling back in love with working out and how I felt. And then been like, okay, I'll sign up for this, I'll sign up for that. And I signed up for the Sun Run, I signed up for a Vancouver Marathon, and I signed up for the Toronto Marathon. Because the funny story is I did go back in between, and I did try to do the Toronto Marathon without training. And I literally was dead last, and the cops were like on my ass. And I was like, look, guys, you're making me really uncomfortable. It's just way too much. Like, because it's old habits, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, well, now I have to go back for redemption because I can't just, they turned me around. I didn't finish the whole course. And for me, in my mind, I need to finish things. I need to
Right.
make sure it's all done and that I'm the one that finished it and it's my efforts. And so I got asked to speak, and I was like, well, I can't just say all this stuff. I can't just say I was a marathon runner and that's it and be done with it. Like, I know people get inspiration from me running for some reason. I don't know what it is, but whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks, guys. And so I started running again after that, and it felt amazing. And I watched my mental health get better. I watched me not take such offense to things. I watched things slide down my back, and I was like, and not that way either. I watched things like whatever. And so then I was like, oh, well, maybe this is whatever. And maybe this is what it's supposed to be. And so then I started, instead of being like, I used to think consistency was a daily thing. Like I had to do it every single day, and that was it. And that's how I was going to be this fucking top runner and all this.
Right.
Turns out consistency is like weekly. Like,
Right.
so I can go to the gym 3 days a week and it still be consistent. I can run 3 days a week and it still be consistent. The only thing I need to do daily is not drink and not use. So if I put all that into play, it just kind of like, and then all of a sudden I started feeling better. I started
Yeah. All right, I'm going to stop it there. And if you want to watch the rest of the interview, please head over to the Sober 424 YouTube channel, and you can watch that full interview and also an interview with Alexandria. They're really great conversations. We didn't have time to get to all of them today, but I absolutely love these humans, and I hope you take the time to listen if you need a little pick me up. I just want to say again how absolutely phenomenally grateful I am for everybody who showed up here today, everybody who's connected with me on social media, everyone who donated to the Empower to Recover Foundation, all of the incredible human beings that made my sobriety better for being a part of my community. Like, I just love and adore you. I'm so inspired by all of you. Happy 424. I'm off to host a sober karaoke. We're gonna keep this party going. Any last words, Jay?
You're going to do karaoke tonight?
Yeah, I'm hosting karaoke. I'm gonna have no voice by
You better have a voice for tomorrow. We got to do some podcasts.
I'll just need a good
Hey, listen, this for me is for you. Right? This is yours and ours, and you know what I'm saying. So for me to see this come together for you in a real short period of time, like that's usually what Empower to Recover does anyway. But at the end of the day, I think we've proven again, right? As this is our second online event, we're going into our 5th live event. Even though we have a skeleton of people helping us do this, even though we're always on the clincher to get her done, it always is a magical time once it comes to showtime. It's always a magical time. The people always show up. The stories are phenomenal. There's a flavor for everybody that's struggling, so you can hear something from somebody that's struggling that you can identify with. And we're just getting started. Tomorrow, we're 9 months old as a non-for-profit. We're just getting started. And yeah, I'm proud of you, Brooke. I love you, Brooke.
Thank you.
And
Keep
thank
the
you
party
for
going
everyone.
too, because it's April 2024. It's technically 424
I
all
gotta
month
go
long.
walk. My leg is like stiff because I've been sitting and standing. My hip is all messed up, and I gotta go for a walk or head to the pool or do something here. But thank you. Yeah, thank you for everything you guys have done, and I can't wait till next year. You say 10x? This thing's 50x next year, not 10x. It's 50x.
You know what? I believe it. Let's close with the way we opened and get some of Jamie's music going while I clean up my office. You guys have an awesome day.
Big love.
Feel free to log off anytime or keep chatting in the chat if you want to. That is it for the live event. Thank you, everybody. This was incredible.
Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. We got these moves so fresh, so clean, front to back like the MJ lean. Come on, kings and dancing queens, feel that Russian dopamine. Moonwalking out of orbit, running man, you can't control it. Harlem Shake, I own it. Teach me how to Dougie, take me, post it. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. No matter what age or where you're from, the color of your skin, old or young, we're singing songs in different tongues, living our lives, having too much fun. Hit 'em with the left, hit 'em with the right, just a couple of steps and we'll steal the lights. Breaking it down in the middle of the night, turning it up, turning it up, turning it up. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. All right, boys and girls, repeat after me. 3, 4, clap 2 times. Stomp your feet. Spin like a dime and move to the beat. Now clap 3 times. Stomp your feet. Spin like a dime and move to the beat. Now everybody breathe. Let's go! Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. Moving makes me feel so good, it makes me feel the way that I should. It makes me feel the way I should. Moving